knock Pioshik into River's grasp. The reset is good, and Core JJ will be the next to fall. Gory picks up the kill, and it's back swinging with Golden Guardians over 3,000 gold lead.
That's pretty standard Baron play. Oh, they're actually just diving too now.
Okay. Bot side, oh, there you go. River's gonna pop off again. Yawn trying to escape. A flay away from Core JJ keeps him safe. Death sentence lands onto Gory, but they're going for the turret now.
I think that's kind of just I guess the best way to play League, right?
Try and fight here. That's interesting.
They won
Yes,
it. River goes in, followed up by Gory. Jan steps back to Moonlight Vigil, but River finds him in the end, and who he zoned up. APA Summit goes into stasis. A GA popped here as well for the GG side. Double kill afforded to Gory, and Golden Guardians, they get the ace, and they're looking to take the game.
Thank you again, Gabby. We are here with Huhi from Golden Guardians, the support. How was that game for you? It was amazing.
It was pretty easy than expected. I think River found a really good angle early in mid, and also I got to punish with him. So yeah, we knew after we gave 2 kills to Gory lane, we kind of won.
Yeah, I didn't even prepare questions for the other teams. Okay. So you guys killed it. You did amazing. I did ask chat what they wanted to know. They mostly just wanted to know if APA was balding. So I was curious what you thought of his haircut.
I thought it was pretty cool. He also, before the game started, we can see his icon, and he had like a Braum emote. We were telling him that he looked like it, and then he laughed as well. So we were having a pretty fun moment there.
Good. I'm happy that that led to the win for you. The Jack curse is finally broken. You guys have won. Do you feel like you're on a streak now?
I hope not. Usually when we have a streak, we usually lose after. So our idea was we wanted to have a losing streak going into playoffs so that we can win in the important matches. Okay. But I think we're going to do our best to break that.
Are you feeling good about the series versus Cloud9?
Always versus Cloud9, we somehow lose. So right now, I think they're our biggest competition for sure. So I hope that we can break that mental edge as well.
Does the trash talk ever get to you? Because I know Fudge and Blabber, they've got big mouths. Is that what holds you back?
In the beginning, yeah. In the beginning it was, but when it was happening like 3 or 4 like playoff matches versus them, at that point I'm like, whatever. But
you're like, I can't shut him up. What am I supposed to do? Rumor has it that before the games you asked some of your team to 1v1 with you. Is that true?
Yeah.
Did you 1v1 anyone today?
Eric, Licorice.
Did you beat him?
I did beat him.
Perfect. Who do you usually beat the most?
Usually no one wants to 1v1 me for some reason. So, I mean, I get it because I'm a support player. If they lose, you know, like, obviously, like, it's not good. But I'm just doing it for fun. And yeah, Eric was always taking my challenge now. Okay, I like that. End
of the season is coming up, right? Do you have any advice for any low elo players that are trying to rank up right now?
To low yellow players.
Somebody, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to just enjoy the game. You know, for me, especially after I joined Golden Guardians, like I'm just enjoying more, and then I'm also finding more success internationally too. So yeah, I'm just hoping that even solo queue players can do the same.
Okay, I like that advice. That's very sweet. I've heard that you do the most shot calling on your team. Is that true?
A little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Does the pressure ever get to you to make sure that you're making the right decision?
Yeah, I mean, it does. When we were having like a rough mid game, especially, I was thinking by myself that I stopped doing a lot of talking in the game. I just randomly thought of that while I was showering, and the next day, like I tried to turn it up, and now I think going into playoff, it's getting to the right stage.
Amazing. Well, I'm excited for you guys. I'm excited to see where you go. We're going to throw it back to break, but thank you so much, Huhi. An amazing game. Thank you guys.
Always got to count them. In every Nico game, we got to count them.
How many caster minions are supposed to be in a brush?
Ooh, Insanity with the flash for the engage, and Boogie's ready to follow it up. It's first blood over to TSM, and they found it on the enemy jungler. Now I'm thinking it's green light for the Drake.
That was a really big kill. Get the first blood. It's on the enemy jungler, as you say, so they're going to be able to grab this dragon. FlyQuest had started to open up a pretty large gold advantage, but they're going to look for another fight.
Ooh, Vulcan just gets jumped on by Chime, but Chime's the one to drop. Nicely done from FlyQuest. FlyQuest.
Guys, we're back to live, and Insanity's looking like he's gone.
He's trying to get away from the depth charge, but it ain't happening. Vulcan gets the kill. They wanted to give it to Vikla, but you'll still take a freebie. FlyQuest up over 2,000 gold.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to get probably a plate mid lane, if not two. We'll see if they go for more here on Chime.
Ooh, nice aim there with the dredge line from Vulcan, avoiding the terrain, but still connecting on target with the damage over the wall from Vikla's Shock Blast. That makes it the third kill of the game for Fly, but Vikla's now under pressure. Immediate follow-up from Boogie. Vikla just shouldn't have been there.
Done it. But, you know, I can understand not expecting the Xande to be there. Turtle's just getting roasted.
Oh my goodness, Impact just cooks them. It's Yordle for dinner. And now TSM is trying to kill the chef. Can they get him? Boogie's gonna drop second. Impact says send more men. He is absolutely styling more here. TSM's bringing a TP into the bottom side. Insanity's ready to try to cut these guys off. FlyQuest recognized and want to escape off to the side. They immediately turn it right back onto Boogie, who dies instantly. Insanity took back in with the dredge line. TSM can't do a thing.
Absolutely. Spica here on the coverage, but is in trouble.
Spica gonna be jumped on by 3 now. Tries to get back away. Cover fire coming in from Vikla. TSM got no ammo, and FlyQuest brought the army. Boogie drops second. Haunter barely escaped. Now the damage back at a Turtle as he rocket jumps over the wall, trying to get himself out as Insanity pops the Blossom, but it ain't gonna do a damn thing. Going for the recall. He wants to get back now, but there's already a Nexus turret out of the picture. Maokai ulti flies out, locks down only one from FlyQuest, and it's only the support. Paranoia dropped by Boogie, but the equalizer from Impact's gonna do a whole lot more. Insanity's already in stasis. Spica doing the same. Turtle melts. Insanity can't escape. Boogie's hit with a depth charge, and he won't be able to make it back to the fountain before Vikla breaks his jaw with the hammer. It's a double kill back over to FlyQuest mid laner. They are not down yet. They will not go quietly. FlyQuest taking out TSM in 25 minutes.
Congratulations, Impact, on the win.
Thank you.
Wanted to get a quick interview with you because you dominated this game in lane, and there was that That was the double kill bot lane in a 1v3 situation. How'd they feel?
I got confused because I thought they know it can kill me. Like after Twister get chung, like I just gone. So I thought like they're trolling because Maokai was too far to die me that timing, and Twister really want to get turret. So I saw the anger and like nah, that's not good for them. And after. I can 1v2 again, but I misplayed my ulti.
So you're down on yourself because you do more. You could do more.
Yeah?
Okay, so tell me about the preparation coming into this week, because the chances for FlyQuest, I don't know if you've been shutting it out, but like it seems like it's going to be a really tough run getting into that top 8 position in the playoffs. What was your team's preparation like going into this week and your own preparation?
Honestly, I don't care about like my team like that much because like it's not like that mean. Like if I care team too much, then I cannot care myself more. So I'm trying to focus myself more about I should not get depression. Like 3% chance, 3% still.
Yeah.
I mean 3% is actually chance. So
yeah.
And I just try my best. That's my job, you know.
That sounds good. Any message to the fans out there? Because it seemed like focusing on yourself definitely was able to get you a win on this one. So just a message to the fans.
I mean, yeah, cheer for us. That's sure. You know, we
cheer
do.
For us. There it is. More wins coming in like that. Thanks a lot, Impact. Again, 100% congratulations on that win. And we're going to be going to a commercial break immediately after. NRG versus Cloud9 following this.
Now Contract's coming back in mid as M&S just says, nope, I'm running away. Back down into the bot side. River flash away for the bandage toss. M&S survives. Yes, he's going to miss out on some minions, which is pretty important, but now Fudge is ready to skip down into the mid lane here. Nice use of the Hallowed Mist to avoid the bandage toss from Contracts. Remember, the Contract's already flashed here. He's got no way out. Accelerated Shock Blast going to give M&S the assist on Fudge's first blood.
Using that bot lane to just roam up and constantly force his Blabber's looking.
Blabber forcing out the Featherstorm from FBI, so at least that's not available. But now Palafox getting jumped on by M&S, but he's in a 4v1. M&S, that's not where you need to be, and FBI's getting the money this time.
That was Aaron starting up here for Cloud9.
Yeah, C9 are saying, we know they're on the Dragon. Let's try to rush the Baron instead. Energy's ready to fight him for it. Baron's still at about 8,000. They're not burning it down quickly. Dokla trying to keep Sven and Berserker away. Fudgel's already popping the Hallowed Mist here in the middle of everybody. Now it's Dokla with a massive 4-man engage. Ignore still looking to disengage himself. Now it's Fudge has to go into the stasis. Sven's taken very low. They're finally going to burst him down. First kill of the fight over to Energy. Blabber's in the middle of everybody, and he has to try to escape with a phase rush, but a nice knockback from Dokla. Now he's all out. Now they're all in. Energy have already found the kills they won't be able to find him. Berserker's the last man standing, and Ignor knocks him down. C9's only got one man left, and Energy racked up a body count. Poppycopter's ready to fly, but where is it gonna land? Oh, nice! Unstoppable from Dokla to guarantee that it won't work. Now Blabber's stuck in the middle. All out from Dokla brings him back into the waiting arms with a nice re-engage coming out from Sven. Energy have to try to regroup now, as they've managed to put a man into the back line, and FBI's taking out Sven. Imanaz and the rest of C9 trying to fire back, but contracts won't drop just yet. Kill back on the Fudge coming out from FBI. Energy are gonna take the fight. They're gonna take the Drake. They're gonna take the Soul. They're gonna take everything from C9. Energy waiting on minion waves. First one arrives here in mid. More are coming up through the sides. 10 seconds left on Fudge. Energy have to decide if they still want to try to force this. Ultis are going to be coming back up soon, but now, yeah, there's the knockback. Counter engage from Sven onto 4. C9 looking for their moment now as they find the damage onto Palafox, but won't be able to kill him off before he goes back into the stasis.
Berserker!
Energy are fighting back as FBI goes unstoppable. Berserker needs to find a whole lot of damage here, but he's going to be shut down instead. Fudge is still snipping as Palafox and Dokla are the last two standing for the side of Energy. C9's last stand, but they're still standing. Energy trying to stay alive as Palafox goes back up the wall. He finds one, but he won't find the last. C9, hold on! Energy knows that they're the ones who can play it more slowly, so C9 are the first to
killing
Imanaz. They're ready to try to go for this. Palafox going after Imanaz. He might just try to end the game. He's already killed the enemy mid laner. The rest of Energy just has to buy some time. Ignor trying to disengage again as C9 goes for the fight. It's a 4v2 here in the middle as Ignor has to get back around the side. FBI trying to get back in the way. They just gotta buy some time. The Nexus turrets are already falling. C9, your Nexus, C9, it's under attack. They may have won the fight, but it's Energy winning the game. LeBlanc, the Tower Terror, will take the Nexus, and Energy will take the game.
Hello, thank you, Captain Flowers. He's amazing, as always. I'm here with Contracts.
Hello.
The nicest guy in the league. I asked everyone I could. I said, what's the goss? What's the tea on Contracts? They didn't have any.
Yeah, so there's another guy that used to be called the nicest guy in the league. His name is Apollo, and he's one of our coaches now. So now that he's not in the LCS, I had to go ahead and take that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice of you. Okay, so no dirty secrets you want to spill right now?
Name a player. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no, how was that game? That game was amazing. Right before we started, he told me that maybe they should have closed it out a little earlier. But what do you think overall?
I think overall, the game was a little bit spicy. I picked a Mumu.
Yeah, what was that pick?
It's just another tank jungle that kind of slots into, the Sejuani, Poppy, Maokai role a little bit. And it has pretty good matchups in this meta against the other junglers. And it's just kind of like a little pocket pick. I saw Spico play it a lot.
Everyone got excited to see it.
Yeah, so I had to pull it out for him,
That was awesome. Well, why are you guys so good against Cloud9? What is it?
They just can't beat me. I'm in their heads. I mean, it's true. Every single time I play against C9, somehow I'm just smurfing.
Be careful what you say. They scare me over there. Like a cult.
Why do they scare you?
Oh, they just run their mouths like nobody's business. You don't think that?
I mean, I used to work for them, so honestly, I know.
Is there anyone in the league that you are afraid of right now?
No, nobody.
Oh my gosh, on top of the world.
Yeah.
Well, do you have any advice for Cloud9 after that game?
Probably have to ban more than Ivern Sejuani against me.
Okay, fair. You need to ban out Contracts in order to win. Now that you guys have won 5 games in a row, what changed? What got you here? What got this ball rolling?
Man, losing to all the bottom teams was just such a such a morale killer for us throughout the split because we know what we're capable of and we know how good we can be, and losing and getting these gold leads and just throwing them over and over again is just it's not something that we want to strive for here at Energy, right? So
I understand.
Yeah, no, we put in a lot of work this past month to improving on those things and just being the best.
It's showed off. It has shown off so far.
That. Thank you.
Your old teammate Poon just started his first. Did I say it wrong? What is it? How do you say it?
It's Poom.
Poom?
Poom.
I'm dyslexic. My M looks like an N.
It happens. It happens.
Started on Dignitas last week, and it didn't go too well. Do you have any words of encouragement for not for Poom, but for Poon?
Hang in there, Poon. I believe in you.
Hang in there, Poon. Well, you went undercover as a silver player. That's something I've been doing for 7 years.
I was doing it for first 3 years of my career. So.
Did you really? Wow, you can move up from silver?
It's possible. It
didn't
takes a
know
lot of
that.
work.
Really?
Yeah, it takes a lot of work. A lot of role swapping for me. What role do you main?
ADC.
ADC? What's your favorite champion?
Jinx.
Jinx? That's a good one. I believe in you.
Thank you.
You can.
I've been
get
there
a
for
good
7
goal.
years.
8th year, that's where you hit
That's
your mark.
my year. I think
Yeah,
it's
it's your
my
year.
year. Did you learn anything while you were down there?
Slash mute all is a really good.
Oh, I won't do that. No way.
Yeah.
No
But you like typing to them? Or-
I do.
Oh.
My
do it
best friend
sometimes.
Poon, I say hi. How's it going down
How's
here?
it going? Yeah.
Exactly. Well, it's time to try the tea
Oh.
and then throw it to an ad break. So hit me with the cheers and we're gonna drink whatever they put in our cups.
We're doing it with.
Do you have any allergies?
Shellfish? Any shellfish in here? Shrimps?
Maybe not.
I hope not.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, well, thank you guys very much. Thank you, amazing job, Contracts. And we're gonna throw it to the break and we'll see you guys later.
Webcam's off in the remote meetings. He's not really paying attention.
Coworkers are asking him how he is. He's like, yep, I'm here. All right, the 4-man dive onto Someday here in the top lane as the Nature's Grasp is not going to lock down Dignitas in time to prevent the death, but it will at least get one back. Oh no, it's only a turret kill on Poom, so it's not a true kill back for 100 Thieves. Quint tried to TP in, but he just turned himself into a gift basket.
Much harder, and we're seeing them fight in bot side.
All right, let's go. Rich is all out. He's ready to take this fight to Someday, who has that third charge of the ulti. Doesn't get enough healing as he'd like from it, and now Tomo jumps in with a killer instinct. There's the Acathian rain, and when it rains, it pours. Tomo picks up the kill. It might just be a flip over the Elder. Closer's still alive, but he's very, very low, and he has no flash. Someday coming in through the pit. Poom in the front line, but Double-Lift's already killed him. Super Mega Inferno Bomb, not going to find it just yet. The Dragon goes the way of Dig. Double-Lift tries to get away. A little bit more damage. Ain't quite going to find him, but there's the Elder shutdown. Dignitas winning the fight. They've already killed 2. Looking for the last bit of them. Rich gets a double kill with the Elder Laser. It's Quid. Double-Lift and Closer down. Someday and Busio have to hold 2v4.
We're here. My other one broke. Happy birthday, Double-Lift!
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, yes.
I think, did we
want
get
me
the
to-
right person for this?
No, I thought because
You thought 100 Thieves was gonna win.
No, I didn't. I thought.
You promise?
I promise. I thought because it's his birthday, it would only be nice after you beat him on his birthday
Yeah,
to make
of course.
to make him a cake.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're just gonna talk. We're gonna hang out while we do make a cake. And since he is the greatest of all time, we're just gonna make
Talking
it
about me, right?
Double-Lift.
Oh.
We're just gonna make it like gold, and we're gonna put like a goat on it. And we're gonna say happy birthday, Peter. And
We're putting a goat on it?
yeah, for like
Okay.
greatest of all time.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. But you are my favorite Danish mid laner. I've always said that for the record. I've been very vocal about you being my favorite Danish mid laner.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
So I'm
Jackson,
excited
right?
to have you here. How does it feel to beat Double-Lift on his birthday?
It's a bit messed up, I think.
Yeah?
We should have given him the win.
Do you feel bad?
Not really.
Okay, great. That's really nice of you. I learned you have a player on your team whose name is Poon. Do you like that name?
Poom?
Yeah.
I think it's all right.
Do you like him?
It's like very satisfying to say in a way. I don't know why. Just Poom. It's just natural.
It is. It is
Yeah.
really natural to say
Yeah.
Poom like that.
Yeah.
He just joined. And how's it having him? Now you're gonna do what I just did.
The same thing?
Yeah, we only have one of those. This is called a drip. It's a gold drip.
Okay. He's been great. I actually really like Poom, yeah.
Okay, great. And do you think he's helped turn your team around?
I actually think so, yeah. I think he has a very clear idea in the game on how it should be played. So I have a hard time doing this and talking at the same time. But,
It's okay. That's part of the challenge. And
but I think he's been helping us a lot, actually. I really like Poom.
and that was your first Ziggs game, is that correct?
I believe so.
We did the research in the back.
Okay.
We were Googling it, and it was your very, very first. Where'd that come from? Here.
Well, I didn't actually plan on playing it, but then I just tried it yesterday, and it actually looked fine. So then I was like, we could just pick it.
So you just tried it yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I have obviously played the champion before,
Wow.
but in practice, yeah.
That was impressive.
Thank you.
Feel free to add the gold sprinkles, because the goat, he deserves gold. You know how it is.
Of course, yeah.
A lot of people in chat have changed the Giga Chad to the Giga Rich. How is it like playing with him?
Oh, Rich is fantastic.
Oh, that is silver. Jensen.
What? You gave me this.
Jensen.
You set me up.
I didn't. I see
This was
now
not me.
that you think Peter is silver when he's clearly gold. Not in playing. He's better than gold, I think.
You sure? I played with him
do you
before.
mean?
I don't know. I mean,
It looks
yeah,
good.
okay.
He'll like it. Now, with,
is he eating this?
yeah, I bet.
Okay.
It's the least he deserves after you beat him on his birthday.
Of course, yeah.
Now you're just gonna draw a goat on it.
Oh, I'm drawing a goat.
Yeah, with that.
Okay.
You know,
I
goat.
might need some inspiration here.
How
do you draw a goat?
I don't know if my goat's gonna look good either. Oh boy, it's not. Yours will be better than this. But you have been in the league for a really long time.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that you miss having around town? You miss saying hi to?
I don't know. I've had a lot of like really great people to play with. Speaking of the goat, I think he's actually a really fun guy to be around. But how do I do this? Yeah.
This is clearly a goat.
But I don't even know how to use these. What do I
Do you
press?
need help? Here we go. So you're just gonna squeeze from the top.
Okay, I got it.
How often are you in the kitchen?
Every day, as you can see.
Really?
No, never.
Okay. Have you ever baked anything before?
Not really.
Okay, what about art?
That wasn't my strongest suit.
Yeah, well, it doesn't show too much.
You sure?
Yeah, I mean, your goat does kind of look like my goat, so it's not too, well, actually, your goat looks like a polar bear a little bit.
Same
Like
thing, right?
Hit by a car.
I can't.
Global warming has affected your polar bear severely.
Well, I need to give him ice.
Last split, this is some drama. I'm here to start drama. That's my job. Yeah, last split, I was in the makeup room with Dignitas. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And it smelled really bad in there. Who was that on your team that smelled so bad? You can say it. This
Have
is
you
safe
been there
place.
recently?
They won't watch this. No, not today. So it was an old teammate?
Maybe. Could be.
Ooh, name
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
You can't?
No.
Wow. You heard it here first, guys. Jensen's afraid. He is afraid. Santorin just got engaged. Did you tell him congratulations?
Yeah, I did.
If you were to give a speech at his wedding, what would you say?
I'm
writing happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Okay.
Yeah.
A speech for his wedding? I'm saving that for the wedding.
Oh, it's going to be really awkward if he doesn't ask you to do a speech now.
Or invite me.
Or invite you. That's true.
How do you... Okay, happy...
How do you spell happy birthday? Is that what you're going to ask?
No. Don't worry about it.
Okay. If this was your birthday, would you like this cake?
Yeah, I think so.
Really? You have low standards, it seems.
If I'm eating yours, yeah.
What?
I can't. How do you type? This is good enough.
That is good enough. Okay, last question. There's a challenge going on right now on the internet. It's going wild. It's called I'll Have What You're Having. You go to a fast food restaurant and you said, I'll have what they're having, and you get whatever the people in front of you got.
Okay.
If your team were to go to that, how many restaurants do you think you guys could conquer? The current record is 11.
Wait, so you're eating 11?
Fast food, 11 fast food restaurants, whatever the people in front of you ordered.
I mean, I can't eat very much.
Oh.
So probably like 2.
Well, they wouldn't win that challenge, but you have cinched yourselves into playoffs. You guys are in playoffs as of this game. I watched Emily's cool screen and the buttons and the things, and it was very cool. Let's show them our cakes for Peter.
Do we have to?
You should. It's about time. There we go. Yes. That is really good. People in the studio are laughing at you.
No, I don't think they're laughing at you.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Mine is perfect. It's great.
Yours is really good. Well, thank you, Jensen. Good job today. That game was amazing to watch. You guys didn't let them come back, and it was kind of mean because it was Double If's birthday, but it's okay. We'll forgive you.
Why didn't you invite him anyways?
Why didn't I invite him?
Yeah.
Because he just lost. Be sympathetic.
Okay, yeah.
Come on.
I actually wished him happy birthday on stage, but I wasn't sure if it was BM, so now I'm like not sure if that was a good thing to do or not.
You're like, am I starting drama?
No, I didn't want to be BM, but I was
Yeah.
like, I didn't see him, so I was like, happy birthday.
Oh, at the end of the game? After you beat him?
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if it was BM or not. It just like, I just saw him, I was like, oh, I didn't wish him happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I hope you liked that game.
Yeah, I'm like, now I'm like, should I have done that?
Well, I think you did your best. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Thank you for being on. It was an amazing day. Thank you for having me, LCS. And we're going to send it back to the analysts to close the day out. Bye, guys.
With his Poppy, but they're going for more.
Multi-stun into the back, tactical flashes, but cannot escape the ignite and more. Shaden drawing first blood in his first game here in the LCS. Teleport now by Solo, looking to sandwich. There's the Featherstorm from Unforgiven. Solo's made his way to the party. Stun up on one means Kenvy's already gone down. Some focus on the Dragon still as Solo into the back of the pit takes out Ayla. It's the support for the jungler, and with no jungler for Immortals, Evil Geniuses take the Dragon.
Yes.
And yes, splitting the Dragons between the two, Shaden and Ayla. Using the speed boost to remain in pursuit of Kenby. Already popped the shield, so now bringing down the paranoia to try and give an advantage their way. Flashed away from Poppy as Shaden eliminated by Immortal.
Ayla flank, he loves to do this.
And the rotation coming through from Immortals. Ayla looking for the angle, and downtown Kenby has arrived, but not for long. Evil Geniuses punishing the dive here. No need to connect with the Keeper's Verdict just yet. Shaden moving on forward to target Tactical. Has to pop the Killer Instinct. And now even with the speed, Treats wants to keep him safe, but cannot do so.
Oh my God.
Evil Geniuses venturing forward and pressuring across mid as well as Unforgiven finishes off the turret. A double kill here for JoJo. So we'll see.
Nice force. Ayla's in good flank position as well. So if Immortals tries to step up, Revenge is going to back up to try and TP, and Ayla's going to get a flank. EG wants to fight this.
And Solo is on watchful duty. There's the teleport coming in from Revenge, as well as Solo here to match. Paranoia drawn, can be going into the back line. But here, Unforgiven still stands strong, uses the Featherstorm Balulu, taking out Jojo Piondo. Needlework slicing through Balulu for the return. Double kill from Revenge as Evil Geniuses take the fight and now turn towards Baron.
But he didn't make any big mistakes, and he was able to support the rest of the team as they try and close the game right here.
And joining the onslaught of Evil Geniuses, encroach upon Immortals territory, double root from Unforgiven, and the knockup here to follow. Tactical's back from the base to see if he can take someone down with him, but after Shaden goes golden, there's not much of a target. Another watch popped here as Revenge with the Zonias is feeling good and protected. Evil Geniuses bouncing back from a 4-game loss streak, sticking it to Immortals to kick off this first week.
Hi, guys. Well, thank you, Gabby. I'm here with JoJo, the mid laner for Evil Geniuses. You just won. How do you think you did?
I think we did fine. I think, I don't know, I think.
So, BM. Okay.
I think we made too many mistakes later on, but
Okay.
especially me, I don't know, but I couldn't focus because, like, they weren't really playing the game, so it's kind
Right.
of like I was just playing against, like, I don't know, it just didn't feel like a real game, so it was hard for us to focus since they weren't really trying to punish us, so yeah.
Okay, so it's too easy for you. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, I don't want to, like, say that after going 0-4, you know, like, because, like, we were playing bad the last few weeks, so, I mean, but today it felt pretty easy, yeah.
Okay, because I heard you were ready for the MVP. Is that true?
I don't know, maybe, probably, but
Okay.
after now, like, I really got to perform this week, you know?
You don't need to be shy on the couch. You can talk about anything. You can
We can
tell me
talk
if you
about anything?
deserve it.
I mean, I think I deserve it, but after the last week, I don't know if I deserve it anymore. We just have to see this week, you know, if I play well and who plays well this week. It just depends.
Well, good thing they don't give MVP mid-season, I guess. Well, I had some more questions for you. Everyone's been talking about it, and I'm here for the answer because it's tea time.
Okay.
Were you the reason that the rest of your team got replaced? Was that you?
I mean, honestly, I just told my GM in the offseason, like, I don't want to play with these players. You know, they're holding me back, so just
Yeah.
fire all my players and my teammates, and, you know, we're going to get first. And it's kind of what happened, you know?
It's
basically.
true. Okay, then all the rumors are true. Believe them. I know you got fined at Worlds for wearing those Crocs. I see
Yeah.
you're still wearing them. Did you learn anything?
I mean, it was messed up. Like, they told me before the game I can wear my Crocs on stage, so I'm like, okay. And then when I get on stage, they, like, pause the game, and they're like, you can't wear the Crocs. Or, I don't know, it was just messed up. And they're like, you can't wear the Crocs anymore. So I don't know why they changed. I don't know if they have something against me, but
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
But now I'm allowed to wear it again, so.
Do you think they help you play better? Show them off. Show them to everyone.
I think they definitely help
Look
me
at
play better because
them.
it's just comfort, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I gotta see, you know? So, like, it just doesn't get me kind of stressed out because it just tells me, like, oh, I'm just playing in comfort mode, you know?
Yeah, maybe you should have told your old teammates to wear Crocs. Maybe it would have helped.
Actually, they all wore Crocs after, so didn't work out for them though.
Okay, that's fine. And so you do think it helps you. Did you want to try the tea? It looks so good.
Yeah, it looks
You can try it. I won't.
You don't want to try it?
No.
We have to try it together. Like, you can't, you know? All right, we go at the same time?
Yum. Yeah, cheers.
All right, let's go.
Oh, my. Yum. Only
Wow.
the best here
That's great.
for you, JoJo. You guys have snapped your losing streak. Is EG back?
I mean, we versed the Immortals today, so like, I mean, if we lost, if we lost today, it's actually like, it's over, you know?
Okay.
Like, I think it would have been, I don't want to say a bad word, but it would have been bad, you know? So
Yeah, you can't have
think
another fine.
Yeah, so I think today was we had to win situation because like, we're expected to win. So
Right.
I think definitely the momentum is coming back.
Perfect. You're playing TSM and Team Liquid this week, meaning you'll be up against 2 more NA mid laners. What do you think of Insanity and APA?
I mean, I don't know, honestly. Like,
You don't think about them?
they're NA mids, so obviously that's cool to watch. Like, they're from NA and they're playing well, I'm pretty sure, right now. So I haven't really versed them ever that much. I really didn't think too much of them before, but now they're playing well, so who knows, they can surprise me, right?
Yeah. Are you worried about anyone in NA?
Just me and my team, honestly. I'm just worried about like how we play, because if we play well, I think we can beat anyone, you know?
Yeah. GOAT mentality. You guys heard it here first. Is EG going to Worlds?
I mean, it's top 4 now, right? There's no way we don't get top 4, right? Like, there's no way we can't go to
throw
Worlds.
if you're like tired. If you don't want to go anymore, you could just.
Actually, that's true.
start
It's like a long
throwing.
off season. It's like a 5-month vacation or something. So, and I might just not want to go. It depends, you know. It depends how I feel. But if we want to go, then I think we should be able to go.
Right. Okay. And what happened to the perm? This is a personal question. I miss
Bro,
it.
I don't know. My last perm, they made it way too curly, so it just looked messed up. So now I'm just, and it's way too much to like maintain. So now I just wake up, I just get like an Edgar cut right now, and it's just easy to maintain, you know. So yeah.
Wow, it's not hard to be JoJo, everybody. You're built perfect. You're ready to take on the teams. And thank you for coming on here. I really, really appreciate it. We're gonna send off to the commercial break. We'll see you guys later. Thank you.
Could be a dicey one. APA now in some trouble though, with River and Gory. Hard miss drawn down, flash for flash.
Wow.
APA, the subject of first blood drawn from River.
Remember how I talked to you about the... Oh, there's a fight.
Oh, hold up. Flay gets the flash from Stixay Moonlight Vigil, sets up some damage, and the heal for the speed up. Both summoners used by JJ cannot land the death sentence on the re-engage. Oh, wow. Gory falling into some trouble across mid.
Oh, that's huge.
Dash away from Pioshik, but followed up by River. Looking to get another hit with the Q, and it's good. River now at 3 kills.
So he thought maybe he'd get away there. Unfortunately, no.
Oh, lock onto Huhi, who crash downs away from it, stuns both with the Q, and now Summit venturing forward. Licorice was waiting with the lead. Double stun onto Core JJ, and Summit heal has been popped. Huhi trying to go on back in, goes golden, leaves an opening for Licorice to hop onto Summit before being knocked down back. A stun onto stun after stun after stun to make kill for kill. Poor JJ fallen, and Licorice going right into the grave with Huhi. Even though there was that lead for Summit, it's just now that we're starting to see him in the thick of it with the rest of the team. Licorice hopping on back, wants to keep this turret alive, but Pioshik queuing in. River is here in the mist.
They got him.
He starts to come through with a Heartbreaker. Now River's come to play with Gory on the teleport. Emperor's Divide to knock Pioshik into River's grasp. The reset is good, and Core JJ will be the next to fall. Gory picks up the kill, and it's back swinging with Golden Guardians over 3,000 gold lead.
That's pretty standard Baron play. Oh, they're actually just diving too now.
Okay.
Bot side, oh, there you go. River's gonna pop off again. Yawn trying to escape. A flay away from Core JJ keeps him safe. Death sentence lands onto Gory, but they're going for the turret now.
I think that's kind of just I guess the best way to play League, right?
Try and fight here. That's interesting.
They won
Yes,
it.
GA.
River goes in, followed up by Gory. Yan steps back to Moonlight Vigil, but River finds him in the end, and who he zoned up. APA Summit goes into stasis. A GA popped here as well for the GG side. Double kill afforded to Gory, and Golden Guardians, they get the ace, and they're looking to take the game.
Thank you again, Gabby. We are here with Huhi from Golden Guardians, the support. How was that game for you? It was amazing.
It was pretty easy
Okay.
than expected. I think River found a really good angle early in mid, and also I got to punish with him. So yeah, we knew after we gave 2 kills to Gory lane, we kind of won. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even prepare questions for the other teams.
Okay.
So you guys killed it. You did amazing. I did ask chat what they wanted to know. They mostly just wanted to know if APA was balding. So I was curious what you thought of his haircut.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
He also, before the game started, we can see his icon, and he had like a Braum emote. We were telling him that he looked like it, and then he laughed as well. So
Okay,
we were
good.
having a pretty fun moment there.
Good. I'm happy that that led to the win for you. The Jack curse is finally broken. You guys have won. Do you feel like you're on a streak now?
I hope not. Usually when we have a streak, we usually lose after. So our idea was we wanted to have a losing streak going into playoffs so that we can win in the important matches.
Okay.
But I think we're going to do our best to break that.
Are you feeling good about the series versus Cloud9?
Always versus Cloud9, we somehow lose. So right now, I think they're our biggest competition for sure. So I hope that we can break that mental edge as well.
Does the trash talk ever get to you? Because I know Fudge and Blabber, they've got big mouths. Is that what holds you back?
In the beginning, yeah. In the beginning, it was. But when it was happening like 3 or 4 like playoff matches versus them, at that point, I'm like, whatever. But
You're like, I can't shut him up. What am I supposed to do? Rumor has it that before the games, you asked some of your team to 1v1 with you. Is that true?
yeah,
Did you 1v1 anyone today?
Eric, Licorice.
Did you beat him?
I did beat him.
Perfect. Who do you usually beat the most?
Usually no one wants to 1v1 me for some reason. So, I mean, I get it because I'm a support player. If they lose, you know, like, obviously, like, it's not good. But I'm just doing it for fun. And yeah, Eric was always taking my challenge now.
Okay, I like that. End of the season is coming up, right? Do you have any advice for any low elo players that are trying to rank up right now?
To low yellow players.
Somebody, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to just enjoy the game. You know, for me, especially after I joined Golden Guardians, like I'm just enjoying more, and then I'm also finding more success internationally too. So yeah, I'm just hoping that even solo queue players can do the same.
Okay, I like that advice. That's very sweet. I've heard that you do the most shot calling on your team. Is that true?
A little bit.
Okay. Does the pressure ever get to you to make sure that you're making the right decision?
Yeah, I mean, it does. When we were having like a rough mid game, especially, I was thinking by myself that I stopped doing a lot of talking in the game. I just randomly thought of that while I was showering, and the next day, like I tried to turn it up, and now I think going into playoff, it's getting to the right stage.
Amazing. Well, I'm excited for you guys. I'm excited to see where you go. We're going to throw it back to break, but thank you so much, Huhi. An amazing game. Thank you guys.
Always got to count them. In every Nico game, we got to count them.
How many caster minions are supposed to be in a brush?
Ooh, Insanity with the flash for the engage, and Boogie's ready to follow it up. It's first blood over to TSM, and they found it on the enemy jungler. Now I'm thinking it's green light for the Drake.
That was a really big kill. Get the first blood. It's on the enemy jungler, as you say, so they're going to be able to grab this dragon. FlyQuest had started to open up a pretty large gold advantage, but they're going to look for another fight.
Ooh, Vulcan just gets jumped on by Chime, but Chime's the one to drop. Nicely done from FlyQuest.
Guys, we're back to live, and Insanity's looking like he's gone.
He's trying to get away from the depth charge, but it ain't happening. Vulcan gets the kill. They wanted to give it to Vikla, but you'll still take a freebie. FlyQuest up over 2,000 gold.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to get probably a plate mid lane, if not 2. We'll see if they go for more here on Chime.
Ooh, nice aim there with the dredge line from Vulcan, avoiding the terrain, but still connecting on target with the damage over the wall from Vikla's shock blast. That makes it the 3rd kill of the game for Fly, but Vikla's now under pressure. Immediate follow-up from Boogie. Vikla just shouldn't have been there.
Done it. But, you know, I can understand not expecting Xante to be there as Turtle's just getting roasted.
Oh my goodness, Impact just cooks him. It's Yordle for dinner. And now TSM is trying to kill the chef. Can they get him? Boogie's gonna drop second. Impact says send more men. He is absolutely styling. More here. TSM's bringing a TP into the bottom side. Insanity's ready to try to cut these guys off. FlyQuest recognized and want to escape off to the side. They immediately turn it right back onto Boogie, who dies instantly. Insanity took back in with the dredge line. TSM can't do a thing.
Absolutely. Spica here on the coverage, but is in trouble.
Spica gonna be jumped on by 3 now. Tries to get back away. Cover fire coming in from Vikla. TSM got no Boogie drops second. Haunter barely escaped. Now the damage back at Eternal as he rocket jumps over the wall, trying to get himself out as Insanity pops the Blossom, but it ain't gonna do a damn thing. Going for the recall. He wants to get back now, but there's already a Nexus turret out of the picture. Maokai ulti flies out, locks down only one from FlyQuest, and it's only the support. Paranoia dropped by Boogie, but the equalizer from Impact's gonna do a whole lot more. Insanity's already in stasis, Spica doing the same. Turtle melts, Insanity can't escape. Boogie's hit with a depth charge, and he won't be able to make it back to the fountain before Vikla breaks his jaw with the hammer. It's a double kill back over to FlyQuest mid laner. They are not down yet. They will not go quietly. FlyQuest taking out TSM in 25 minutes.
Congratulations, Impact, on the win.
Thank you.
Wanted to get a quick interview with you because you dominated this game in lane, and there was that that was the double kill bot lane in a 1v3 situation. How'd they feel?
I got confused because I thought they know it can kill me. Like after Twister get chunk, like I just gone. So I thought like they're trolling because Maokai was too far to die me that timing, and Twister really want to get turret. So I saw the anger and like nah, that's not good for them. And after. I can 1v2 again, but I misplayed my ulti.
So you're down on yourself because you do more. You could do more.
Yeah?
Okay, so tell me about the preparation coming into this week, because the chances for FlyQuest, I don't know if you've been shutting it out, but like it seems like it's going to be a really tough run getting into that top 8 position in the playoffs. What was your team's preparation like going into this week and your own preparation?
Honestly, I don't care about like my team like that much because like it's not like that mean. Like if I care team too much, then I cannot care myself more. So I'm trying to focus myself more about I should not get depression. Like 3% chance, 3% still.
Yeah.
I mean 3% is actually chance. So
yeah.
And I just try my best. That's my job, you know.
That sounds good. Any message to the fans out there? Because it seemed like focusing on yourself definitely was able to get you a win on this one. So just a message to the fans.
I mean, yeah, cheer for us. That's all. You know, I really do.
For us. There it is. More wins coming in like that. Thanks a lot, Impact. Again, 100% congratulations on that win. And we're going to be going to a commercial break immediately after. Energy versus Cloud9 following this.
Now Contract's coming back in mid as M&S just says, nope, I'm running away. Back down into the bot side. River flash away from the bandage toss. M&S survives. Yes, he's going to miss out on some minions, which is pretty important, but now Fudge is ready to skip down into the mid lane here. Nice use of the Hallowed Mist to avoid the bandage toss from Contracts. Remember that Contracts already flashed here. He's got no way out. Accelerated Shock Blast going to give M&S the assist on Fudge's first blood.
Using that bot lane to just roam up and constantly force his Blabber's looking.
Blabber forcing out the Featherstorm from FBI, so at least that's not available. But now Palafox getting jumped on by M&S, but he's in a 4v1. M&S, that's not where you need to be, and FBI's getting the money this time.
That was
Aaron starting up here for Cloud9.
Yeah, C9 are saying, we know they're on the Dragon. Let's try to rush the Baron instead. Energy's ready to fight him for it. Baron's still at about 8,000. They're not burning it down quickly. Dokla trying to keep Sven and Berserker away. Fudgel's already popping the Hallowed Mist here in the middle of everybody. Now it's Dokla with a massive 4-man engage. Ignore still looking to disengage himself. Now it's Fudge has to go into the stasis. Sven's taken very low. They're finally going to burst him down. First kill of the fight over to Energy. Blabber's in the middle of everybody, and he has to try to escape with a phase rush, but a nice knockback from Dokla. Now he's all out. Now they're all in. Energy have already found the kills they need, and they still want more. M&S trying to fight back. Berserker goes on a killing spree and picks up Dokla. M&S chasing after the enemy AD carry, but he won't be able to find him. Berserker's the last man standing, and Ignore knocks him down. C9's only got 1 man left, and Energy racked up a body count. Poppycopter's ready to fly, but where is it going to land? Oh, nice! Unstoppable from Dokla to guarantee that it won't work. Now Blabber's stuck in the middle. All out from Dokla brings him back into the waiting arms with a nice re-engage coming out from Sven. Energy have to try to regroup now as they've managed to put a man into the back line, and FBI's taking out Sven. M&S and the rest of C9 trying to fire back, but Contracts won't drop just yet. Kill back on the Fudge coming out from FBI. Energy are going to take the fight. They're going to take the Drake. They're going to take the Soul. They're going to take everything from C9. Energy waiting on minion waves. First one arrives here in mid. More are coming up through the sides. 10 seconds left on Fudge. Energy have to decide if they still want to try to force this. Ultis are going to be coming back up soon, but now, yeah, there's the knockback. Counter engage from Sven onto 4. C9 looking for their moment now as they find the damage onto Palafox, but won't be able to kill him off before he goes back into the stasis. Berserker! Here fighting back as FBI goes unstoppable. careful. Berserker needs to find a whole lot of damage here, but he's going to be shut down instead. Fudge is still snipping as Palavox and Dokla are the last two standing for the side of Energy. C9's last stand, but they're still standing. Energy trying to stay alive as Palavox goes back up the wall. He finds one, but he won't fall alive. C9, hold on! Energy knows that they're the ones who can play it more slowly, so C9 are the first
is
to
killing
Drake pit.
M&S.
They're ready to try to go for this. Palavox going after M&S. He might just try to end the game. He's already killed the enemy mid laner. The rest of Energy just has to buy some time. Ignar trying to disengage again as C9 goes for the fight. It's a 4v2 here in the middle as Ignar has to get back around the side. FBI trying to get
Someone
back in
has
the
to go
way.
back.
They just gotta buy some time. The Nexus turrets are already falling. C9, your Nexus, C9, it's under attack. They may have won the fight, but it's Energy winning the game. LeBlanc, the Tower Terror, will take the Nexus, and Energy will take the game.
Hello. Thank you, Captain Flowers. He's amazing, as always. I'm here with Contracts.
Hello.
The nicest guy in the league. I asked everyone I could. I said, what's the goss? What's the tea on Contracts? They didn't have any.
Yeah, so there's another guy that used to be called the nicest guy in the league. His name is Apollo, and he's one of our coaches now. So now that he's not in the LCS, I had to go ahead and take that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice of you. Okay, so no dirty secrets you want to spill right now?
Name a player. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no, how was that game? That game was amazing. Right before we started, he told me that maybe they should have closed it out a little earlier. But what do you think overall?
I think overall, the game was a little bit spicy. I picked a Mumu.
Yeah, what was that pick?
It's just another tank jungle that kind of slots into, the Sejuani, Poppy, Maokai role a little bit. And it has pretty good matchups in this meta against the other junglers. And it's just kind of like a little pocket pick. I saw Spico play it a lot.
Everyone got excited to see it.
Yeah, so I had to pull it out for him,
That was awesome. Well, why are you guys so good against Cloud9? What is it?
They just can't beat me. I'm in their heads. I mean, it's true. Every single time I play against C9, somehow I'm just smurfing.
Be careful what you say. They scare me over there. Like a cult.
Why do they scare you?
Oh, they just run their mouths like nobody's business. You don't think that?
I mean, I used to work for them, so honestly, I know.
Is there anyone in the league that you are afraid of right now?
No, nobody.
Oh my gosh, on top of the world.
Yeah.
Well, do you have any advice for Cloud9 after that game?
Probably have to ban more than Ivern Sejuani against me.
Okay, fair. You need to ban out Contracts in order to win. Now that you guys have won 5 games in a row, what changed? What got you here? What got this ball rolling?
Man, losing to all the bottom teams was just such a such a morale killer for us throughout the split because we know what we're capable of and we know how good we can be, and losing and getting these gold leads and just throwing them over and over again is just it's not something that we want to strive for here at Energy, right? So
I understand.
Yeah, no, we put in a lot of work this past month to improving on those things and just being the best.
It showed off. It has shown off so far.
That. Thank you.
Your old teammate Poon just started his first. Did I say it wrong? What is it? How do you say it?
It's Poom.
Poom?
Poom.
I'm dyslexic. My M looks like an N. Poom.
It happens.
Started on Dignitas last week, and it didn't go too well. Do you have any words of encouragement for not for Poom, but for Poon?
Hang in there, Poon. I believe in you.
Hang in there, Poon. Well, you went undercover as a silver player. That's something I've been doing for 7 years.
I was doing it for first 3 years of my career. So.
Did you really? Wow, you can move up from silver?
It's possible. It takes a lot of work.
Really?
Yeah, it takes a lot of work. A lot of role swapping for me. What role do you main?
ADC.
ADC. What's your favorite champion?
Jinx.
Jinx. That's a good one. I believe in you.
Thank you.
You can.
I've been there for 7 years.
8th year. That's where you hit your mark.
That's my year. I think it's my year. Did you learn anything while you were down there?
Slash mute all is a really good.
Oh, I won't do that. No way.
Yeah.
No
What, you like typing to them? Or?
I do.
Oh.
My
do it
best
sometimes.
friend Poon. I say hi. How's it going down
How's
here?
it going?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's time to try the tea.
Oh.
And then throw it to an ad break. So hit me with the cheers, and we're gonna drink whatever they put in our cups.
We're doing it with.
Do you have any allergies?
Shellfish. Any shellfish in here? Shrimps?
Maybe not.
I hope not.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, well, thank you guys very much. Thank you, amazing job, Contracts. And we're gonna throw it to the break, and we'll see you guys later.
Webcam's off in the remote meetings. He's not really paying attention.
Coworkers are asking him how he is. He's like, yep, I'm here. All right, the four-man dive onto Someday here in the top lane as the Nature's Grasp is not going to lock down Dignitas in time to prevent the death, but it will at least get one back. Oh no, it's only a turret kill on Poom, so it's not a true kill back for 100 Thieves. Quint tried to TP in, but he just turned himself into a gift basket.
Much harder, and we're seeing them fight in bot side.
All right, let's go. Rich is all out. He's ready to take this fight to Someday, who has that third charge of the ulti. Doesn't get enough healing as he'd like from it, and now Tomo jumps in with a killer instinct. There's the Acathian rain, and when it rains, it pours. Tomo picks up the kill. It might just be a flip over the Elder. Closer's still alive, but he's very, very low, and he has no flash. Someday coming in through the pit. Poom in the front line, but Double-Lift's already killed him. Super Mega Inferno Bomb, not going to find it just yet. The Dragon goes the way of Dig. Double-Lift tries to get away. A little bit more damage. Ain't quite going to find him, but there's the Elder shutdown. Dignitas winning the fight. They've already killed two. Looking for the last bit of them. Rich gets a double kill with the Elder Laser. It's Quint. Double-Lift and Closer down. Someday and Busio have to hold 2v4.
We're here. My other one broke. Happy birthday, Double-Lift.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
I think, did we get the right person for this?
No, I thought because
You thought 100 Thieves was going to win.
No, I didn't. I thought.
You promise?
I promise. I thought because it's his birthday, it would only be nice after you beat him on his birthday
Yeah,
to make
of
him
course.
to make him a cake.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're just gonna talk. We're gonna hang out while we do make a cake. And since he is the greatest of all time, we're just gonna make
You're talking about me, right?
Double-Lift.
Oh.
We're just gonna make it like gold, and we're gonna put like a goat on it. And we're gonna say happy birthday, Peter. And
We're putting a goat on it?
yeah, for like
Okay.
greatest of all time.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. But you are my favorite Danish mid laner. I've always said that for the record. I've been very vocal about you being my favorite Danish mid laner.
Yeah. Yeah,
So I'm
Jackson,
excited
right?
to have you here. How does it feel to beat Double-Lift on his birthday?
It's a bit messed up, I think.
Yeah?
We should have given him the win.
Do you feel bad?
Not really.
Okay, great. That's really nice of you. I learned you have a player on your team whose name is Poon. Do you like that name?
Poom?
Yeah.
I think it's all right.
Do you like him?
It's like very satisfying to say in a way. I don't know why. Just Poom. It's just natural.
It is.
Yeah.
It is really natural to say
Yeah.
Poom like that.
Yeah.
He just joined. And how's it having him? Now you're gonna do what I just did.
The same thing?
Yeah, we only have one of those. This is called a drip. It's a gold drip.
Okay. He's been great. I actually really like Poom, yeah.
Okay, great. Do you think he's helped turn your team around?
I actually think so, yeah. I think he has a very clear idea in the game on how it should be played. So I have a hard time doing this and talking at the same time. But,
It's okay. That's part of the challenge. And
but I think he's been helping us a lot, actually. I really like Poom.
and that was your first Ziggs game, is that correct?
I believe so.
We did the research in the back.
Okay.
We were Googling it, and it was your very, very first. Where'd that come from? Here.
Well, I didn't actually plan on playing it, but then I just tried it yesterday, and it actually looked fine. So then I was like, we could just pick it.
So you just tried it yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I have obviously played the champion before.
Wow.
But in practice, yeah.
That was impressive.
Thank you.
Feel free to add the gold sprinkles, because the goat, he deserves gold. You know how it is.
Of course, yeah.
A lot of people in chat have changed the Giga Chad to the Giga Rich. How is it like playing with him?
Oh, Rich is fantastic.
Oh, that is silver. Jensen.
Well, you gave me this.
Jensen.
You set me up.
I didn't. I see
This was
now
not me.
that you think Peter is silver when he's clearly gold. Not in playing. He's better than gold, I think.
You sure? I played with him
do you
before.
mean?
I don't know. I mean,
It looks
yeah,
good.
okay.
He'll like it. Now,
is he eating this?
yeah, I bet.
Okay.
It's the least he deserves after you beat him on his birthday.
Of course, yeah.
Now you're just gonna draw a goat on it.
Oh, I'm drawing a goat.
Yeah, with that.
Okay.
You know,
I
goat.
might need some inspiration here.
How
do you draw a goat?
I don't know if my goat's gonna look good either. Oh boy, it's not. Yours will be better than this. But you have been in the league for a really long time.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that you miss having around town? You miss saying hi to?
I don't know. I've had a lot of like really great people to play with. Speaking of the GOAT, I think he's actually a really fun guy to be around. But how do I do this? Yeah.
This is clearly a GOAT.
But I don't even know how to use these. What do I press?
Do you need help? Here we go. So you're just gonna squeeze from the top.
Okay, I got it.
How often are you in the kitchen?
Every day, as you can see.
Really?
No, never.
Okay. Have you ever baked anything before?
Not really.
Okay, what about art?
That wasn't my strongest suit.
Yeah, well, it doesn't show too much.
You sure?
Yeah, I mean, your goat does kind of look like my goat, so it's not too, well, actually, your goat looks like a polar bear a little bit.
Same thing, right?
Hit by a car.
I can't.
Global warming has affected your polar bear severely.
Well, I need to give him ice.
Last split, this is some drama. I'm here to start drama. That's my job. Yeah, last split, I was in the makeup room with Dignitas. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And it smelled really bad in there. Who was that on your team that smelled so bad? You can say it. This
Have
is
you
safe
been there
place.
recently?
They won't watch this. No, not today. So it was an old teammate?
Maybe. Could be.
Ooh, name
I'm not sure.
You can't?
No.
Wow. You heard it here first, guys. Jensen's afraid. He is afraid. Santorin just got engaged. Did you tell him congratulations?
Yeah, I did.
If you were to give a speech at his wedding, what would you say? I'm writing happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Okay.
Yeah.
A speech for his wedding? I'm saving that for the wedding.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be really awkward if he doesn't ask you to do a speech now.
Or invite me.
Or invite you. That's true.
How do you... Okay, happy...
How do you spell happy birthday? Is that what you're going to ask?
No. Don't worry about it.
Okay. If this was your birthday, would you like this cake?
Yeah, I think so.
Really? You have low standards, it seems.
If I'm eating yours, yeah.
What?
I can't. How do you type? This is good enough.
That is good enough. Okay, last question. There's a challenge going on right now on the internet. It's going wild. It's called I'll Have What You're Having. You go to a fast food restaurant and you said, I'll have what they're having, and you get whatever the people in front of you got.
Okay.
If your team were to go to that, how many restaurants do you think you guys could conquer? The current record is 11.
Wait, so you're eating 11?
Fast food, 11 fast food restaurants, whatever the people in front of you ordered.
I mean, I can't eat very much.
Oh.
So probably like 2.
Well, they wouldn't win that challenge, but you have cinched yourselves into playoffs. You guys are in playoffs as of this game. I watched Emily's cool screen and the buttons and the things, and it was very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Let's show them our cakes for Peter.
Do we have to?
You should. It's about time. There we go. Yes. That is really good. People in the studio are laughing at you.
No, I don't think they're laughing at you.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Mine is perfect. It's great.
Yours is really good. Well, thank you, Jensen. Good job today. That game was amazing to watch. You guys didn't let them come back, and it was kind of mean because it was Double-If's birthday, but it's okay. We'll forgive you.
Why didn't you invite him anyways?
Why didn't I invite him?
Yeah.
Because he just lost. Be sympathetic.
Okay, yeah.
Come on.
I actually wished him happy birthday on stage, but I wasn't sure if it was BM, so now I'm like not sure if that was a good thing to do or not.
You're like, am I starting drama?
No, I didn't want to be BM, but I was
Yeah.
like, I didn't see him, so I was like, happy birthday.
Oh, at the end of the game? After you beat him?
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if it was BM or not. It just like, I just saw him, I was like, oh, I didn't wish him happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I hope you liked that game.
Yeah, I'm like, now I'm like, should I have done that?
Well, I think you did your best. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Thank you for being on. It was an amazing day. Thank you for having me, LCS. And we're going to send it back to the analysts to close the day out. Bye, guys.
switch up. I be setting fires for the thrill, I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up. Nah, got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack 'em tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all. Eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls, yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind, yeah. Count down till I'm going live, yeah. Feeling like a fire on the inside. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. As far as I'm concerned, dog, I never have to check it. Me, myself, and I got bigger plans, you might have guessed it. This is my world from sea to sky, didn't plan it. Evil combated, people will try to test your patience. Keep my back from the reaper who's hunting the running, you gotta decide. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my fate. Oh. I'm just controlling my, I'm just controlling my, I'm just controlling my. It's all the same, so it's time to rise. Feel my soul coming alive. Coming alive. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Here we go now, here we go now. Yeah, yeah, here we go now, here we go now. Yeah, yeah, here we go now. Come on. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. I'm controlling my fate. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. Just controlling my fate. I'm coming alive.
Welcome to the LCS waiting room. It is Soul Fighter theme day. Let's go.
Of course it is.
We obviously got the
obviously.
theme. I'm dressed like an anime delinquent.
I'm just.
I know what your theme is.
I think I got it.
Yeah, I mean, I like
Did my
these.
best.
It's pretty cool.
Wait until you see Mark. He did his best too.
We are joined by senior composer at Riot Music, Brendan Williams. Thank you so much for coming on the show to talk to us a little bit about creating this soundtrack for Soul Fighter, right? So not just the song that we just saw coming alive in the trailer, but also an entire EP, right?
That's right, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for having me.
All right. How, just generally, like, give us an idea of who are you, how long have you worked at Riot, what are some of the other things you've worked on, other games here, or League of Legends stuff specifically?
Yeah, I've been at Riot now a little over 3 years. Started in early 2020, right as the pandemic.
Yeah, interesting
was hitting.
time to start.
Yeah, it was a very, very crazy time to start because I was also moving from Seattle for the job here. But before that, I'd actually worked with Riot a little bit already on Legends of Runeterra. I was brought in as an additional composer on some stuff. And yeah, since I've been at Riot, I've worked on all kinds of things. Worked on the Star Guardian campaign last year with Porter Robinson. Worked on Cassante last year and many, many other things now. And yeah, it's been pretty incredible so far.
So what went into the creation of the music for Soul Fighter?
Well, the big thing was like trying to figure out what the sound should be.
Yeah.
Because we have some like very strong like visual influences with everything that like suggests like shown in anime, but then there's the big fighting game angle, which kind of also sometimes has overlap, but sometimes is pretty different.
Yeah.
And then there's also just kind of looking at what Riot has done before. Like, you know, we've done other kind of anime influenced things. Battle Queens, we did like a full-on J-Rock anime intro type of thing. And so we wanted to do something distinctly new for Riot, but also through discussions with all the different teams, we knew we wanted to find a sound that felt really unique and specific to Soul Fighter. So something that's like influenced by shonen anime and fighting games, and then all these other kinds of things. So yeah, early on I was looking at a lot of like, I was experimenting a lot, like getting into these kind of, listening to a lot of modern J-pop, and a lot of there's some really cool funky and fusion-y influences, and I have kind of a fusion background, so I thought that would be really fun to do. But then our marketing team was really into the idea of doing something more hip-hop driven, taking influence from some both certain types of fighting games, but also a few different specific shonen anime that they thought had done that really well. And but so basically people's opinions were all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, what is this going to be?
Yeah, by the way, just make it good.
Yeah, and so what I kind of decided to do is, instead of like picking one of those clear directions, I was like, this is supposed to be over the top and extra. Let's just smash it together and come up with something a bit ridiculous that goes a little all over the place. So there's 8-string guitar, there's like EDM builds, there's all the hip hop elements, and there's a guitar solo, and even some of my prog metal influences, which is another thing I have a big background in.
Nice. I know you guys chose 2 very specific artists to collaborate on this. It was Vo Williams and Boslin. Vo Williams, who I actually didn't know I knew from the Tampa Bay Lightning theme of, I believe, 2021. But talk to me about, with all of the influences that you mentioned, with certain trends in music being to fuse a lot of different things together, why these 2 specific artists were chosen and what that collaboration was like.
Yeah, well, it had started with me working on the instrumental and finding something I felt like it was going to work thematically for the campaign and the whole event and everything. We intended from the start to feature rappers on it, but we weren't sure exactly what that could be. So it took a lot of experimentation and research before we were able to hone in on them. And once we heard like a first demo back from Vo, I was like, he gets it. It was like exactly kind of what I was after. You know, he's like the hype man, like you mentioned. He does sports events, and he has this like just raw energy that gets you hyped, which is kind of what we knew we wanted for this. So yeah, once we got a first demo back from him, he was like 90% of where I wanted it to be.
Oh, wow.
And so then it was just like we were able to hit it off and like focus on the fine details and just fine tune it right away. And then for Boslin, that was really exciting to us because we wanted something that would really contrast with Vo to kind of capture, it's all about the diversity of these different types of contestants from around the world that are coming together for the Tournament of Souls. And Boslin is also rap, but a totally different take and kind of more that pitch, like sung approach. And he, instead of being like loud and aggressive, is more of this like laid back, confident swagger that felt like a perfect counterpoint. So yeah, once we brought him in for the second verse and then the build after that, it just felt like we had this really unusual kind of unique combination, especially with all those other genre influences.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. One of the interesting things I think you highlighted is that you guys still didn't necessarily have a grasp of what Soul Fighter was going to be quite yet. And I know for that, we're going to check in with Mark and Raz and a few members of the narrative writing for Soul Fighter.
Hello. Thank you very much, Emily. I'm sitting here with Ty and Taylor, the lead and associate narrative writers for this event. So big picture, tell us what's going on with the Tournament of Souls, the background, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. So it's this massive event that's hosted in the world of Soul Fighter every few years or so, that, like they were talking about over there, sort of brings together a bunch of diverse fighters from around the world to fight on the like most massive stage one can imagine, and it's hosted by Viego, and he, you know, is watching from up above in his little viewing room, and yeah, you know, there's all of the champs that we have on the roster are fighters, and they all, you know, have, you know, something that they're looking to achieve when they go there. And the prize for winning is your soul's desire. So it's not money, but it is essentially like a wish almost that is granted if you win. So they're all going there trying to win something to get their soul's desire granted to them.
Now, they asked Brennan this for the musical perspective of it, but what was your inspirations, like the two of you, in terms of building this world? Because it looks amazing. We saw the trailer coming in, right? And you talked about the individual characters. Like, what was the core inspiration coming into this?
Yeah, I mean, similarly, a lot of shonen anime, a lot of 2D fighting games were our inspiration. Yeah, and we both grew up playing a lot of those types of games and watching those animes, so we took that wide breadth of experience and just sort of threw it at League of Legends.
Yeah, just kind of smashed it all together into one go.
I have to ask then, Taylor, best tournament arc in anime in your opinion?
Oh my god.
There we go already.
No.
Is it Hunter x Hunter? Is it Yu Yu Hakusho?
It's clearly Dragon Ball Z.
Fate Zero, Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
There's like shooting exam. I don't know.
See, you're trying to get me canceled.
I have strong feelings on what I like the best.
I mean, I'm not going to say which one is the best, but I
Yeah.
can say that which ones that I talked to Ty a lot about, because he was like, I don't watch a lot of anime. I don't know what's happening. I was like, I got you, don't worry. Yeah, I really like Yu Yu Hakusho a whole lot. That one I actually watched with my brother when I was growing up, so it kind of a special place in my heart for that one, because I got to bond with him. And then also Hunter x Hunter. I watched that one pretty recently, probably like 2-ish years ago, so that's kind of fresh in my mind. So I like both of those a lot. Those are definitely up there. I'm sorry, Dragon Ball Z is though it's kind of
basic.
What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I do have to
Speak for Riot when he says that. So this is,
Yeah, exactly.
I like Cell Saga, but I don't know.
He's
about
losing a few. This is disgusting. Look, okay.
You asked the question. I'm sorry.
Well, all right. Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to answer mine. So in a lot of these games, and especially in the shows that he's talking about, there's a lot of character building, really strong character building. My favorite from like reading the stories of these characters was Gwen and Pike, and how Gwen saving Pike, but also now having to fight against him. Like, what characters that you guys ended up building, that the narrative that you enjoyed the most?
Do you want to talk about this one, or both of us?
I mean, I think we have a similar answer, which we got to sort of pair different champs with champs they're not normally paired with on the core Runeterra. So yeah, Gwen and Pike, even though they met up in Sentinels, we got to sort of build a closer relationship for them here, which was really fun. And then similar but different, Lux and Eve have a pretty
antagonistic
relationship with each other, where Eve is like hunting Lux across the entire world and literally pursues her to this tournament to try to kill her specifically.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I love that stuff. That's what makes the tournament arc so good, is you get these clashes that you wouldn't normally get, whether it's hero versus hero or like get it finally settle the score. So that's really sick. Viego being the main villain, this might not be the right question for narrative versus like the design, but what is the eyeball on his chest? Is there like a lore?
What's like a weakness?
Yeah, like if you poke it, does it blink? Like what?
Yeah, don't punch the eye. Just completely ignore it. Definitely not a weak spot.
Sorry, it's just something that like every time I watch, I'm like, what is that?
Oh, for sure. I think the best answer I can give to that is we will reveal that in due time.
Okay.
Nice.
There definitely is a narrative reason for it. He doesn't just have like a third eye that's chilling on his chest.
Okay.
There's a reason he's
no
got
spoilers
that.
then.
Yeah.
Well, then speaking about characters that you wouldn't ordinarily see like conflicting with each other with the one you just mentioned, how about Viego and Samira? Viego being the guy that started this tournament to begin with, seems very antagonistic, and Samira, who seems like the main heroine in this tale.
Yeah, sure. So for that one in particular, it was really important for me to really push for Samira to be one of the main characters of this overall experience. It's something that I was like constantly talking with Ty about. I was like, I really, really want her to be at the forefront of this because she's one of the only melanated characters that is in this particular cast or roster that we have for Soul Fighter right now. And especially since she was one of our premium skins in this lineup along with Viego, I thought it made perfect sense for her to be kind of the foil to a lot of his experiences. Obviously, as Ty has also said, we will reveal more about the relationship in due time, but that was something that I was like, please let us make it happen, because there are always creative differences that happen behind the scenes. But I was really, really happy that everyone ended up aligning along the way. And I think we came up with something really, really cool for her.
Nice.
Yeah, it's awesome to see people from all over the globe of Runeterra coming together, all the different people. So very excited to see where we go, the reveals that are coming. Thank you guys so much for joining us for this one. But that's going to do it for this portion. We're going to go get ready for the actual LCS show coming up right after this.
Multi-stun into the back, tactical flashes, but cannot escape the ignite, and more. Shaden drawing first blood in his first game here in the LCS.
Nice, Jay.
Don't take the counter from me. Good job.
Stay away, stay away.
Good babes. For sure.
God did.
God did. Who has fans? Tell me.
Everyone is Troopers fan, no?
My fans.
I wanna watch Troopers.
Is River fans? What do you mean?
I wanna watch Troopers performance on stage.
River goes in, followed up by Gory. Jan steps back to Moonlight Vigil, but River finds him in the end, and who he zoned up. APA Summit goes into stasis. A GA popped here as well for the GG side. Double kill afforded to Gory and Golden Guardians. They get the ace, and they're looking to take the game.
Just out there.
Don't be scared for fight right now.
Yeah, I think it looks like they want to trade. Valkyrie's going bot.
Should we block it one time?
Yeah, go play one more.
Sure.
They TP bot. I think too late to block.
Yeah, two block. Too late to block.
Just try to get away. Nice.
Nice.
I go Hero, okay?
We just hit mid. We hit mid.
Yeah, you can hit. I can do Hero.
Okay, 5-man both, 5-man both.
Yeah.
Good.
Good job, Impact.
Oh, Impact!
Wow.
Sue.
Baby, I'm lit.
What
the
early.
Yeah, nice.
Now the damage back at Eternal as he rocket jumps over the wall, trying to get himself out as Insanity pops the Blossom, but it ain't gonna do a damn thing! Prince picks him up, and TSM loses Turtle to a long-range shock blast. That's 4 TSM bodies hitting the ground. First kill of the fight over to Energy. Blabber's in the middle of everybody, and he has to try to escape with a phase rush, but a nice knockback from Dokla. Now he's all out. Now they're all in. Energy have already found the kills they need, and they still want more. Evanes trying to fight back. Berserker goes on a killing spree and picks up Dokla. Evanes chasing after the enemy AD carry, but he won't be able to find him. Berserker's the last man standing, and Ignor knocks him down. The Nexus turrets are already falling. C9, your Nexus, C9, it's under attack. They may have won the fight, but it's Energy winning the game. LeBlanc, the Tower Terror, will take the Nexus, and Energy will take the game.
Thank you.
Your old teammate just started his first. Did I say it wrong? What is it? What is? How do you say it?
It's Poom.
Poom?
Poom.
It might just be a flip over the Elder. Closer's still alive, but he's very, very low, and he has no flash. Someday coming in through the pit. Poom in the front line, but Devil has already killed him. Super Mega Inferno Bomb, not going to find it just yet. The Dragon goes the way of Dig. Devil tries to get away. A little bit more damage, ain't quite going to find him, but there's the Elder shutdown. Dignitas winning the fight. They've already killed 2. Looking for the last bit of them. Rich gets a double kill with the Elder Laser. Dignitas just took out the Thieves and punched their ticket to playoffs.
All right, Soul Fighter theme day. Foldy sheet ready to go as the contestants duke it out in the LCS. As you
10 games left.
A lot of scenarios from just 10 games. So let's go ahead and
It's
look
like
at
twice my height.
Goes half the size after one game.
It's definitely twice your height, but yeah, it goes in half every time something happens. So let's go ahead and look at what's going to happen today for these teams. Here are the standings and schedule combined. You can see a tie at the top of the table, pretty close for top 6.
Yeah, some amazing clumping going on.
Yeah.
Standings.
Interesting.
They're clumping up.
There's definitely some clumps that will hopefully get settled today.
Unclumped.
No one is technically eliminated yet, but there will most likely be some by the end of the day unless some crazy stuff happens. Here is the bracket. If you did start it today, you have FlyQuest and Immortals missing out on the playoffs. Golden Guardians and C9 getting the bye into the upper bracket. Then you have the 4 through 6 fighting through, or 3 through 6, excuse me, fighting in the upper bracket. Dig and 100 Thieves out in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and like for me, the interesting thing is like the what if scenario if a TSM versus EG happened. Like who knows what would happen there? Even though Evil Genius is at 3rd place, they were a team that's been having a sort of a slump last week. Whereas TSM has honestly been in that resurgence with Insanity. So it's interesting to see series like these and play it out in your mind. Whenever you ask players, they're like, it's the best of one. We're just preparing for the playoffs in a best of 5 scenario. So I'm genuinely interested in that one. Obviously, Evil Geniuses, to me, they seem a lot more diverse. So interested to see what will happen by the end of the week.
Yeah, I mean, TSM seem like they're slumping, like you said, and then the other interesting thing to me is EG with Chaden, right? Coming in jungle and how they're going to look going forward, because obviously they faced Immortals who are unfortunately at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of things can still change, but one thing that's not changing is the dates for the LCS playoffs. Thursday, Friday is when they're going to be, and then there will be a couple of 4 series weeks, and those will play across Thursday through Sunday. So that means
see you later, Wednesdays.
Wednesdays are dead to us.
No more Wednesdays.
We're killing Wednesdays.
Broke up with Wednesdays. Saturdays, Sundays are my best friends.
We're killing Wednesdays.
I love
6-day week now.
I love Saturday, Sunday. That'll happen 3 times during the playoffs.
Twice. So, yeah, the first week of playoffs will just be Thursday, Friday. Then the next 2 will be Thursday through Sunday. And then there's finals weekend, which is again
Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Yep. So there you go. That's where we're looking for playoffs. But, of course, we still have to get there. And it's time to talk about who is looking good. And one of them is, surprisingly, NRG.
Yeah. Topo. Rearrange those letters, it says CLG. But I will say, this, when I was looking at it yesterday, was a little shocking to me of how good could Energy actually be, because you see their record against the top 5 teams. It's the best of anyone in the LCS, and they started so miserably. To still actually have a chance to be at the top of the league makes them a really dark horse.
Yeah, and it's been interesting talking to them, right? Because when we sat down with them initially, when they started their current win streak, they were like, yeah, it's on us. Like, they were not looking at other teams as being teams they were afraid of. They're like, we've been making mistakes. These are our mistakes. We're owning them. We're going forward. And NRG are such an interesting team. Another thing I really like that fans have taken from CLG to NRG is the not rational gaming.
Not rational gaming?
Yeah. So instead of counter logic gaming, they're now not rational gaming.
The other thing there to note is that C9, 3-5 against top of the table teams. It's actually Golden Guardians in second, and then it's like Team Liquid and
The 0-8 from 100 Thieves is, I just couldn't get my eyes off of that one.
I didn't look at it.
I know that's not what this is. I just saw it down. I was like, oof, that's not good.
To be honest, I didn't look at it.
The ADHD coming up.
Well, I was just C9's 3-5. They've lost a lot of big.
Really shaky.
Yeah, I think it's a question of MSI slump. Are they, having gone to multiple international tournaments, you kind of like lower your level during the regular season because it's hard to get as excited when you're not playing against fakers and people like that. So who knows for them?
Yeah.
The other question that we have to answer is not just who's going to be doing well in playoffs, but who might not make it. And there's currently a 3-way race for the last playoff spot between Immortals, FlyQuest, and 100 Thieves. And Treats himself is wondering who's not going to make it in.
Winning helps.
That's true. I've heard such a claim before.
Yeah. So to answer your question, Treats, win, and 100 Thieves lose, and you're in.
At least IMT can put themselves. So okay. IMT
we have a tool.
We do have a tool.
Let's just use the tool.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's using the tool? It's not me.
Get in there.
I'll show the FlyQuest.
Are your feathers getting in the way from your soul fighting?
They're gonna get in the way.
So listen,
Why don't you turn them the opposite way, like Mark?
We're looking at the bottom, so I'm going to flip these records around, where you can see the bottom 3 right here, Immortals, FlyQuest. So if Immortals wins, 100 Thieves loses both of their games, and then FlyQuest wins at the end, there's an interesting thing that is going to happen. My feathers are trolling.
I love this.
This is a Jap problem.
I'm enjoying this.
To have at least a tiebreaker for top 8. All of these teams have a chance to be tied. With one more Immortals win, you would actually have a 3-way tie for 8th. But this can change very easily. All that has to happen is 100 Thieves wins one of their games, and as you can see the percentages, they would actually just be the 8th place team. So like 100 Thieves gets to end any of this. So obviously FlyQuest and Immortals get to have this little duel, but none of that will matter if 100 Thieves wins a game.
Well, but the thing is, they're playing NRG and Golden Guardians, who we just said were the top half of the team.
Yeah. So there's a decent
But
chance.
what's their record against bottom
There's a
teams?
decent chance that 100 Thieves loses both their games. That's when these things do get interesting for Immortals and FlyQuest. So Immortals, again, needs to beat FlyQuest and NRG. The FlyQuest one is harder because they also have to beat C9, right? If they don't beat C9, they don't even get a tie for 8th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's with the Immortals win. But if they do win this one, then they still don't get a tie for 8th. So it's pretty important for them that Immortals doesn't do well and 100 Thieves doesn't do well.
Yeah, they're 100 Thieves. I think I said this yesterday, but they're 100 Thieves' biggest hater now. right? Because they essentially need them to lose out.
And these were just a tiebreaker. This isn't full clinch.
So they're united in hating 100 Thieves, but they're going to kill each other for the first game of the day here because it is FlyQuest versus Immortals
Unfortunately.
in game 1. So one of their dreams dies here, if I understood that correctly.
Not necessarily. No. So
if Immortals
wins, there's still a scenario where there is a three-way tie for 8th if 100 Thieves lose both of their games and FlyQuest beats C9 at the end and Immortals wins their next game.
You can get a three-way tie.
Yes.
Poggers. Good news for FlyQuest. Impact is playing very well.
Yes, he is. It's actually funny. So I guess we can take a look at the SOT and see what the in-game comms were in his 1v4.
Yeah, just yesterday.
But, I can understand not expecting Xande to be there as Turtle's just getting roasted.
Oh my goodness, Impact just cooks them. It's Yordle for dinner. And now TSM is trying to kill the chef. Can they get him? Boogie's gonna drop second. Impact says send more men. He is absolutely styling on these guys. They sent 4. Impact sent 2 of them back in body bag.
It's a 1v4 from Impact. He kills 2 and gets out alive.
Yeah, I think it looks like they want to trade. Valkyrie's right bot.
Should we block it one time?
Yeah, go mid one more. They can be bot. I think too late to block.
Yeah, too block.
Just try to get the wave. Nice. I go Hero, okay?
We just hit mid. We hit mid.
Yeah, you can hit. I can do Hero. Okay, 5 men both.
Yeah.
Good.
Good job, Impact.
Oh, Impact! Wow.
Maybe I ripped.
What the fuck? Yeah, nice.
2 things I got from those comms. The first is that Impact was silent for the vast majority of it. And then I think it's Spica telling him like, okay, just like try to, take one of them with you, like just try to get out. And then he ends up owning all of his bonus.
The GOAT.
Yeah. So, by the way, if you want to get in on all this playoff predicting action, the Foley sheet is available on the LoL Esports Stats Twitter. It is pinned there. Go ahead and follow that. And also, shout out to MZ Leo the Chosen, who used to make these on his own.
As just a community member.
Just as a community member. We hired him, and now he's helping us work on this stuff. He helped make that tool with a bunch of people. It's really sick. We're going to be using it a lot throughout the day. Speaking of the day, let's go look at predictions to see what we all expect to happen.
Oh, brother.
Ooh. Wow,
As always, the sheeple strike again.
Zimmerman strikes again.
Raz is actually joining me a little bit, though, with the EG prediction over
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Yeah.
No, you went TL.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I said you're the only one with EG over TL.
Oh, yeah. I think with Shaden alongside, they've actually looked quite good. So I'm high on EG, but that was definitely the toughest matchup for me to decide on.
Yeah, and I think it was obviously the toughest matchup for everyone to decide on too, because I feel like we are suddenly not sure where EG fits. They were able to snap their loss streak. It was to Immortals, who, like we said, are fighting to get into playoffs at 8th place. So I am curious to see Shaden now go up against Pioshik, who has just been all aggressive all the time on a TL team that really likes to play with pushing lanes.
Or APA going up against Jojo Pion. This has been the toughest week for him, so I'm interested to see how he does.
That's all game 4. Game 1 is up first with playoff implications on the line. I will also say my boy Tactical and Prince fighting for my heart. Both of them were trying to pick me up with this sick outfit in the pre-show. So whoever wins gets my number.
Impact saw me in the hall and just laughed. He just laughed and walked away.
Bienvenidos and welcome to the Soul Fighter Arena. My name is Feather King Rafa, and I have Pirate Lord Kobe here on the desk. We're going to be taking you
Team
through
Samira, thank you very much.
Team Samira representing here. We got the first 2 games coming your way in just a bit. The first one, huge playoff implications. FlyQuest taking on Immortals here, Kobe, because if either one of them drops this game, they are out of playoffs for sure.
That would be a terrible situation for either of them. So it's a must-win game. So much on this one. I can only see out of one eyeball, but let's get into the Champ Select.
For FlyQuest, I want to give a quick shout out to the jersey they are sporting today. If you notice, they have the white and red. It is in support of their Valorant Game Changers team that is playing today. So awesome to see them supporting all of their teams on the Rift. As going through the champion select, Kindred, Nico, Poppy taken off the table by FlyQuest. Immortals looking at Tristana, Jace, and LeBlanc. A ton of mid lane bans off the field here.
It's a lot of mid lane focus, so leaves up quite a few power picks here across the board. See what FlyQuest are working with here. Seen a lot more people start to pick up importance on Ivern as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if we get to see some more supportive jungles as some of the... okay, so just going to be the flex pick for Kai'Sa first here for Vikla / Prince. I would expect it more towards bottom side for the type of game that FlyQuest go with. But regardless, look for the static shiv Kai'Sa, and immediately they go for the rumble that was hovered already and break up that Kai'Sa-Rel combination.
And they also know how well Impact performed on the rumble yesterday in their game. So they wanted
the old casual 1v4 double kill.
Yeah, and still getting out alive, which is, you know, pretty good. They picking up the Rel here.
Hey,
as well
there it is.
But as you called it, the Ivern Spica being able to pilot to great success already. We're going to see what else he can combo with it in this first round.
It just has been so hard for people to punish Ivern super early on, and then you get to scale so nicely with the power of Daisy, with the power of bringing so many of those support items together, with them being so much cheaper, and it allows your actual support to play initiation. Really nice stuff here for FlyQuest. They get the combo.
Yeah.
They've got their Enchanter support here from Spica with the Ivern from jungle, and then it allows Vulcan to be the playmaker. He's been such a good Alistar for this team. It is so good into Rel still. See what he can do, what FlyQuest can do, because yesterday, FlyQuest playing like a completely new team, out of their minds there, racking up the win. They need to keep it going.
And this is spicy here. The Graves locked in for Immortals with their backs against the wall. One of the first wins that Immortals ever picked up in the entire year was that Graves for Kenvi.
Yeah, this is what people want to see from Immortals. When everything is on the line, let Kenvi play his champions. Graves and Kindred. Guess what? It's a Kindred meta. It's going to get banned a lot. So Graves is the go-to here. And Graves, your auto attacks can knock back Daisy. So it is a nice little benefit. It's not like a counter to Ivern, but it is a nice little pick into Ivern because of that added effect. Being able to keep Daisy back really does help, since her knockups and her speed have been increased and has been a big part of the power of the champion. That is going to mean that FlyQuest do get to throw some AD carry bans at Tactical here, though, and Tactical has really been the shining light for Immortals.
Such a glow up from Spring Split, where he and Fleshy weren't always on the same page, but Treats has done so much to really prop up, as he is affectionately called him, his baby ruler up on stage, trying to make sure that he can shine. Aphelios already being taken off the table. Probably one more AD carry ban to limit that pool away from Tactical.
I like the pick Lilia sign in the audience. I believe
It's good.
We had a Canyon Lilia pick towards his birthday, but Canyon makes a lot of things look good. So we'll
Kanavi
see
also
here.
picked Lilia, so I'm with the Lilia train. It should be picked, especially in this very full-on tank meta in the jungle.
All right, what's it going to be? Tactical. Would be a lot of early skirmishing power there. The Kai'Sa, though, the go-to pick into, or the Xayah, the go-to pick into the Kai'Sas that have been so dominant recently. It looks like that will be the lock-in here for Immortals. And Rel has really risen as one of those prime supports to pair with the Xayah because of the combination. You can lock them down for big blade callers so easily.
Yeah.
Xayah is always thought of as this counter-initiation, counter-engaged champion, but it is also a very big burst champion as far as AD carries go, because of the profile of so much damage coming from your abilities.
I mean, Immortals are already prepped for the anti-dive, and FlyQuest are not deterred by it at all. Locking in this Yone, the Fate sealed another great dive engaged champion. If FlyQuest are all in on just diving tactical, then he only has one Featherstorm cast, and he's going to have to use it wisely in these team fights.
Also works super duper well when you have an Ivern jungle here with the Yone, because Ivern can give Yone another jump. It's already difficult to get away from Yones once they're constantly going for these all-ins, but with the Ivern as well, if you can land the Q, plus you get the extra slows from the shields coming through, very powerful mid-jungle duo there. And that does mean they are going to rotate the Kai'Sa into the bottom lane.
Yes! Twisted Fate, baby! We have been seeing rumors about this champion being picked a lot in scrims. I know in Sand and API have been super hyped about Twisted Fate, and now we get it from Balulu.
And it's perfect for attacking bottom lane. So much is about bottom lane in current meta, and especially with what you're looking at here, Balulu. If they can just open up Balulu for a little bit of roam time here, freedom from mid lane, they can definitely go bottom lane. They've got the Rel, they have the Twisted Fate now as well to be able to look for those bottom side plays.
Before we get onto the Rift, I just want to remind the audience, I did misspeak a little earlier. If FlyQuest do lose this match, they are not completely out. They still have a 3-way tie potentially for 8th place. But if Immortals do lose this match, then they are for sure out of playoffs. So still, a lot on the line here. This game means everything to both of these teams. Being able to secure this win guarantees a little bit of extra life for that run into the 8th seed of playoffs. It's going to come down to this one. And we're going to see how both of these teams shake out. Love how the crowd is getting hyped up for this one. I mean, we had a huge turnout for the Soul Fighter event today, but also these last 2 days of games. There's so many potential tiebreakers on stake that obviously that's not going to happen today since it's our 2nd day of the week, but tomorrow we could have so many potential tiebreakers and a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
And both these teams would love to be in some of those. Fighting from the bottom. Both these teams have had such difficult splits here in summer. Very different expectations for both these teams coming in. FlyQuest, of course, had much larger expectations with the acquisition of Vulcan onto the team, and really surprised so many people that they are in the position they are now and have to be fighting at the very bottom for an entryway into playoffs. But here they are. Treat's currently on a ward as well. Looks like not going to be anything too crazy as far as the level 1s do go. Always got to keep in mind invading versus Ivern early can have huge benefits. And it looks like Immortals try and get a little aggressive. They do get a nice little HP off mid lane at the very least.
And it's just only 10 seconds before the minions arrive in the mid lane, so Vikla will not have a chance to recall and get fully topped off. Down about, looks like 100, 200 HP. That's pretty sizable, especially in a lane where Twisted Fate wants to get early control and push.
And I really have to highlight, because I talk about this every time with Ivern, but if you can invade early and steal away camps that he's already channeled in the early game, already spent health and mana to prep, then it can be very devastating. And Graves is a perfect invade champion. Kenvi on that Graves does go right over the back of the Baron pit. This is exactly what we're looking for. It's been scouted out by FlyQuest. They know, especially on a solo queue champ like this for Kenvi, one of his favorites. Very, very aggressive, always looking for invades, and he's going to try and take the blue buff before Ivern can get there to click it. And it looks like Spica, ooh, almost 600 HP. Can he get over there?
Does he get it? Okay, wait.
He got it.
Spica was able
to click it.
Snag blue buff, and he smites it away. Kenvi, can he lock him down? No, he has the blast gun to get out. The invade is denied by Spica. He protects his camps, and he's going to be able to walk back and still be on time for his tempo click.
That is huge. He just got in there, was able to get the click before Kenvi could kill it. I want to see in the replay, because Kenvi had his smite, right? He didn't use his smite on red, I'm assuming. We'll have to see about the timer. But really big there for Spica to be able to secure it. Crosses back over, off the vision that his teammates set up for him, defends his camps, and now Spica is in a power position on Ivern. It's going to be Kenvi that has to do a lot of catch-up work here. Now Spica has Smite. Can he get the channel?
Does he get it? Not quite yet. Kenvi is dueling him, so it prevents the channel from going off, but he's still level 3 over level 2 Graves. He stuns him with the Root Maker, and that's the blue buff successfully stolen for Spica El Genio.
Absolutely out of control now. Mid lane as well. Vikla keeping up the pressure here on Balulu. Push him under tower. Keep on going for these trades. Spica now rules the Rift here. 20 CS on the Ivern. Being able to cross back. Gets his own blue buff. Steals away Kenvi's as well. All right, yeah, here's our check if he used it. Oh, he used the Smite on the red, so he didn't have Smite anyways.
Oh,
it wasn't even
darn.
close. It wasn't even close. Kenvi didn't have his Smite for this one, so Spica's like, yeah, got over there. As long as the channel is finished, all he has to do is go and touch it.
And just off screen, first blood for Vikla. Despite the HP difference that they were able to make at the level 1, Balulu still falls.
We're witnessing a brand new Vikla, okay? His Jace games were good. Now he's having a supreme opener here on the Yone as well. A solo bolo. Guess we're gonna have to get a replay on top of our replay, Rafa, to see what happened there.
Probably. And this is already going from bad to worse for Immortals because they need Twisted Fate to get off in the laning phase early, have that roam time, and now getting soloed.
Yeah, he just did not respect the E range here. Vikla just eased right onto him with the Q already. Hits the knockup and answers flash for flash.
This is going to be so tough now. The fact that Balulu doesn't have flash, level 6 is coming up for Yone, that all-in threat with the Fate Sealed available. If Spica's there, I'm sure that is definitely a kill guaranteed onto Balulu.
Well, wave pushing away from Balulu. Spica walked over a ward to get there though, so Balulu does know there's an Ivern in the area, so he's not going to give him a target. Nice safe play here from Balulu. Knows Ivern's on that side of the map, hovers down to the bottom side. Meanwhile, Spica taking advantage, gets the ward onto Raptors. He's there for the second spawn of Raptors. Should be able to yoink those away as well. His Smite has a little bit of a cooldown here, but just wait a couple seconds. As long as you have Smite, you can insta-yoink. Thank you very much.
Kenvi walks on over, gets rooted up by Spica, but Balulu has the help of Treats so he can securely push in this wave. Treats is going to hover for a little while, but he can't stay longer. Now needs to head back towards the bottom side of the map. Level 6 is coming up soon for Balulu and Vikla. Balulu obviously wants to try and use it to roam to a side lane and snowball, but the fact that he doesn't have flash means it's going to be very difficult for him to safely push in this wave against Vikla because he has that all-in threat.
Yeah, plus, if you're looking at bottom lane, Prince does have the cleanse, and he hasn't had to burn any summoners yet. So should be able to keep themselves safe there, FlyQuest, even if the early Twisted Fate level 6 roam does come out and target that side. They can at least try and buy time, expending their summoner spells for jungle to come and help support as well. If you're looking at a kill target, though, maybe like a pre-6 Alistar here, since Vulcan did offensively use his flash and does not have access to his own ultimate yet.
Now Vikla's level 6. And you can already see how defensive Balulu has to be in lane. He can't even step past the mid line of that lane. Otherwise, Vikla can just all in and chunk him out. He needs to reserve HP so he can be ready to join the fight at a moment's notice.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues right here for Immortals. Because they're dealing with so much mid-jungle pressure here, and Spica comes down with Vulcan, they have to respect these constant power moves. Vikla able to push out mid lane. They come through with Vulcan and Spica, take away your control wards, push you off Dragon, no problem. And they secure a lot of safety for the side of FlyQuest, looking towards the bottom half of the map as well, and see if they can get anything off of this Hex Flash.
Spica waiting in the wings just to see if Kenvi wanted to get aggressive towards the bottom side of the map. He's going to dash over the wall. Control ward. It's not going to be seen here, but until he takes out the ward, and that should deter this gank unless Kenvi still wants to go forward. Treats going forward with the Rel. They stun him up. No level 6 on Alistar, so that's an easy cow to fry up for Kenvi.
They're able to get it. Balulu stopped there, kind of cut off by Vikla. Vikla using the ultimate on Yone to get a big chunk and to stop him, but the damage was done. Like we said, that Alistar pre-6 goes down. Nice initiation from Treats, and there's a reward for Immortals. They were under pressure, but they come out with a big play. Gank on bottom side first. Big play from Rel out of the brush to be able to get onto Vulcan. The Blade Collar follow-up comes through, and they get the objective afterwards.
Yeah, and just good problem solving from Immortals. They recognize that Balulu is not in a position to move freely on the map with his flash down during that time, so they say, hey, we're just going to try to wait for Vulcan to step up aggressively. We'll look for the punish, and we can get our Dragon that way.
All right, now we turn our eyes towards the Rift Herald then, since Dragon's already been taken. Spica does have a smite, so he'll save that one for the Rift Herald. And there it was. Treats got the combo onto Alistar, got the early ignite down. Blade Collar, no problem. Then Vikla uses his ultimate to make sure Balulu can't join. But as we know, the Alistar was dead anyway. They didn't even need Balulu to make his way down.
Rift Herald started up by FlyQuest here, 1100 HP.
Eyeball hit!
Okay, they secure it, but can they actually pick up the eye itself? Immortals are defending it with their very lives. Impact is taken over with the all-out. So isolate Solo on the top side of the map. A lot of damage from Impact. The flash from Solo doesn't matter. Impact slays him.
So I think Balulu could have been able to take that because the eyeball was facing him. Regardless, Spica still gets the Rift Herald with the smite. They can't pick up the eyeball, and they end up losing Solo in the 1v1. Spica comes by for
He's
the
level
grab.
6. Kempi is only level 5. He has flash. He's going to wait for a quick draw in the mid lane. Mikla is making sure that Balulu cannot join the fight. Kempi is able to get out, but that is his flash gone.
What an exciting one here at FlyQuest. Up to over 1,000 gold lead for themselves to try and fight off Immortals, even though Immortals did get the successful play on bottom side and start the Dragon stacking. So much gold here now, the favor of FlyQuest.
Pretty sizable lead as well for Vikla, mainly. If they can continue snowballing this Yone, we've seen Yones who got super ahead early on before, because we know that Yone in the early game, maybe not as powerful, but that first 2 item spikes comes online and it feels almost God mode at that point.
And it's even on one item when you've got an Ivern jungle too to support you. The extra shields come through, everything here. So strong mid jungle, offensive power for FlyQuest. Spica comes in with the sweeper, with the Daisy out. Try and take over this blue buff, and his smite is ready. So once again, another counter jungle, very easy for him.
This is the part of the game where it feels suffocating for Kemvi to play, especially against an Ivern. As you get more and more levels on this champion, the ability to not only just smite away camps is just still the same, but then your camp timers are just even expedited, just because the time for it to mature and be able to take away is just a lot sooner. And Solo might get collapsed on here, top side. Throws down the equalizer, but he's got Vikla he has to deal with. The 1v2, I don't think you're winning this one, buddy. Arena 2v2, but Solo forgot to bring his partner.
It is so hard to play when you have such a big mid deficit there for Immortals. So even though Solo there on the Rumble starts it up and is able to get a decent amount of damage done, doesn't matter. The Yone presence is going to be way, way superior. Comes over, finishes it off. Now we've got the Ignite started by Vulcan 2.
Oh, no, but Prince is there waiting in the wings. Kevin thought it was just Vulcan one-on-one, but the blast code sends Prince over the wall. He already used the killer instinct to join, but Kemvi's going to get collapsed on all sides. There's no escape for him. Now Prince is the one isolated. He's already used his flash, but he's bringing the homies in. Vikla already had used Fate Sealed, so no way to engage onto Immortals backline. The gold card comes out. Spica spawns Daisy, but no fight will come of it.
That was such a funny flash code too, because Prince also flashed for it as well. So a lot used for FlyQuest. They still get their kill. The burning graves there does end up going down. It will cost them a push on bottom side with all of the investment from Prince and Vulcan, though. Tactical and Treats have been kind of that single point of power for Immortals, that single good play, the Rel initiation, getting turret plates themselves and controlling Dragon. So for Immortals' hopes, it does still revolve around these two. And as we mentioned in Champion Select, that's kind of been the way that this team has gone recently. If Tactical is having a really excellent game, then they definitely can have a hope in those 5-on-5s, but otherwise it has really been difficult for them to hold on.
Yeah. Because if topside and mid are also in a deficit, then slowly the entire map from FlyQuest is going to engorge and just swallow up even the bottom side of the map, where it is the one point that Immortals are doing well in. As we talked about it before, there's so many tools of initiation for FlyQuest. Tactical only has one get out of jail free card in the Featherstorm outside of Flash, and if both of those are gone, doesn't matter how fed you are, you're going to pop like a balloon.
Gale Force completed for Vikla. Here we go. That's all you need. 1 item power spike. You get the extra kill execution threat from that active. But Lulu's going to be running for his life over and over and over again, especially when you get that jungle support roam here. Vulcan and Spica back out to it.
This has been a great game for Vikla so far. Getting that solo kill despite the early HP deficit has really created a disruption in Immortal's early game plan. Baloo has not been able to effectively use his ultimate at all this game. Maybe there's something here, but FlyQuest are already jumping onto Baloo. They cut off the teleport, and now another teleport is coming in from Impact on the top side. Solo has his teleport, but is not making the case to join the fight quite just yet. Just waiting for Immortals to get out.
All right, Immortals have successfully evaded the ult and the Q knockup from Vikla. Now they're teleporting in to actually fight this. Rumble Ultimate is ready. That can do a lot of damage if you can keep them on it. Treats has flash on the Rel. Q, flash, W, ult from Treats. Oh.
Prince is approaching from the bottom flank as well, but he would have to join with the rest of his team on the top side. Doesn't want to go through the backdoor by himself. Needs to wait to use the Killer Instinct at the right moment. Immortals burning down this dragon. 2,000 HP. It leashes on right on back. Vikla's going to look for mid-prio. Fate Seal still not available. 1,000 HP. It is secured by Kenvi, and they throw down the equalizer. And it looks like FlyQuest are just going to back up, but they have the mid-wave prio, and they can look to do some major damage on this turret.
Yeah, Prince trying to work away towards the mid-wave. He has a static shiv as well, so quickly deals with that one. Immortals, happy though. That's Dragon number 2 for them. Despite the gold difference for them, they're still able to get another objective. Nice little bit of a force there. As you can see, the carries here for FlyQuest, all at the top of the gold charts, will be a problem. Vikla goes in again.
He's got Vulcan and Spica behind him, but if he can't get out, not even the flash! He couldn't get the flash out in time, just stunned up by Tactical and Treats. Excellent play by Immortals.
Yeah, they were behind him, but they were way behind him, and Vikla feeling himself a little bit too much there. Messing with Tactical and Treats. That ray of hope for Immortals is shining bright again.
And if they can get these accumulative small picks over and over, I mean, Tactical will get snowballed to the point where he can be almost unstoppable. We've talked about the many initiation tools that FlyQuest have, but if you're just getting wall capped at the end of the day, then there's very little that you can do against Immortals.
Yeah, especially in the face of Treats here on the rail, locking people up. For Tactical to be able to get these big blade callers, be able to get these kills for Immortals. And since they're the ones with the early dragons too, game plan from here on out for Immortals can certainly focus on these neutral objectives. Dragon number 2 just taken, so they turn their sights towards Rift Herald number 2, and Treats is out here first, playing on the front lines. Balulu with the threat of Twisted Fate ultimate backing him up. And it looks like Vikla staying bottom side for FlyQuest for now. We'll be able to push up the wave into the tower. Immortals have a little bit of a clock on their hands here because of Vikla's pressure on the tower. They're sending Balulu down now, rotating him to bottom side. And so they're going to be a switcheroo. Vikla teleports up to the Rift Herald, and they should be able to pull it here, no problem. I think they should be able to get it. Twisted Fate being on bottom side would have to walk up here. There's a minion wave for him to deal with. I think Immortals will be happy. Just let that one go over to FlyQuest.
Yeah.
You know, they invested their teleport for it, and just have Balulu push out towards the bottom tower.
Yeah, Tactical is target numero uno for a FlyQuest. No reason to risk it over the second Rift Herald of the game, especially when you had to respond to the push that Vikla made on the bottom side of the map. It was a teleport investment from FlyQuest, so that is the objective trade that they get. The question is now, where do they want to send this? Because there's still turrets on all 3 lanes that they need to crack open.
Yeah, and I think keep on pressuring down for the bottom side for Immortals, since they've got pre-existing vision here. Should return a lot of rewards for them. They're able to get the turret, the wave all the way up to bottom side turret. Kenvi steals away the camp that's already been channeled here by Spica, and now they're looking around for those possible picks. That Twisted Fate ultimate, they haven't made a big play with it yet, but they're looking around for something to catch here towards the bottom half, and it is a Cassante. Kind of hard to catch Cassantes, but it has been done before.
Well, if Immortals are thinking about making a play on Impact, FlyQuest are doing the exact same for Solo. And Solo's going to pay respect, back off the tower.
Yeah, Rumble definitely has a lot more difficult of a time escaping from 3-person collapses than a Cassante does, so Solo gives the respect. He backs off, lets the Rift Trail take down his turret.
And so you're already seeing as Immortals, you already mentioned, have control of that bottom side of the map because they've taken out the turret and they can easily bleed vision into the bottom quadrant of the jungle. FlyQuest going to be playing for Baron's side. Now that they have access to the top quadrant of Immortals jungle, once we get to 20 minutes, that Baron side of the map is going to be so much more difficult for Immortals to be able to walk through safely.
Yeah, especially because FlyQuest do have a lot more options as far as their engage. FlyQuest, of course, with Vulcan and Impact, even Spica throwing out Qs, fishing around. Vikla constantly playing very aggressive on this Yone. Meanwhile, for the side of Immortals, it's basically all on Treats. So much is on Treats' shoulders here to really bring this team fight together and bring these picks together for Immortals. So far, Immortals have done well because he has actually hit the engages, and they've gotten a lot off of those rel engages, being the 2 dragons that they've been able to secure so far. But if FlyQuest can deal with one...
Potential fight, Balulu, Destiny Kate's in.
Treats got him.
For Spica, Spica's gone! Treats is able to lock him down alongside Balulu, and the damage from the rest of the backline follows up. Dragon spawning in 7 seconds and no jungler. That should be the 3rd dragon of the game going over to Immortals.
There you go. Twisted Fate finally makes the pick in onto the jungler. Treats is there for the follow-up. They've got one play as far as the initiation goes, but if it works, that's going to be dragon number 3.
A gold card, no matter how far deficit you're experiencing, still works, baby.
Still stuns. They got the Ivern. They get the dragon. Immortals. That hope is still alive, Rafa.
With a 3rd dragon on the table, that means they are at soul point. For Immortals, in a Cloud Drake might not be the most exciting in terms of raw power, but being able to cast your ultimate and get a nice burst of movement speed will help you navigate these fights, and that's going to be extremely important for someone like Tactical.
Yeah, Tactical. Oh, here we go. Treats goes in.
Another pick, looking for Vulcan. Doesn't have ultimate available. Spica's able to cloud him in this bush.
Speaking of Tactical, though, with the Navori Quick Blades done, the Blade Callers hurt even more, and Vikla's going to try and continue pressuring on bottom side of the map while the rest of the team grouped up on mid to pressure them under tower.
Treats wants to be able to open up this riverside, but FlyQuest have 3 men being able to guard that entrance there. So Treats is relegated to sitting under the tower, guarding Tactical, making sure that they can hold this post.
And we're probably looking at a 4-minute kind of cautious timer here, where FlyQuest are going to continue to take outer turrets, but really Immortals are going to wait out until the big payoff of the Dragon Soul to pick that final fight. So as the clock ticks down, FlyQuest, they keep their pressure up. They get another outer tower here. Vikla gets even richer, but Immortals all have their sights set on the Dragon Soul arriving. Even though it is a Cloud Soul, definitely would give them that big boost.
Yeah.
Especially because it'll be pretty early in the game for one to hit. Right now, keeping a little bit of vision here on Baron just to make sure nobody gets any fancy ideas of rushing.
The teleport is coming in, though, from Vikla. Impact looking to isolate Solo with that all out, but he flashes away to safety, and Kendi is there to escort him.
I like it. I thought he was going to go for the flash over the wall at the thick part, but never mind. Twist of Fate.
Going on to Prince. Equalizer goes down. It separates Spica and Prince, and now he's going to get caught up by Treats' engage. The Magna Storm leeches it into the Equalizer. Vikla trying to go for the re-engage as well. Funkin punting away Tactical, but he can still do damage, and he's safe to feed Fryer into the backline. Solo is getting caught off by Vikla, but Tactical's looking for Prince. Prince flashing over the wall. Tactical wants to take out the royalty of FlyQuest. He goes to the air. He soars, and he slays Prince, but now he's isolated. Vikla, will he go down? No, he doesn't. He aces Tactical and the rest of Immortals.
Woo! The Cassante Yone duo here. FlyQuest solos on top. Absolutely demolished them in this fight. What a scattered one. Even though Immortals got an early start, it looked pretty good, because look at the early Rumble ultimate into follow-up here from Treats. Twist of Fate teleports in, and he gets the cleanse out of Prince while actually stunning Ivern. So kind of a 2-for-1 value there. Then Treats goes in, keeps the Ivern on the Rumble ultimate, and they get the first kill. But Vikla comes in, he splits the team with that ultimate. Impact comes over on the Cassante. They catch all the rest of them here in the jungle, pick up the extra kills. Cassante ultimate here onto Balulu. Flash over from Impact follows that one true. And then even though Tactical is eventually able to get Prince, Tactical used everything, his flash, his ultimate, to come chase down and get the kill on the enemy AD carry. Meanwhile, the FlyQuest solos had already taken care of the rest of the squad.
It was so close, and you can tell that how many threats Tactical has to deal with in this game, which is why it seems like the weight of the world is on his shoulders as the rest of FlyQuest find the pick on the Genvi. No jungler. FlyQuest are going to test their mettle and look for the Baron.
All right, that's a Vulcan ultimate. Vikla didn't have to use his, though, in the kill they just got on enemy jungle. It's going to be hard for Immortals to do anything. They've got no smite steal. Treats gets interrupted on the wall.
Oh, does he just go down to the Soul Unbound? It's a lot of damage. He was forced to use the Magnet Storm, so no chance for a counter engage from Immortals. Even if they want to lay down the Equalizer right on top of the Baron, they're going to still go for it. But Lulu is teleporting in. He has Destiny, so he has vision of every single member of FlyQuest. Vikla going over the wall, isolating Solo. He's got nowhere to run. The Soul Unbound is going to be enough damage. Prince with the Killer Instinct assists his brethren for the slay of Solo.
And with Baron-powered recall, the recalls are so fast they can go back, spend their money, and still get there in time to set up to stop the Dragon Soul. Huge rewards in the last few minutes here for FlyQuest. Vikla and Impact doing so much work.
What a glow-up game for Vikla. This has probably been, his roughest split so far. I want to say, I didn't get a chance to see a lot of his career in LCK, but with all the promise that we got from coming over to NA and then his spring split going to this one, he's had a lot to answer. He's had own doubts, sharing with multiple journalists, but here, this is a step-up game. This is a glow-up game that he needs to be able to bring forward and deliver if FlyQuest want to have a chance to continue into playoffs for the summer season.
All right, teleport. This is a deep teleport. Vulcan's already next to him.
Oh God, Balulu, I don't know if he's gonna be able to get anything off. He's running for his life with the Ghost as well, and he gets out. He throws a gold cord just at Daisy, but he's gonna have to come back from the fountain.
Where are you going? Balulu teleports and runs through the whole FlyQuest team to go back home again. That Dragon Soul is not gonna be collected yet. That means FlyQuest for sure should be able to secure this one.
Now, Dragon Soul denied from Immortals. That's tough for them, and FlyQuest continue hammering this lead in. It's only 4,000 in their favor, but right now you can start to see the grasp of the game that they are starting to just stranglehold out of Immortals.
All right, so Impact trying to get anything he can out of Tactical. He's just trying to poke around, see if he can get any summer spells or anything. But then we have this super deep teleport, and Vulcan had already flanked around behind. So he's there for the headbutt, and Balulu's got to scoot it all the way out of there, even with the Ignite on him. Barely gets back to the team, doesn't die. But still, that sacrifices the objective, and that was a big possible payout for Immortals. They'd been building to that Dragon Soul, and that Dragon Soul kind of getting...
Oh, Vikla goes golden. Balulu teleporting in to catch him over the wall, but he just gives the Fate Sealed advantage over to Vikla, so he gets out alive. And now he's going to go back in with the Soul Unbound. Maybe a little too deep on that one, buddy. Immortals end up trading 1-for-1, and now Impact is testing his strength against the rest of Immortal Squad. What the hell is going on?
What are we watching right now? They lost their minds, Rafa. Impact just went for a 1v4 again. He was like, yesterday, I got a double kill on the 1v4. His whole team's running away, though, and he's a Cassante this time around, not having the damage output. Now we got another little bit of a bait possibly here. My goodness. That puts a stop to the Baron push, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Kobe, I don't know what to say after that
They're getting
one.
pumped. There's so much pressure right now, Rafa. This is the last week right before playoffs, and both these teams need this win. While it's not an absolute numerical elimination for FlyQuest if they don't win, it makes it really, really hard, and they need a lot of help from other teams. So both these teams desperately want this win. The pressure kind of getting to them there, getting a little bit hyped up with the momentum that FlyQuest had and the success that they had in the previous fights. But both solo laners this time around going in a
little too deep.
Going in one at a time. The ants go marching in one by one, and the ants go back to the fountain one by one.
The classic. All right, FlyQuest, take a deep breath. Immortals, take a deep breath.
Yeah. Remember, in through the nose, out through the mouth, help you calm down, and turn your sights towards some setup here. Balulu and Immortals need to refocus on their win conditions. Twisted Fate ultimate in with a gold card near treats so that you can kill someone. Gold card into the Rel combo should be able to get you a kill on anyone. They just need to try and find a sort of a pick here. It's getting more difficult, of course, because FlyQuest, with the extra gold that they've gotten, have been keeping the waves pushed out. And now it's even more difficult because stopwatch on Spica, Guardian Angel on Vikla. They have to deal with a lot of these stasis. Another stopwatch on Prince. So all these members on FlyQuest that you would want to kill actually have a bunch of stasis defensive options, either stopwatch or Guardian Angel answers. So it makes it really difficult here, the choice for Immortals on who to pick and where to pick them.
Yeah. And this is the price they have to pay for not being able to get that snowball off in the early stages of the game. If it were the other way around, they could have just ran over FlyQuest, but now they have to deal with the consequences. And FlyQuest, they're the ones that have mounted such a affordable composition for themselves at this stage of the game, because not only you've talked about the GAs and the stopwatches, you have to deal with Ivern Shield. At this point in the game, between Moonstone and Redemption, the heal power is almost insurmountable from Immortals.
Yeah, and I would say from FlyQuest's point of view, it can be very dangerous to play all three lanes when you're playing against a Twisted Fate. Immortals, they're basically their one way through this game is get a pick on you while you're playing all three lanes, and then be able to get an objective, either a Baron or a Dragon Soul off of it. So if I was FlyQuest, I might even consider sacrificing one of the areas and just trying to play two lanes instead, so that you're more safe and you can buy time for the rest of your team to rotate over to you. Even if you do get caught, buy time with your stopwatch or your Guardian Angel.
Yeah.
And if you're only playing two, then you can just rotate over and keep things a little bit more safe and remove one of the variables that Immortals can try and throw at you to get a pick. But here we go. Cassante on the flank here for Impact. He's behind them all.
Teleport from Solo, emerges into the red jungle. Immortals trying to take control of this river entrance, preventing FlyQuest from being able to punch their way in through the mid lane. Impact on the left side of this flank. They're looking to pincer them. Vikla is building up that third strike, looking for the Fate Seal. Doesn't even need it. Does it take out Tactical? And Tactical's gone! What kind of damage can Immortals sport back against FlyQuest? The GA pops. Vikla's gonna go down, but he comes back up. And they can look for a second win in the fight. FlyQuest, they know they have Baron up on the table, but also Dragon Soul is available once again, and that is the objective they need to deny against Immortals.
Exactly. Got to deny the Dragon first, then you can look towards the top side of the map. Now, Kenvi is alive, but I don't know how a Graves would even get over there. Try and fire after ultimate for the Miracle Steal. Not going to be the case here. Completely denied. FlyQuest get another Dragon Soul denial for themselves. And let's see. Keep Vikla bottom side. His teleport is still ready, so have Yone push out bottom wave, rotate everybody else back to base, get your control wards, and move up towards Baron.
That was such a huge pick. I didn't even realize it was tactical at first. It just didn't seem possible that the front line would be able to climp him so easily, but I imagine we get that replay back. It looked like it was a Vulcan and Vikla just being on the same page at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I think back, actually Tactical kind of exposing himself. He walked up here. He was the frontline member of Immortals going up into the river here, looking maybe for like a Q poke or something, but got way too close to the many options of engage for FlyQuest. Now they're in a very dire situation. Immortals returning to the mid lane, returning to the exact same spot here, trying to push out mid before moving towards Baron again. And Spica from the brush keeps on throwing out these Ivern Qs. Anytime one of those lands, you have to worry about the follow-up because it's just such a nice combo with Alistar.
Yeah.
You can just take the Ivern Q, then you can go for a WQ on your prio target, even if the Ivern Q was on like a frontline member. So many options here. Balulu.
Oh, they look on to Balulu. He's forced to flash. Equalizer right on top of the entrance. Vulcan pops the ultimate, so he doesn't take that much damage from Solo's ultimate. It's a couple spells traded back and forth. No one goes down in the aftermath.
Looks like they're calling for a reset here. Maybe we've got an item purchase. A bunch of pings went down. Balulu's going to teleport right back out after his base. And FlyQuest, they've got Prio here on Baron. Vision has been secured. Daisy is up and tanking now.
Only ultimates available. Magnetstorm and Featherstorm Can Immortals get into the Baron pit? 4,000 HP. Vicla's on the right side looking for the flank now. Tactical is going to zone him off as well. Baron has been reset and is going back to full HP. Immortals trying to maintain aggro on Baron so that they can look for a Baron attempt themselves. But their position in the river here. Is anyone on the flank from FlyQuest? It doesn't seem like it yet. Impact is trying to circle around right now. Look for that opening. See if he can isolate one of the members of Immortals. Meanwhile, Kenvy's trying to grab midway prio. Look for damage as a collateral. They get tier 1 turret. It is just a massive Baron dance back and forth.
Nice push there from Immortals to get an objective. Vicla's trying to charge up his Q on the red buff, but Kenvy's going to find him.
Vikla is isolated on the right side in the red buff. He goes back to the solo unbound. Vulcan opens up with the engage as well. Treats answers back with Magnustorm on top of it. Impact is trying to soak up as much damage as he can. Vikla looks for the face shield, only finds Kenvy. Tactical is safe. They find Vikla trading treats, but that's an advantage trade for Immortals, and now they're going to look at the Baron.
Really, really good decision making from Immortals. They get mid tower while FlyQuest are split. Then they come over, they find the Yone, they push them out. They're going to burn down Baron. Speaka's alive. Could it be a smite fight? Can he get in there?
Yeah, but he got to be careful. Prince Ez firing out Void Seekers, and these things hurt at this stage in the game. Impact goes in. Killer instinct from Prince. He's looking for the assassination. He goes golden with the stopwatch as well, and he's able to take them all out. Immortals, they're stuck. And Kenvy's still alive. He can look for a Baron steal potentially. He has vision on the Baron pit. It would be a miracle if he could pull this one out for Immortals. They have no idea. They finally don't go for the control ward, and Kenvy has to go in blind, but he's not going to chance it unless he can. But Vulcan puts him out. He takes him out of the club, says you cannot get in, and the Baron is secured for FlyQuest.
Vulcan, the bouncer of Club Baron, denies Kenvy entry, and FlyQuest secure another one. Wow. Okay, so this is the beginning. That was actually really well played by Immortals. They got the E out of Vikla up by red buff, and so Vikla, look at that. He joined so late to this team fight because he was separated on the flank, got found out on the red buff while he was trying to charge up Qs, and Immortals, they put themselves inside the Baron pit. Impact goes in. The W to group up all three of them, allowing for Prince to Killer Instinct into the back and decimate the squad. Huge setup by Impact, huge follow through by Prince, and FlyQuest wearing purple once again. They will continue to push. Here comes the siege.
And even though for FlyQuest it has been a continuous 4,000 gold lead for the past 10 minutes, the Stranglehold has even gotten more deadly for Immortals. The suffocation is starting to settle in. They're losing room. They're finding less and less places to breathe against FlyQuest's Stranglehold on this game.
All right. 4-1 split push here for FlyQuest. Baron empowered cannons. They've got 2 cannons stacked up. Immortals going for it.
Balula looking. He has Kenvy in the backline, but Vulcan goes right back in. Fade Sail from Vikla! That's the decimation onto the members of Immortals! Tactical retreats are the only ones left standing. Kenvy gets rezzed up back from the GA. Tactical is able to feather call back and root up members from FlyQuest. They're able to walk out, but still losing Solo, and Balulu is deadly for them.
You mess with the bull and you get the horns. They gold carded Vulcan. He just pops Alistar ultimate and gets a 4-person combo, allowing for Yone to follow up. That's going to be FlyQuest inside the base, Rafa. They are going to take at least a couple of inhibitors, maybe even end the game with 20 seconds left on both Immortal solo laners.
And Baron buff on their side. They surely can make the push here, Kobe. Immortals are going to do everything they can to defend this game. This is playoff stakes on the line for them. They have to make this ditch work. FlyQuest are going to look to push in, but no more. The second inhibitor falls, and that's all they're going to get.
Yeah, a little bit too much there in front of the towers. Teleport coming out. Immortals want to catch them before they reset. Immortals know if FlyQuest get the reset here, spend their money, FlyQuest will be in an excellent position to actually end the game. So they're desperate. They're trying to chase them down before they can actually spend that money. Okay, Dragon Soul on the table.
Baloo gets sight of all of them. Who can save from FlyQuest? Who can be here to stop them from taking the Dragon? They're burning it down. Dragon Soul should be secured here. It is claimed. And Kenvy's able to get it, but now can they get away from Impact before the rest of the members of FlyQuest are able to reset? Vikla's on the top side of the map. He's going to look for the third inhibitor.
Stop the bases!
FlyQuest, if they can stop the bases, maybe Vikla can do major damage, but it's only the third inhibitor that they can get.
I will say a third inhibitor is major damage also, because then you get double stacked up super minions every single lane. Yeah. So now FlyQuest, even though they gave up a Cloud Soul, there's not much space for Immortals to use the extra move speed after they pop their ultimates, because they're going to be pinned inside their bases. all sides sieged up by double super minions. FlyQuest, they can now regroup and look to finish the job once they have all their cooldowns back, once they spent all their money. They're heading straight for it. All that stands between FlyQuest and continuing their win streak here in the last week are 2 Nexus turrets and an inhibitor. Oh, Impact, though, gets chunked out. Can they make something happen here?
Half
Immortals.
HP, Tactical forces him out, but pop the Ghost. He still doesn't have a flash available for the next 30 seconds or so. FlyQuest are pincered off. Impact is separated. He's going to go for the all-out on the Tactical. No way he out-damages him, right? He pops the stopwatch, but Tactical should be able to finish him off. Impact gets out! He doesn't have teleport. He can't join the fight. The rest of the Immortals are going to do everything they can to defend this base from FlyQuest, but they're getting pincered in. Tactical has to rejoin the fight and lay some damage down. He's life-stealing off the minions as best as he can. Solo is holding the front line. Falcon looking for another Impact engage. Tactical is able to find another one, but man, Prince is just on a mission to stay in the race for playoffs. Tactical finds Vikla. There's so many low HP members on the side of FlyQuest. Tactical has to do everything. He goes golden. Impact looking for the CC. The root maker for Speaker. He goes golden as well. FlyQuest keep their hopes alive as they take this win against the Mortals.
FlyQuest, they came into this week knowing they're going to have to leave it all on the Rift, and they do just that. Big win yesterday, following it up with another big win today, keeping their playoff hopes alive. Vikla on the Yone this time around. He's had good games since he came back on the Jace, and so everyone was wondering, is it just the Jace? Yone comes up pretty big for them, though, even with a couple of moments where the solo laner's going in a little bit over aggressive. They still calm down, they refocus, back to the objectives, and they get their win.
On the other side, heartbreak for the members of Immortals.
Wow.
That's it. That's the end of their season. They still have one more game to play tomorrow, but it does not change the fact they are no longer in contention for playoffs. And for FlyQuest, you can see elated faces from the staff and the crew. They've done everything they can as far as today to control their fate and destiny. Still one more game to play tomorrow, and of course, other games that have to be played out that play in their favor. But with that, we're going to be joining Jat, Impact, and Prince on stage for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Rafa. I do see everyone holding up the one, and I ran into you in the hall yesterday, Prince, and said 2 more games. Tell me what this means for you.
뭐란 거요?
그러니까
네.
너가 너 이거 했었잖아.
Yeah.
이거 했었지. 그리고 이제 한 게임 남았잖아.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow last game will be fire.
Impact, you've had 2 really big games on Rumble and on Cassante. How have you elevated your play?
I don't know. I just play normal, I think. I didn't do special that much. I thought like only I did aware about the hero fight to bring the Rumble and solo kill that. That was good because I break that lane page because he cannot pressure me anymore. After that, I don't know what I did. I just play normal, I guess.
Just play good. So what needs to happen is you need to win, and 100 Thieves also has to lose. Are you going to be watching the 100 Thieves game today?
Sure, we're praying now. That's only our hope. That's only our hope. I mean, sorry, Dad. I don't say it to Peter, but good luck, Peter. You can do something better for me.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Impact Prince. I'll let you go watch the games and play tomorrow. So congratulations once again, and we're going to send it to Emily for an ode to Immortals.
Ode time.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge, where I am going to write an ode to Immortals. This is shamelessly lifted from Kelsey Moser, current EG coach, who used to do these for eliminated LPL teams. And as you just heard, IMT are eliminated from playoff contention with this loss. So Immortals, you are a team in the LCS, true. I think we only got to see a glimpse of how this team would work at its best. I truly believe that. I love you because you have fun players for interviews and content. Immortals players are really good for content. I agree with Doublelift that a not mental boomed tactical can be one of the best ADs in the LCS, and we saw some of that in your games this split, and that was really cool. I actually think Tactical in particular on the back half of their split had really good performances. can I ask you, who calls your early game? I'm just curious. Immortals, you are sadly unable to reach immortality. We're going to break.
And Solo might get collapsed on here, top side. Throws down the equalizer, but he's got Vikla and he has to deal with the 1v2. I don't think you're winning this one, buddy. Arena 2v2, but Solo forgot to bring his partner. Vikla trying to go for the re-engage as well. Funkin punting away tactical, but he can still do damage, and he's safe to feed Fryer into the back line. Solo is getting cut off by Vikla, but Tactical's looking for Prince. Prince flashing over the wall. Tactical wants to take out the royalty on FlyQuest. He goes to the air, he soars, and he slays Prince, but now he's isolated. Vikla, will he go down? No, he doesn't! He aces Tactical and the rest of Immortals. on your team, who would be the best partner for Arena and why?
I don't know. I think everyone it's about the same. It's just who I would have more fun with, honestly. Probably say Contracts. He's a very jovial guy, and we'll get along and have a lot of fun.
I think Jojo, of course, because he's a solo laner. I think solo laners have the best mechanics.
I think Busia would be the best partner for Arena because he's usually very positive, and it's good to just duo with someone positive.
Kenry, because he's very good in like skirmishes, very mechanically gifted in those situations. So I think he would come out clutch a lot of times.
I'd probably say Rich,
just because, I mean, he was a pro Heroes of the Storm player, right? So he should translate over pretty well to another game mode as well, I feel like.
Okay, well, who will be the worst and for why?
The worst? I don't know. I can't. You're like making me play my teammates. I can't name anyone.
Maybe Peter, because I don't think AD carries are that strong in that mod. So I would say because of his position, maybe him.
The worst? Damn, that's messed up.
Probably Eric. The treats. If he sees the angle, he wants to always go, but he would just ignore me and let me die. He would just engage and like they will kill me behind, but he would just like look at the engage. So I don't think we would be a good fit.
Worst would be probably Ayla because he's a support and supports just don't have hands. So
There's a TSM so bad, can't go playoff in 10th place.
Whether we've been winning or not, like it's just an expectation for myself at the very least that we're winning these games.
TSM goes straight for the throat, and they take down Golden Guardians. TSM take down Team Liquid.
I just don't want to experience losing again. I want to avoid it at all costs. Yeah, I just want to win playoffs and I want to make it to Worlds.
Now we can offset.
Yeah, like who?
Anyone.
Welcome back, everyone. We're all just talking about playoffs at this point in time and just being able to lock it in a scenario that I was personally interested in.
This one was crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, is
This is
NRG.
possible.
Because they're a team that's in a 5-game win streak. They're winning up against the best teams, and hilariously enough, are having great head-to-head. They have a personal head-to-head versus Golden Guardians 2-0 and Cloud9 2-0. So if they're ever put in a tiebreaker situation like this, they win out in a head-to-head. So I put out the situation in which, of course, they're going out 2-0 against both the teams. It's pretty easy for them, 100 Thieves and Immortals, as you can see here. So very winnable games. And of course, the expectation is Golden Guardians and Cloud9 would lose out. That one is the difficult part about it.
For sure.
So in that scenario, NRG would come out as the first place team locked into top 2. And that's something that a lot of people are really struggling with because the early portion of the split, they're the team that was struggling. But the fact that they're able to nail head-to-heads like this and also make that resurgence in the split puts them in this position.
Would be pretty cool. And
Yeah.
I think another thing that's cool about this, as we move into this matchup just now, is if we just look at Cloud9, like they very much, I'm going to deselect all the games here. Cloud9 very much controls their own destiny because if they win this game and their last game,
You got one more to deselect at the bottom.
it's already a C9 win, baby.
Okay.
Right there, baby.
Boom.
Okay, I was like, I don't know about that.
Then they'd obviously control their own destiny and lock number 1. But interestingly enough, for TSM, like the top 6 start playoffs in the upper bracket. So if TSM is able to have a very good close and beat Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses, you can see in their ability to just hard lock the top 6, which is what I have selected here, they would actually lock top 6 if they win 2 games. So things are completely in their control and completely in Cloud9's control if you ignore every other matchup. The NRG one would be crazy, and that's going to be amazing if it happens. But these are the 2 scenarios that TSM and Cloud9 can
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you go at least tiebreaker percent top 2 and C9 wins this game, I think they lock at least a tiebreaker for top 2 if they win here. Yeah. Guaranteed tiebreaker if they win this game.
And their lock-in top 2 is also if they win this game.
C9, win a damn game, please.
That's one game. That's all we're saying.
Your top 2.
Now, that said, it might be harder than you might think, given that actually, against top teams, C9 does not have a winning record this split, which we discovered when actually looking at NRG to gas them up.
Yeah, so I love that graphic that we rolled at the start of the day. 100 Thieves obviously doesn't look great on that. Ignore that. But TSM being at 4-4 and NRG being at 6-2 does speak to their ability to perform in big games. So this does look, when you look at the power of the name of the team, Cloud9 versus TSM, you think, oh yeah, easy one for Cloud9. Not necessarily based off these.
That's why I predicted TSM to win.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why you did it.
Yeah, the only reason.
We all believe you.
Yeah, insane. That being said, we're going to be heading straight to the casters for this game. TSM versus Cloud9. Take
With
it away.
Spica.
And Spica.
Whoa!
Spica, whoa!
Bienvenidos and welcome back. We got Spica on the TriCast with us and Kobe. Unfortunately, we did not give you the memo that we had these dystopian outfits on. Would you want one?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys look great, but I'm not really about that. I'm
You can
repping
have
my
this-
team here. I'm repping my
yeah.
team. This is our, FlyQuest game changer jersey for our Valorant team. So
hell yeah.
They're playing Toast team, right? I think.
Disguised, yeah.
Disguised.
No, it's for our Valorant team.
No, I mean, your Valorant team is playing Disguised Toast Valorant team.
Maybe.
Oh, you know, it's the Valorant Game Changers jersey. Well, awesome. Well, we are going into TSM C9. One of the things that we were actually talking about before the game started is just how the jungle landscape has kind of shifted up. It's mostly tank junglers, but I wanted to pitch something to you. What do you think about Lilia right now?
Oh, I love that champion.
Yeah.
Most famous.
Quite famous.
Well,
if you talk about Lilia, I might be the most famous Lilia player in the world. You know, honestly, I really like playing Lilia. I played a bit in scrims, and I feel like she's really fun. And she's actually one of the few carry junglers that have a lot of carry potential, and she's just really good in this meta. Because right now, I feel like the meta is just a lot of beefy champs, a lot of engage, and Lilia is really good against melee champs. So, I want to see some Lilia.
Yeah, me too. I don't know if any other junglers you would point to as being a prominent Lilia player. Is there any that come to your mind?
Not really. I don't really think so.
Darn.
It might just be me, yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to shop the Lilia propaganda. I talked to Armeo a bit about it. He's like, oh, I'd be down. But he wasn't down with the Trundle either. Because, like, I mean, Trundle into a bunch of tanks, you just subjugate them, right?
Yeah, but every jungler hates playing Trundle, except Santorin. He is the Trundle king.
Actually.
Yeah.
Such a boring champ. But Cloud9, they're actually trying to bribe the entire audience right now. I don't know if you guys were paying attention. They're handing out boxes of merch. Maybe you get one, Spica?
Maybe I get one,
Yeah. Turning the tides against TSM. Important matchup here, though, for TSM and Cloud9. Let's jump right into it. Crocodile banned by Cloud9 themselves. Fudge will be very happy.
Yeah, and the Kai'Sa ban on red side. There has been a lot of Kai'Sa on blue side. We first picked blue side, I think, almost every game recently. I think it's just, in general, very strong champion, not a lot of counters.
Static Shiv, Kai'Sa taking over multiple lanes. Kindred as well is another one of those permabans right now.
It's a Blabber special, I think. he's been playing really well on Kindred, so I think it's a respect ban.
Meanwhile, Cloud9. Blue side, you have a lot more freedom to answer with a little bit more targeted bans. They banned out the Blitzcrank already, and now they followed up with the Rakan here from Chime, which even though his name is Chime, I feel like his Rakan is definitely one of his best champs.
Something that he was signature on, especially during his spring split run with TSM. Now, Cloud9, you already called out that the Kai'Sa is normally a blue pick ban, or blue side first pick, but the fact that Kai'Sa is already banned off the table, they're looking at other ones. Tristana is one that could be flexed for either Berserker and MNS, and that's the choice they're going to go with.
What do you feel like the percentages are for Tristana mid? Because I feel like they're like 80% mid,
I feel
maybe
like it's like
10,
80, 90%.
20 bottom. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I feel like Tristana as a champion is just really resource intensive, and especially very level intensive. You know, as you get more levels, you get more range. And I feel like mid lane just gets more resource right now.
And it's a lot easier to get those turret plates too, I feel like.
I mean, and the biggest thing is that Tristana just feels like there's no counter. There's not really one good pick that's into Tristana, so there's no need to flex it bot, right?
Is there going to be a battle over like AP jungle now with double AD possible solo laners locked in?
Yeah.
TSM grabbing Jace for themselves, like Maokai or something?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly that's just the meta in general. Just people, just because like these AD mids are just so strong right now. I think junglers are forced to play AP jungler, right? So like we'll see like Maokai, some people play Tristana and Disrael as well. Just a lot of CC to enable them.
Another Ivern. Okay, we saw in your game the importance of warding for your Iverns. I was so happy for your team, for you being able to counter ward that and defend your camps.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to cheese me last game, but I kind of read him. But I think Ivern's actually one of the best champs when it's these tank jungle matchups.
Yeah.
Because these tanks have like no damage. They're usually really slow early game, so Ivern is just free to scale. And you know, once it hits the mid game, Ivern is usually just a better champion.
And TSM locking in this Alistar. More engaged power for Chime. As we're heading into the second round of bans and picks here, things like 80 carries that TSM still need to lock in for Wild Turtle, I imagine that will be the focus for Cloud9 as they start to dwindle down on bans.
Yeah, pretty standard openings and answers here. You know, the Rel priority into Alistar counter is also one of our most popular exchanges. They ban away the Sylas as well. Not wanting to give over Alistar or Maokai Ultimate. I feel like that is a necessity. Even if you just have one of these champions for TSM, like, oh, we picked Alistar, you've got to cover ban the Sylas because the ult is just so good to steal. But with that plus Maokai, definitely deserved.
It's not necessarily the most exciting jungle matchup for you to talk about, Speak Up, but at least there's still Ivern tricks that you get to kind of share your wealth of information on. A lot of the early clears that Ivern gets to do, you already called it out, like the fact that if you're not playing against like a skirmishing jungler like a Xin Zhao or something, they can't really threaten you on the first clear.
Well, I mean, I think Ivor is very different from the traditional junglers just because you can't hit the camps. So the way you clear the camps is very different, and the timings is different, right? Because you have to touch the camps, you walk around, and then you have to collect it later. So, you know, there's a lot of things you could do. You usually get more timers than the enemy jungler if they're a tank. So I feel like Ivor should have more agency.
All right, let's see if Cloud9 follow this up with another Haunter ban. You know, he's mainly been paying tanks, but they throw the Kennen ban in here as well against him just to make sure, keep him on the tank theme. I feel like Kennen has gained a decent amount of priority, and since TSM are already showing Maokai Alistar, they're thinking maybe there's another AP top lane threat. So pretty deserved ban here, actually. Pretty good pick bans so far from both sides. And Turtle's been great on the Ashe. You know, landing a lot of these arrows initiation for TSM. He's been really consistent for TSM from the bottom side. But everybody knows Cloud9, Berserker, he is the main carry.
Yep,
as
looks
we have
like gonna be a Tristana mid.
And we also got cosplayers Viego and Gwen on the Rift here, shelling out some goodies for the rest of the audience. It's awesome to see. Man, that is an awesome paint job as well.
He is jacked.
Props to that guy. Cloud9 are going to wrap out their composition with Fudge's Cassante, and that means TSM will get a chance for their counter pick into that matchup. Jax could be the answer. Gangplank another potential over here. For the most part, TSM do have a pretty much standard front-to-back composition. Ashe is great when you're just hitting the tanks in front and front over and over, and then you have that Jace for extra poke as well. And because this is mostly AD threats from TSM, I imagine that this will be an AP-centric build from Boogie's Maokai.
And man, they still put Haunter on a tank, even showing pretty low damage with Jason Ashe here. Ashe is even a lower DPS AD carry than most of the common ones. They still put him on a tank, so triple tanks here for TSM. I would definitely agree. Boogie's going to go way more of the AP Maokai, definitely demonic, possibly even more of the poke damage for that, so that they just have enough damage here to finish it out with TSM.
Okay. While we're getting into the Rift, Viva la LCS! LCS en Español is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now, so make sure you scan that QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more.
All right, Spica, which one would you rather be if you're taking out all of the names, just looking at the team comps this time around?
I mean, honestly, just looking at draft, I feel like C9 just won by a landslide. I feel like they have the better jungler. I feel like Poppy is not too valuable this game. I feel like Tristana just has more DPS, and I think the biggest thing is that TSM just lacks damage, because I feel like Maokai right now, going full AP is very hard because they nerf, you know, his E damage, his ECD, just most of, you know, what makes him good at AP build, and a lot of people are going into tank now. So I feel like if he does go AP, it's not going to be super effective.
Yeah, it's just a splash, right? It's demonic, and then what the highest win rate in solo queue is that we actually even saw yesterday, and a lot of people were making fun of him for, was the Imperial Mandate. But the Mandate, because the AP ratios were nerfed, the Mandate is the way to get that, you know, that flat little bit of extra damage. It's like these Maokai players are really reaching to try and squeeze some extra damage out. But like you're saying, it's not like assassination damage as we enter the Matrix here. It's like little bits of burn damage that really come from it. And it does seem difficult for this TSM comp to actually kill back line. And when you have Iron Shields for a Tristana and an Aphelios, it does seem pretty hard for TSM to get through that into the back lines. And so it kind of forces them to do front to back here, since they do have so many tank champions. We'll see how it plays out. Maybe TSM can get some early plays. They do have a lot of CC. Alistar and Maokai, sometimes you can get a lot of picks early on in the game, and maybe they can do some mid-jungle stuff around mid-lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing this game, at least for TSM, is to just get mid and bot ahead, right? I think Boogie has been playing really, really well around bot lane and getting bot lane ahead. A lot of times, you know, he's 3 camp, flashing over Dragon Pit, and then, you know, get the free first blood. So, you know, we'll see what he does this game, and then, you know, if he is able to accomplish that, I feel like TSM can definitely win.
Starting up on the Raptors, a little ward from Cloud9's side is going to spot out Boogie here, so TSM know that Cloud9 has that information on him. If he still wants to go for an aggressive clear, looking for an earlier clear timer and make his way towards the bottom side of the map, I imagine that he would have to skip over one of these 2 camps, but it looks like he's just going for the standard full clear.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to highlight the Ivern clear here because I just play Ivern. He's doing the same path as I did last game. So you touch blue buff, you Q over to Wolf, and you do Raptor's Grump, and then you can opt into, touching the Krugs as well. And then you smite on the Grump, so you're gonna, finish your full clear around I think 256.
Yeah.
It is very fast.
Yeah, it's insanely early. With the best feeling change I feel like they did to Ivern when they give him a whole bunch of the buffs was that you can spam Q on all the camps now because you get the refund. It is so good, and that really sped up the clear because Ivern's basically all about travel time, walking around since you're just channeling the camps anyway. And here it is.
Smite the Grump.
Smite it and keep on through with the clear.
Boom.
The other thing about this route is that you end towards bottom side, and that's where you want to end anyway, since your top laner is the Cassante into a tank matchup.
Yeah.
So also puts Blabber in the correct position to play around Berserker, who has really been the big carry there for Cloud9, especially pushing mid too.
Yeah, and I feel like right now Boogie is kind of dangerous because they have a good idea of where he started, right? So now Blabber is just going to walk into his jungle, look at him, and he still has another smite charge, so, he might be able to contest the blue or Grump.
And with bottom lane pushing in, it's going to be really difficult for Wild Turtle and Chime to be able to help Boogie defend that last camp that he's got on his mind. 700 HP on this blue buff. Blabber would have to at least use his passive first, but he's going to go for the Grom, channeling it. Oh, gets interrupted by Boogie.
Looks like we're gonna have a fight here.
Yes, sir. We're gonna have a big brawl in the jungle, but it's so much damage onto Boogie. It's first blood over to Sven, and their prize is that Grom.
That was actually a really nice timing from Sven on his crash down there. Right as Chime went in with the Alistar, Sven lands the crash down. They get the double buffs. This already, only 340 into the game, is such a massive lead for Cloud9. Over 1,000 gold. They stole the double buffs away as well. This looks painful, and considering this TSM comp doesn't have a lot of damage for later either.
Yeah.
Speak of...
I mean, I just want to point out Berserker just flash over the wall to 100 HP. He's trying to help out his team there.
Giga Chat stuff right
But yeah, like I was saying, I think this matchup is very hard for Maokai. Just because, there's a huge clear speed gap, and I feel like Ivern's just really good to Maokai's kit as well.
So, Blabber comes in, he pops the plant, so he's got vision of Boogie, goes in for the channel. And here's what we're talking about. Sven gets a good crash down timing as Chime goes in. He's already in the air, gets the interrupt there on Chime. They burst down Boogie, and then bottom of the screen, Berserker flashes over.
He's there to help.
He's like, here, guys, keep on killing them, right?
He knows.
The sly little smirk there.
He was ready with the purple gun, just in case they wanted to get an extra route there.
Yeah. I do want to put you in the more difficult scenario, though, speaking. It's like, try and pilot, TSM comms or TSM, what do we do with how difficult it looks like the setup is now, both with the comp and with the way the early game is going?
Well, I mean, one good thing about what happened there is that now Berserker has no flash.
Aha.
So you want to gank him, you want to play through bot lane. I think their bot 3-3 is still, there's potential there. So I think just want to take bot side control and see what happens.
This could be bad for TSM. Boogie was seen coming down on the ward, so they called Blabber and Sven up for a counter gank here. That ward, look at all those wards through the red quadrant of Boogie's jungle. Maokai was seen coming over, so Cloud9 know. Boogie's on that top side. They already defended mid. They can just collapse right back down to Dragon. And on top of that gold lead, get the first objective. Now it's just on M&S to avoid.
He's good.
Yeah, simple rocket jump away, getting out of range of a flash W from Boogie. They're going to try to make their way towards the Dragon. It's still only 600 at this point in the game, so if Boogie can get in there, maybe they're going to chance for it. 1,400 HP on the Dragon. Blabber's in a bit of trouble. He's split up from Berserker. He can't aggressively walk in because he has no flash from before, and TSM just brute force their way into the pit. And they're going to look for more. Sven is forced to get the hell out of there with the crash down. He makes it out alive, unless Hanser wants to get spicy with a flash of his own. But TSM got all that they came for.
That's huge for TSM. Mountain Dragon takes so long to kill. It's the tankiest of the dragons, most health. So TSM, even though Boogie was seen on top side, they just walk everybody through mid. They power over to the Dragon, force Blabber into the corner, get the kill and the objective. I mean, we talked about what do you need as TSM. Yep. That's a delivery right there. Thank you very much on a silver platter.
Yeah, I also just want to point out that Hansa also TP mid. I think a lot of times he is playing more the utility role, and I think, holding that TP, trying to help our team when they're in a bad position is a good play.
Sacrifice for the team as always. Fudge is coming in.
But Hex Flash channel from Boogie now puts Fudge in a dangerous position. He's forced to run away from the tower. Thankfully, he is a tank. He's got a little bit more HP to burn. Chime looking for a flank of his own.
He's looking.
I was really thinking that we were going to get something right then and there, but now he makes his approach. Can he clip him out of the rocket jump? Yes, he does! Flash right on top of it! It's a flash for flash, but being able to trade support flash for mid flash is an advantage every day.
Yeah, that was really good, actually. Both those flashes were very good. Chime, because he wanted to interrupt the timing on the rocket jump, but M&S also knows a headbutt is coming right after, so uses his as well. All right. TSM got a couple of moves here left in their pockets. Hanser as well, you mentioned, like, it's only a bit of CS on top side that they lose out on, and it's a tank-on-tank matchup, so not too bad having expended his teleport towards mid and helping out with that team play. Now, though, we're looking towards Rift Herald as it's about to come up. Still no level 6s for the junglers, and Sven is early on this invade.
Yeah, the control ward in that red quadrant jungle, so they have all eyes on the members of TSM trying to get into the pit. As Sven, Hex flashing over the wall, but he might be cut off. He's going to walk over to Berserker for safety. Meanwhile, Berserker's still waiting on his flash that is about to come up. And TSM are going to try to start up this Rift Herald. Do Cloud9 have a chance to contest here?
I mean, Sven's so low. He got chunked pretty hard off that, but he's still here.
Yeah, I mean, I think TSM has, 5 people on the top side of the map while Fudge is hitting bot tower, so I think should be TSM's hero. And, the C9's goal right now is to try to just stall time and, give as much play to Face-On as possible.
Nature's Grasp from Boogie clips out Sven. No flash there, and Spica is trying to get into it. Oh, the Rift Herald Hanser almost falls to the Shelly, but TSM is able to secure it.
TSM are dominating them, actually.
What the heck?
The neutral objectives back to back here. Cloud9, like you say, they make the call. Fudge stays bottom. Fudge is pushing bottom side. There's, minions dying to the tower, and looks like he got a turret plate, but Rift Herald and kill for TSM.
All right, well, M&S doesn't have flash, so he's got to be careful about how far he steps up here. He's got Blabber right behind him for safety. Boogie had already used his ultimate, so no danger there as they push this wave in. Maybe they can look for a rotation to the bottom quadrant of the jungle where there's still camps unless Boogie decides. Now he's just going to Hex Flash back to safety. They're looking for the dive because Cassante was already in there. The crash down from Sven is a lot of damage. The Buster Shot from M&S, but no one goes down from TSM.
That Fudge taking another little adventure behind mid tower. His whole health bar
spot right between the mid T1 and mid T2.
Ignite used there, doesn't go down, so avoids death, but still the onslaught from Cloud9. M&S trying to get another demolish proc and will be able to finish that plate.
Things are really tense between these two teams. It seemed like Cloud9 was about to have a huge snowball at the beginning of the game. TSM being able to answer back, but now this dive could get dicey. The minion wave has already died from Cloud9, so they have to wait on the next one.
Looks like they've got some defensive support coming. Chime up the lane, Boogie coming to follow as well. So I think Turtle is past the worst of it here, past the possible threat, dealt with the minion wave, killed it off before Sven's able to get in position, and TSM just fine here, really stabilizing. But these super deep wards for Cloud9, though, they've been positioning all around mid lane, keep having Fudge come from behind the tower, keep on re-invading, tracking jungle here, so that they still have that same gold lead. But Rift Herald is still in Boogie's hands, so TSM have an option here to try and get a little bit more.
Yeah. Speak up from both teams' perspectives. How do they want to set up for this next dragon that's coming up in 10 seconds?
I mean, honestly, so far looking at the game, I feel like it's going to be hard for TSM to fight. I think they have to look for a number advantage just because right now, I think C9 has 3 lane crowds. If the game is just, laning 1v1, 2v2, C9 should be able to push 3 lanes. So, I really like what TSM is doing there, sending 3 people bot, 4 spot lane prow, and then you could go up river and look for a fight from there.
And Cloud9 looks like they're making the call. M&S taking turret plates while TSM are focusing on bottom side.
The crash doesn't take out the turret quite just yet, but they have enough damage between all members of TSM as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Wild Turtle is just going to stop Fudge in his tracks. The dragon is still not started up by TSM as they go for a tower for tower trade. M&S not being able to take out the top turret quite just yet. He's going to continue the split push here, and Cloud9, do they want a chance, a contest here? It would be dangerous.
Yeah, I think they just keep M&S top side, but they're going to go for a teleport.
Really? Keeper's Verdict winding up, but if Ponser doesn't hit anyone, Fudge had the unstoppable. But Boogie slays the Dragon, secures it for TSM. 2 Dragons to the name. Do they want to fight this? 5 members against 4. Cloud9 are outnumbered here, but they're doing more damage than TSM! And M&S with the flank. Wild Turtle is completely isolated. He gets taken out by the members of M&S and Fudge. Cloud9, even though they didn't get the Dragon, they pulled a hoodwink over TSM.
Yeah, huge engage from Sven there, you know, a resident Yuumi player. I feel like, you know, every time I see him play well, he's actually been playing really well. A lot of huge engages, even in the loss, I think, a few games ago.
Yeah.
He has some good plays, so yeah, really good fight by C9.
Yeah, another big one there from Sven. And then, even though M&S did stay for a while on top side and get the top turret, coming in later at the bottom side of the river, cut him off, was able to get the extra kill. And since Fudge is able to Cassante ult over the wall there, Cloud9 getting a bunch more money, even though they give up this Dragon. And here's another look at it. As you can see on the minimap, M&S says, hey, I'm going to finish this tower on top side. You guys handle the 4v5 until I get there. And this is what you're talking about. Sven's looking, goes for the rel engage, gets 3 of them while Fudge Cassante ults the Maokai over the top. And then Wild Turtle separated with 2 Cloud9 solo laners right next to him. So they completely dissect the TSM setup.
It's a 3,000 gold lead overall for Cloud9 at 13 minutes into the game. So Cloud9 still have the wallet difference on their side. And with more towers to take on the bottom side, Cloud9 can continue extending that gold lead. But from TSM's perspective, what do they need to do, Spica, to be able to turtle in and kind of hold on for this team fighting composition?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like right now it's going to be really hard. Ivan already got his completed items. I think the only hope right now is for Insanity to just smurf. I think Jason's not doing, you know, bad, and I think Jason's honestly most of the damage in this comp. So, you know, you just want to give more goals to Jace and then fight around him.
Yeah, everything else is more like slow burn damage. You know, you got Sunfire, Poppy, Demonic coming soon on Maokai, and Ash Arrow's trying her best. But other than that, yeah, Cloud9 here, it looks like push out on both sides. They've got such a healthy gold lead here. Fudge with a Sunfire of his own heads right back towards bottom side, and since top tower's already taken, they can just have M&S shove out first and then roam in to go with these invades. 4-person invade for Cloud9 off the top half, where they've already taken down the defense of the tower.
Yeah.
Then moves in, trying to continue to control this area here.
It's the aftermath of what happens after a tower is felled. You lose control as Cloud9 are starting to push their vision line into the quadrant of TSM's jungle.
I say maybe the one opening for TSM, maybe they can find an angle for a Turtle Ash Arrow on someone separated and be able to focus that person down. Looks like Cloud9 have done a good job grouping up though. They're not giving anybody a separated angle here. Rift Trail, they'll just set up 5-person, Daisy's out, Fudge in the front, Sven here looking for an engage on the rail, and that's just too dangerous for TSM to walk into.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like C9 has been playing this game pretty smart. You know, when giving up objectives, they always try to trade for something. And now, you know, they got all the go and they got all the lane crowd. They just, you know, take the easy hero.
For TSM, their only hope at this point, since they've got the first 2 dragons, they could contest for Soul Point. It's 2 dragons away. This third one of the game coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I imagine that once Demonic Embrace is completed for Boogie, TSM's game plan, they got to get into the river first. They need to set up vision. They need to get those saplings going, so it makes it harder for Cloud9 to walk into the river.
All right, 1 minute, 10 seconds left on that setup. Trying to push out topside first. M&S with the Tristana with Static Shiv. Really hard to push faster than that. Tristana annihilates those waves, so he's going to get the early push and then recall to come join the team as Cloud9 will try and move in here. Those saplings, though, will do a lot of work for TSM. Boogie doing his best to set them up. He does have the Demonic done already. Try and just create this minefield around the dragon.
Yeah, but the thing about this matchup is that Daisy can clear the saplings. He's like a mine detector. So, you know, I think C9 can easily clear this, and
Boogie puts back up another one, but the shields come out and they don't do much damage at all. Scratching the surface here on Sven.
And now I see what you mean about this being just the more favorable matchup. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. A little bit of a field goal right in the middle. Cloud9 able to dodge out on that engage as they summon the Rift Herald to get this crash into the mid-wave. They're evaporating the wave as fast as possible. The crash will be guaranteed. Will Cloud9 want to continue the chase? It should just be enough to get this wave to crash so they can move their way into the river first and bully TSM off.
They really want that second charge, and they get it. Fudge playing the front line here. You can tell, just small scratches on Cloud9. TSM not able to really make a dent here. See if they can try anything with Dragon up. Cloud9 looks like they'll just retreat right back over to it. Ivern over the wall. Blabber was able to go get red first. All right, control ward's down. Here it is. TSM, can they do anything? Insanity, maybe land some poke first.
Teleport coming in from Cloud9 onto the back. Cloud9 trying to block out vision with these bushes here. TSM using Haunter to step up first. 5,000 HP, 4,000 HP onto the Dragon. Keeper's Verdict knocks away Daisy, but I'm pretty sure Blabber can just summon right on back, so not an effective one at that. 2,000 HP onto the Dragon. Cloud9 burning it down as fast as they can. Blabber secures it. No soul point for TSM. The engage from, oh my goodness, the damage from Cloud9 is just eviscerating TSM. What can they do but just marvel at the power of Cloud9? Wild Turtle trying to fight on back, but Berserker is able to take him down with ease. Cloud9 just destroyed them.
Svenrel finds another one. Even though he gets Poppy W'd there halfway through, still got the ultimate off, still got the big grouping, and Berserker Aphelios, blue gun, splash damage, doing a lot of work there. Gets the ult, gets the Q follow, and Cloud9, wow. They're not even breaking a sweat here, Spica.
I mean, honestly, I feel like TSM should just trade it there. Turtle had like no mana and they're at disadvantage. I feel like maybe they feel like it's the last hope.
Yeah, because if you do have low damage team comp, you don't scale very well without having some big damage later. And you know, Daisy is always going to leash right there. Just gets teleported right back to you, so she goes back in. But here, look at this one. Fudge on the top side, trying to stack up Qs onto Chime, and Rel's able to get it started. Berserker wiping them, and after that damage is done, it's just kind of a scatter for TSM. Chime tries to go back in. M&S already rocket jumping forward there, though. Goomba stomping them. And with this massive gold lead, plus stopping that hope of the Dragon Soul for TSM, Cloud9 kind of crushing.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Cloud9 are in such a commanding position at this point. Nice. Let's go, Haunter.
Got some assists, though. All right, another tower down. They're just going to keep marching forward. M&S rocket jump for a little bit extra. It's a mid push here. Maybe you can get an objective bounty for TSM. Looks like they call it off, though, and they have to go for some defense.
Yeah, Cloud9 just making great strategical moves on the map, taking turrets with ease thanks to the power of Tristana. Boogie looking for a big flank. Nature's Grasp could do some major work here. Haunter engaging first, looking for the targets here. They get a massive stun up, and Blabber's falling by the wayside, but he's still got the shields, and M&S can now just rocket jump forward. TSM was a great attempt to look for a miracle engage, but there's just not enough damage in the tank to back it up against Cloud9. 3 members gone for TSM. Cloud9, they could do major damage, maybe even look to end the game.
All right, 20 minutes. We're inside the base. Cloud9. Inhibitor down. All right, there's 15 seconds left on 3 members. Yeah, just go for it.
Speed run it, baby. 20 minutes on the clock here. It would be one of the fastest games we've had so far. TSM, last-ditch effort, last Hail Mary to defend against all 5 members of Cloud9, but they're just on to the Nexus. They're hitting it. Every auto attack sinking into the base. Cloud9, a massive showing of dominance against TSM.
That was brutal to watch.
How did Matt lose in 16 minutes? That's the one thing on my mind.
16-47. Yeah. That's a feat. Cloud9, though, you know, props to them. Even though TSM got a couple early objectives, they still get right back on track. Finishing just over 20 minutes, right inside, off those 3 kills, straight through the inhibitor, and on Nexus. C9 keeping up that pace.
Yeah, I think really clean game by C9. You know, they had a little bit of blunder on the hero, but, you know, overall, I really like the way they draft. Really like the way how they play on Tristana, and, you know, they snowball well.
Yeah. For TSM, the lose streak continues to slide for them as Cloud9, they are showing what kind of form that they need to be in fighting shape for playoffs starting next week. And if they can continue having form like that, I mean, my goodness, this was almost the best engage you could get as TSM, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, I feel like TSM kind of made the game a little hard for themselves, with the setup, but props to Cloud9 for absolutely demolishing here. At this point, they're also so far ahead. It's pretty easy to turn that back around, immediately jump right back in. Fudge having a little bit of fun this time around on the Cassante.
I want to get your thoughts here, Spica. There is a lot of, lane gaps in this game, but who do you think deserves like the recognition for the biggest lane gap?
Honestly, I think everyone C9 pretty much play well. I would say from the eyeball, I feel like Sven played the best just because he has some flashy engages. I feel like everyone did their job. Fudge played really well in lane. He uses advantage to help mid.
Yeah.
Blabber played well in the early game to facilitate his team. I'll just give it to Sven because I don't want another jungler getting play of the game. That kind of hurts my ego a little bit.
Got to make sure that everyone else looks bad compared to you. Understandable. Well, Sven, that's the POG vote from Speak Up, but we're going to be joining Emily, Fudge, and M&S on stage for a Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, thank you. I'm joined by M&S and Fudge after, I believe, your fastest victory, all split.
Not bad,
Congratulations.
not bad. Thank you.
Not bad.
You played well. You played well, M&S. For once.
I think so too.
Joke. You play well all the time.
Do you agree with Spica? So you heard Spica coming out trying to name a player of the game. I believe he named Sven. Do you agree with his assessment of this game?
Just Spica always capping.
M&S has a big ego when it comes to player of the game. For me, I just play top lane and play tanks, so I don't mind too much who gets player of the game. I do think Sven actually played very well, and people generally don't give player of the game to support. You played well as well. You played well. You played well too. But it's kind of hard for supports to get player of the game, but I do think Sven probably deserved it. Honestly, everyone was just playing pretty standard, and they just sort of lost every fight.
So
I agree.
You agree?
Yeah.
It goes to Sven.
Yeah.
You did play well.
Yeah. Of course, man.
In looking at, obviously, you guys have not had recent performances that you might have wanted. This game was an absolute domination from the first to the next this fall. But what has been going on internally? What do you think looking ahead to playoffs? Because you clinched top 2 with this win, so congratulations on that as well.
Woo!
You gotta get the crowd going. It's great doing interviews with you.
I'm the GOAT.
What do you think the biggest problem is right now that you kind of need to solve as you're looking ahead to playoffs?
Blabberinting.
Yeah, griefing tempo for Blabber.
Yeah, I keep playing for jungle, and my jungle doesn't carry, so.
Yeah, always. I will procure no matter what. Of course.
My top lane jungle proximity is the lowest out of anyone in the league.
I did know
actually,
that.
every lane is the lowest, I think, out of everyone in the league. I'm pretty sure. So it's just jungle diff. We hope that jungle plays well. Blabber played well today on the Ivan, pressed E very well. He learned it from me, and we won the game very swiftly.
I think he's good with 3, Maokai,
Yeah.
Ivern.
So you would have, Maokai and Ivern is also true, yeah. Okay. I mean, he's an early MVP candidate. According to the community.
What about M&S?
Yesterday something.
Yeah, yesterday's game actually. Never mind.
Something. Anyway, thank you. I will appreciate if you guys give MVP. Moving on.
There you go. M&S making his case for MVP. Thank you both so much for joining me on stage, and we will see you on the other side of the break.
Hello and welcome to the MasterCard Player of the Week interview. I'm standing by with Palafox, who picked it up for Week 5. Congratulations! Woo! Is this your first Player of the Week?
Yeah.
Check out your statue that you got then.
Nice. Different jersey, but it's still really cool, Yeah.
I'm glad I'm finally getting a chance to talk with you. I tried to talk to you multiple times last week, but I got contracts in Dokla because you were sick.
Yeah.
How are you feeling now? You feeling better?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. I still got some like fluid in my lungs, but that's, chilling now. Other than that.
Do you think fluid in the lungs makes you play better? Because you were popping off last week.
I think I kind of just had like an easy week, not gonna lie. And then it was a pretty easy week.
You say it's a pretty easy week, but it was your first 3-0 as a team. Your laugh. Why are you laughing?
No, it's true. That's our first 3-0.
Did you feel like you guys played better last week, or was it actually just like opponent difficulty or something?
I thought we played better last week. Like, even though I was sick, I thought my comms were a lot better. Like, something I've been like actively working on. Because like, let's say when I was on C9, I got like experience like listening to like people's comms, and it was like at the end of the day, like when you listen to the best players' comms, like you're not gonna make excuses for like why something is or isn't called. You're gonna take it for yourself. Like, you're gonna do it yourself if you really want to win. You know.
Cool. Right before we started this interview, you actually asked the analyst desk who's all around here, what would it take for you to get All Pro? Pitch yourself. Right now, the fans at home, the media who's watching, other players and coaches who are watching, why does Palafox deserve an All-Pro vote?
I think I've consistently shown that like I'm really important in our team's wins. So yeah, I mean, I would say that there's even some mid laners in All-Pro that like aren't even nearly as important to their team as I am. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What about the other mid laners then who shouldn't get a vote? You know, they're good, but like who would be on Palafox's ballot if he can't vote for himself?
It would honestly be Jojo, number 1. Obviously, he's like super important to his team's wins. Then number 2 would probably be Gory. And then 3, I think you can slot in. Honestly, I would argue that Insanity's a lot more important to TSM's wins than C9's, but you know, that's up for debate, right?
What do you think it is with NA mids this year, kind of getting some respect back in their name?
No, I don't know what to say. It's just like, you know, we're playing our game. I don't think we've ever really been like that bad. It's just like a lot of the NA mids tend to be on like really awful teams, and the import mids are on really good teams. Guys, it's like, and scouting in NA is like awful. So like, of course that NA mids are never gonna look like that good unless they're like on really good teams to start with. Like, oh, I mean, like also like this year with TSM, right? Like literally with Insanity, their team synergy is like insane. So even though he might not be like, let's say necessarily like the best laner, what he adds to that team is like so much more than like just laning or just like, yeah.
Yeah, to the point about scouting, I think that makes sense that people just stick names together sometimes and they don't think about how they're actually gonna play off each other.
Yeah.
And finding people to step up. And obviously you, getting a player of the week, an important member, shot calling sounds like, doing more communication. Thank you so much for the interview, Palafox. Anything to say to your fans before you head out?
Hopefully we can get 3 more wins for you guys this week, and someone else on my team gets player of the week too.
You don't just want them for yourself?
No, I want at least one of my teammates to get All-Pro, and I feel like if we win all 3 games, someone will get an All-Pro on my team.
This is why you're the best, Palafox. That's why you're such a good teammate, good leader, wants the best for his teammates, not all for himself. Thank you so much for the interview. See you guys later.
Essa aqui tu não aprendeu na PEN não, irmão. Essa aqui tu não aprendeu. In ace for Pain Gaming.
Celebrations are always fantastic in the CBLOL.
EU's gonna take down Meteos too. He's at the edge of the ring of fire. And Europe again.
Kaepernick needs some cooldown. Another one spawns up. The plants are ready to go. And LatAm gets the win. They might just drop first. They got her. But it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. GPT's incredibly low. He's going to try to find the tongue lash for a last little bit of damage. But no, it's Nubia with the outplay. Nubia secures another win for LatAm. Stanley now under pressure from Icon. But Iris is killed immediately. Stanley still kiting it out. Beautifully done with the silver bolts. And Team Asia Pacific will eliminate Team China. Under Bazzi Binks, Skara and Meteos nearly taking him down the turret. Snipes him around the corner. Empowered transfusion. I don't think Stanley's getting away with a death mark. The shuriken's over his head and it means he's dead. Another pool coming out. Brazil might turn it around. Skara's dead. Meteos in stasis. Jukes also still having Guardian Angel. They did it! That's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Fight Night Soul Fighter champions come from Brazil.
That was some footage from the Soul Fighter Fight Night. We are back. We have another foldy sheet update.
Fold
We're
slash
just
rip.
actually
Hey!
Oh, wow, this tape is actually on here.
Overfold?
There we
You're
go.
just-
okay.
there we go. Oh, that's what's
There we go.
left.
Yeah, I just have to fold it.
Yeah, I thought it was the top half. I thought it was the one. Scared me.
No.
What are we doing?
There we go. We're folding.
Okay, understandable.
Every year, Raz.
Understandable.
There we go.
All right.
We're now down to this in terms of snares. Ignore the sawed-off bottom too.
I was going to say, is that on there?
Oh, thank God. Well, I'm going to hit scenarios that I think is most interesting. And the first thing is Doomer scenario for 100 Thieves that puts them in 9th place, sole position in 9th place. Seems pretty realistic too. First things first, losing to NRG. Second thing is losing to Golden Guardians.
Okay.
And what seems unrealistic, but whatever happens, happens. If FlyQuest decides to dominate in this one, that puts them in a position. Let's just update the record just a little bit here. Show this very clearly. 100 Thieves at 9th place.
Pog, not Pog. Wait, not Pog.
What
Depends
happens
who you
if
are.
100 Thieves wins a single game, Raz?
If they just win one game, they're fine. They're in.
100%.
100%. 100%. So that is positive. So
All right,
that's a
fill
pogger.
this out for me, Raz.
Okay, hit me.
100 Thieves wins.
All right, 100 Thieves wins.
Golden Guardians wins against Dig.
Okay, Golden Guardians wins versus Dignitas.
EG wins against TSM.
EG wins versus TSM.
Yeah, 100 Thieves wins against Golden Guardians.
Okay.
And TL winning against Dig.
TL winning versus Dig.
Means they're actually guaranteed top 6. Change those filters up top.
I got you.
This will guarantee their top 6.
I'm just going to do this quickly.
Absolutely.
Whoa.
Perfect.
Yeah, 100% chance to lock in top 6. Obviously, because we haven't filled out the TSM games, it's going to be there. So
Yeah.
lose every game, maybe they don't make playoffs. Win every game, they get upper brackets. So lots to play.
I shouldn't have done that. Anyways, I want to hear it from the casters, all right? Take it away.
What are you trying to do?
Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. I'm a 90s arcade beat-em-up character, and this is my buddy, the Uwu Kitty Cat. And we're going to be bringing you the next 3 games here today for Soul Fighter Day of the LCS. There's some nice ears, man.
Thanks, I get that a lot.
Yeah, I bet you do. The fact that you're able to weave them so effortlessly together with your headset shows
it's really interesting, just not a lot of hair here, but quite a bit here.
Yeah, sometimes genetics are a wild ride.
Strange how that works out.
Well, hey, you want to talk about a wild ride? Let's talk about 100 Thieves, man, because all they got to do, the desk just said it, win one game.
There
They're
you
going
go.
to playoffs.
You can do that. That's not that hard.
Well,
unfortunately, they're playing Energy and Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I know you were there yesterday when we watched their game against Dignitas.
True.
They're not looking the cleanest right now. They really got a lot of stuff to shore up here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. A lot of the players, they're all joking about, like, all right, I'll accept the PayPal now, take the game and stuff. All the players are joking around about everyone needing other people to do work for them, right? FlyQuest, the only way that they can actually get in is if they not only win their last game tomorrow, if they complete the 3-0 weekend, but they also need help from teams like NRG. They need 100 Thieves to lose out as well. So a lot riding on these games. It's a big one here for 100 Thieves, who I think had pretty high expectations for their squad coming into the split. Obviously, there was the retirement of Bjergsen, and there were some changes here around this team. They brought back Someday, they were bringing in Quid, but I think people largely were thinking that was going to make them better. People were thinking that this was going to be a team on the up and up, but they have really seemed to struggle. And we'll see if they can kind of find their footing here against Energy.
Yeah, we got the Ivern, the Rel, and the Tristana banned out by the Thieves. Energy getting rid of LeBlanc and Maokai and Xayah. First pick, blue side is Kai'Sa. It's patch 13.13. Grass is green, sky's blue. What else is new? There's Kai'Sa.
The weird thing to me is that Energy banned Xayah, which has been the response that we've been seeing all the time here on the red side. So yeah, they banned out the traditional response. They gave over that Kai'Sa. It is going to be Palafox playing the Azir. We have not yet seen Quid play the Kai'Sa mid, I do believe. Yeah, he hasn't played that yet. He is mostly an Azir guy himself. He's played 6 times that Azir, so that will be a bit of a takeaway from Quid. Reverts.
Back to the Dash version? I don't think you're ever getting that one back, buddy. That one was really strong. Well, we've got the Sejuani locked in beside the Azir. The first 2 pieces of Energy's comp are just about the most standard team fighting front-to-back stuff you could draft.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of drafting what you would expect 100 Thieves to draft, right? 100 Thieves usually does draft scaling, late game, 2 carries. That has been their MO throughout most of the split. Energy is generally more the team that is drafting additional threats, that is drafting more aggressive comps. So it is a little bit interesting. Palafox for MVP, and he's making a case for himself. I will say that these last couple of weeks, the guy has been on a tear. He won Player of the Week last week, so if he can have some really dominant games down the stretch, you never know. I definitely think at the very least he should be in the consideration, you know, for All-Pro.
And remember, just yesterday, it was Palafox on the LeBlanc getting sort of like the backdoor victory in what was an absolutely crazy game in order to lock in that win for him there. But okay, Rakan locked in for 100 Thieves alongside the Jace. That'll be their last pick in the first half of this draft. Do Energy want to match support here? Because we've seen teams not be afraid to really target the engaged supports in the second half of the ban.
Yeah, and I'm just interested, what are you going to go for your AD, right? Because you know you're going to be generally going into pretty aggressive comps here. Generally, a lot of dive is paired beside that Kai'Sa. And Xayah, as I said, is that response you would normally want to go to on red side, but they banned it out themselves, so they are going to go to a Aphelios. So is someone that can really be preyed on by that hard engage. It'll be interesting to see what the last 2 picks here are going to be for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, I think, could easily be attacking some of those support pairings that would be good with this. I think Melia...
You put the whole pasta on there. Man's a chef. I love it.
I think you ban Milio here. I think you maybe ban Renata as well. I would be attacking some of those kind of enchanter pairings because I think those are best with the Aphelios and also really strong against what you are potentially going to be drafting here.
Right.
I mean, Renata just makes it so hard to dive.
Yeah, Renata's so good with that, just making everybody turn on one another as well, especially when you're looking at a mid lane AD champion because it makes them attack each other, those attacks. Yeah. We've seen some games before where allies die entirely to their own teammates' auto attacks in Renata's ulti. So that can be a real nightmare situation.
Unless you're Renata, then it's a dream.
Yeah, Renata's loving it. Nautilus banned out here from 100 Thieves. Okay. Like I was talking about, focusing some of that engage pool. Braum is another one that I feel like could potentially come up here just because there's some protection as well as some frontlining there.
And maybe they're not going for what I was talking about, but if 100 Thieves are not going to be banning out some of these enchanter pairings that I was talking about, and then they go full engage and it gets picked, I will be a little bit disappointed. Okay. But, you know, if they want to go for maybe more poke heavy, you can just go Jace Kai'Sa and then draft, you know, less kind of hard commit style team and play poke. And then I think it's totally fine playing into Renata and whatnot. Renata struggles if you are not diving in onto her. So leaving that kind of stuff up would make a lot of sense in that case. Rumble going to get banned out. Renekton is still available here and has been a popular pick for a lot of different top laners. With the Rumble ban, I would not be surprised to just see Renekton coming through, but they could obviously save it for 5 as well.
I mean, I'll go so far as to say I will be surprised to not see Renekton be the pick for one of these two guys. Does Energy want to go ahead and lock that Alistar here? Yes, they do want to save final pick of the draft as that counter pick for the top lane for Dokla. Now, 100 Thieves, do we take the Renekton here?
It's probably just Renekton K'Sante. I mean, that is by far the most common matchup, it feels like, in top lane in the LCS right now. Maybe someone wants to step outside of that. I mean, if you're going to save 5th pick for top, I don't want to see that matchup. Like, if he goes K'Sante, I would much rather see a Gwen or something. Right. Something where you can actually get a bit more of a 1v1 advantage. But Someday is so comfortable on this pick. He will go towards that Renekton, and that might just push Dokla onto the K'Sante. But I am interested to see what the jungle pick is going to be here.
All right, 100 Thieves. Closer in particular, a lot of fans really coming down on Closer. And honestly, he's been deserving of a lot of criticism so far this split because his play has been nowhere near the levels we've seen it at in the past. So I think that this is a core element of what they need for this squad. The Viego locked in for Closer now. Little asterisk I got to put next to this because this is one of his all-time best champions. He's had some incredible performances on it before. Earlier this split, he had a game where he didn't even hit 1,000 damage on the Viego over the course of the entire game. So for Closer, we got to have a pop-off performance.
And I just want to see him get involved in one first blood. I mean, he has this game and one game tomorrow left in this split. I don't know if we've ever had a jungler in the LCS go an entire split without being involved in a single first blood. Someone is very excited about Ornn. Okay.
We got some Ornn fans.
I heard the scream and I was like, did we get Yasuo or like, what did we get?
Nope, we got the Ornn. And hey, when we had Dokla on here previously, he was talking about how he's fine being an Ornn player these days. A reminder to everybody as we are in our final week of the regular season here in summer. Tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. You can head over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot and maybe even see an Ornn locked in the big arena.
What an experience.
The Ornn horn is even louder at a road show.
That's true. The bass on the bonk when he crafts his items. Chef's kiss.
It's something straight from a Skrillex
Beautiful.
concert. You just, it's just the best thing you've ever heard in your life.
But now I want like a dubstep Ornn skin, you know?
Not until they build by Trucker one.
True,
That's got to come out first.
I apologize.
I'm telling you, Riot, you're leaving
First
money on the
first.
table.
They are. They are. No one knows how much, but I would buy that skin. So at least one has been sold.
My bet is a truckload of money. Get it? It's on theme for Trucker Ornn. But anyway, that Ornn, I think, could be a huge weapon for energy here in this game, especially because of the fact that there's nothing on the other side to block it. Ornn's one of those champions that sometimes, people would pick the Braum into it, pick Yasuo into it if he's not just total turbo garbage in the meta.
There's things to block it, but they probably shouldn't be blocking.
Yeah, you can throw
one of blocking on Kaisa.
Yeah, you could throw one of your guys in front of it if you want. Probably not the best idea. Roadkill is not the greatest asset in a team fight in League of Legends, but let's rock and roll. Let's do it. The stakes. If 100 Thieves win, they guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs. They will lock FlyQuest out, and we'll have our top 8 guaranteed. If Energy win, they lock themselves upper bracket, which is huge because it guarantees you get that second life if you lose the first series.
Yep. And if you're anything like me, you need those 2 lives.
I like having my extra life.
The first life is used to sprint it down.
Yeah, you just
find out what the boss does.
It's it's the Elden Ring strategy.
You're not
just
gonna read
run
a
in.
guide.
You're like,
just run in.
What are you going to do, buddy?
You're like, okay, you're going to one-shot me. That was pretty good.
All right, I've learned that one for next time. But if you start off in lower bracket, there is no next time. You better hope he doesn't one-shot you. All right, Energy versus 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves looking to grab that win, lock that playoff spot, man. Such a big deal for this squad that, I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I just got to own it at this point because it's on the internet, so people can always look up the VOD. I had these guys power ranked at number 3 beginning of the split. I know a lot of people had them in upper half just because, summer split, double lift is one of those things. It's always been a meme in the past about how you can't ever avoid this guy. When you look at the names of like Closer and Someday, Quid coming in with hype from Korea, there were expectations here, man.
There's power rankings, they're going to be something to look back on. I think a lot of people got a lot of power rankings wrong, myself included. People thought FlyQuest was going to be at the top, TSM was going to be at the bottom, 100 Thieves is going to be upper half. There's a lot of teams that I think, for better or worse, defied expectations.
And because we gave Mark a hard time yesterday over his prediction griefing, I do got to give Mark credit because Mark was the one who, in those pre-split power rankings, had 100 Thieves around where they're at right now, sitting in 7th or 8th or something like that. So Mark Zimmerman with the 5-head prediction. Tri-lane view now. Nothing really out of the ordinary here. Most of the waves still somewhere around the midpoint of the lane, and yeah, jungler's just going to go ahead.
Looks like we got some League of Legends here.
Yeah, we've got League of Legends. It's a very stock standard lane phase. This is the textbook cover for League of Legends.
Players appear to be killing the minions and farming gold from their corpses. That's kind of disgusting.
In isolated matchups in different parts of the map while waiting to grow their power and later participate in larger engagements.
Closer's mid lane. That's something new. Let's see.
Closer coming in, trying to get that first blood here. Palafox with a flash already, but the Spectral Maul goes down. One more, he'll do it! He finally breaks the streak. It's first blood for Closer for the first time this summer.
Yeah, the first one he's been involved in all summer long. He makes it happen. Early on, 3 camps straight through bot. It just goes through bot river right towards mid. Palafox flashed very early. And generally when you are having those ganks come in, you have to wait until they are actually committing their stun, then flash the skill shot. In this case, he flashed early, does get punished for it. Ignar here trying to harass 100 Thieves as they were looking for a potential early base. Had to be a bit careful, know that their jungler is not here around. And we can watch this one more time. Palafox level 2, so it's just a really quick 3-camp clear straight in towards mid. So he doesn't even have his E, so that is why this is so difficult. And that was a really good hammer form knock there from Quid, knocks him right onto closer, making it much more difficult for him to save that flash because he was already in melee range of him. So he flashes out from there, but closer is there to follow. They get the kill, they get the first blood, and they get out.
Beautifully done from 100 Thieves mid and jungle. They're very early on, just 3 minutes into the game. Now Contracts walking up into the lane brush here. He knows Dokla's got this wave pushing up, so even if you can't make a play to kill someday, you can protect Dokla as he tries to get this wave pushed up. Make sure that 100 Thieves don't bring closer up here and repeat what they did in mid.
Absolutely, and you know that it was a 3-camp clear from bot side for closer, so he would be going to his top side camps. He is now reverse clearing down towards bot. So it's actually going to be a double scuttle here for the Viego. So a really good start for closer. Gets 3 camps, goes mid, gets first blood, gets top scuttle, reverse clears down towards bot side, takes that scuttle too. So really great start here for 100 Thieves and for closer. And when Viego can be one of those champions that can really run away with the game, if you get ahead of the pace of the game, if you get ahead of the curve, you can get that first reset, which is sometimes all you need to really take over in a fight.
Yeah, the reset capability of this champion is absolutely nuts. We remember the Viego meta that was the entire first year of his release, where he would just completely terrorize the game once he got a kill or two. Now, the one nice thing here for Energy going up against Viego this game is they do have a pretty tanky lineup. It's not like Viego can just chain Heartbreakers from target to target, get a pentakill every fight if he wants. It's really the Aphelios and the Azir that are those valuable targets, as Sejuani and Ornn are going to be way too tanky to focus down later on, and Alistar's ulti kind of removes him as a viable option too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of protection for that backline, so it's going to have to be, really good engages, I think, from that 100 Thieves side. A lot of pressure, on flanks coming through from Someday, on Busio being able to find those angles. And 100 Thieves was able to nearly come back in their game yesterday, after somebody had a really bad early laning phase against Rich, got solo killed, he was playing the Gwen, was able to scale up, and now Doublelift in trouble.
Yeah, Doublelift immediately having to cleanse Flash just to get away from this one. Ignar and FBI now turning their attention back over to Busio. They root him up with a purple gun. One more auto attack comes out, but it ain't enough to kill him just yet. It's all 4 summoners out of the 100 Thieves bot lane, traded for 3 of them from that of Energy.
Yeah, that was really close. FBI flashed forward, and Doublelift just immediately cleanse Flash, responds, gets out of there. I think that would have been actually a death for Busio had he not flashed in on Doublelift at the very end, because that proc is Gleaming Quill, because there's that charge up after you hit him with your Q, and that heal came through because he immediately flashed in on top of Doublelift. I'm not sure if he just didn't actually have the battle dance or if they didn't have the range quite right, because you could see Doublelift was stepping back towards Busio, which I thought was trying to give him a target to actually jump to with the E, but it didn't happen, so I'm not sure if it was on cooldown or if, they just weren't quite having that distance right. But either way, at the very least, they do survive. It is 4 summoners used, but 3 spent on the side of Energy. But it is Ignar still with that flash, so I would love to see them get back down towards bot lane, call Contracts down there, and try to make a play with that flash, because Doublelift with no cleanse, no flash should be easy pickings for this Alistar.
Yeah, exactly. It's Alistar, man. Flash Alistar engages are one of the oldest tricks in the book in League of Legends. Now, Ignar finding the headbutt to just knock Doublelift back away as he'll make his way back into lane here next to FBI, who does have the Noon Quiver completed. You can see the same thing in Doublelift's inventory. So pretty standard stuff between these two, just the Cull and Longsword with the difference in starts. Over in the jungle, Hearthbound Axe for closers, so a bit better of a first purchase for him compared to Contracts, who unfortunately was not able to get the bombies on the first purchase, which honestly slows down that clear a little bit.
Yeah, grabbed a couple rubies, but obviously in a fine spot. Didn't get the first blood himself, but is even as far as the camps are concerned. And he's going to be closing in on level 6 here. I want to see how close he is to 6. He's actually really close. So if he soaks a little bit of lane XP, would get 6, or he'll get it on his next camp. And then I do think head straight down towards bot, do the blue, look bot. You could even go for a lane gank here, having that flash advantage on your support and try to make a play happen, because Q flash, headbutt backwards on Doublelift, that should be pretty much guaranteed when Contracts has flash and when Contracts has ulti. So I want to see if they're going to force it, and if they've actually tracked the fact that there was a pink ward in this river brush, because if he goes through river, I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, he'll walk right over top of the control ward, and yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. He sweeps, he walks into the brush, so at least they'll see that here, but double-lift and Busio are far enough back, they won't be caught off guard, even from a flash Alistar engage. The range is too great, but it does mean that Energy, with control over the mid lane and having contracts already down here in this river, are going to start up the first Drake for themselves. Closer, however, is level 6. That Heartbreaker is online. The reset potential is there.
Quid's coming.
Double-lift and Busio are ready to step up. Quid wants to make this a 4v4, but Energy's already got the Drake very low. Accelerated Shock Blast, it's the carries of Energy. 100 Thieves still looking for the engage there. Busio with a 2-man knockup with a counterattack from Ignar and Contracts, keeping Closer at bay. Ignar's got to be careful now as he flashes away with 300 HP remaining. Palafox with a nice shuffle back into Busio. FBI takes him down, but it's going to be traded as Palafox falls. Now FBI has to be protected by the rest of his troops, but the Heartbreaker, the playmaker, it's Closer with a double kill on Viego as FBI tries to escape. Closer's got the Spectral Maw and a triple kill for the 100 Thieves jungler.
All 4 kills going to Closer here in the 100 Thieves early game. A massive start after being the target of so much criticism here. Closer stepping up huge against NRG, putting them out to a big early lead. We can see this one more time. That Shock Blast softening up Palafox and FBI, and I think that's what prompts Busio to go into the backline. He hits the 2-man knockup here, but everyone from NRG does try to look to turn on to Closer. Closer gets relatively low. He flashes in right as Quid does, but Ignar is able to respond with that flash himself. Unfortunately, Palafox just narrowly missed out on double-lift, which allows double-lift and Closer to actually finish him off as he went in for that shuffle, and then Closer is able to close the gap here, shuffles forward, uses the ulti reset, and then right into the Sejuani body again, uses that ulti to close the gap, hits with the W, hits with the Q, finishes off FBI. It's a triple kill and a Triforce done at 9 minutes here for the Viego.
You said it earlier, man. This is a champion that can totally take over a game of League of Legends with a lead, and 9-minute Trinity Force is absolutely frightening if you're on Energy. They gotta make sure they are focusing this guy in any fight that he shows up in. Ideally, they only want to take fights that he's not there for, but I expect 100 Thieves to be playing around him nonstop now.
It's gonna be really hard, I think, for the Energy side, because you're only a 2-threat team, right? So even if you want to try to burst down Closer, if Busio gets into the backline and is actually just disrupting the damage that FBI and Palafox are doing, you're not going to have a lot of damage coming out. So really, it becomes the job of Someday, it becomes the job of Busio to just disrupt the carries, while Quid and Closer and Double-lift all just focus down the other members from NRG, who are going to be somewhat helpless if they don't have that Azir and that Aphelios is firing behind them.
Exactly. That's the double-sided, that's the other side of the coin, excuse me, of having this massive tank line. Okay, you've only got 2 threats, man. Something happens to one of those, all of a sudden the fight's not looking so great anymore. Especially when now his body is possessed by the other dude and he's whipping your ass.
The other team has the front line. That's not fair. What's up with that?
It's a little bit unfortunate, but Closer is now having the start of the game that 100 Thieves fans have been wanting him to have all split long. This is how this team has always looked the best in the past. When Closer gets off to a good start, 100 Thieves can make things happen.
Absolutely. I mean, when you think back to some of the big playoff runs that 100 Thieves have had, it has largely been centered around Closer and him having these massive playoff performances. You know, this is a guy who really can show up. And when he's playing at his absolute best, a lot of people talk about him as the best jungler in the league. When he is on that form, when he's dominating early games on the
Finals
Viego.
MVP tier.
Exactly. Dominating on Viego, dominating on Lee Sin, these kind of early game champs. That's really what people associate with him. But it has been a far cry from what we've seen this split. That being said, hey, if you make it in the playoffs, whether it's 8th place, 7th place, whatever, you've got a shot. Yeah. So it's going to matter the form you have on the day, you know, not what you have done the rest of the season. And Closer at least showing us here so far against NRG that he has what it takes to still run over these early games when he finds the angle.
Ignar critically hitting level 6 on this Alistar. He was only level 5 just until this very point. Busio hitting level 6 first meant that any sort of an engage in the 2v2 or 3v3, anything like that down there could have been very dangerous, as Someday continues just trying to trade aggressively with Dokla up here on the top side. I'll be interested to see what the team fights look like once we get the top laners involved in them, because you already said Someday's job is going to be to function as a disruptor. Make sure the carries can't focus the targets that they want to focus, put that extra threat on them. But Dokla with a massive Ornhorn, we have seen entire team fights get shaped by this ability in this champion many times in the past.
Absolutely, especially some of these champions that I think are easier to pick on. You know, there is Cleanse, there is Flash on Double-lift, but Quid, like right now on the Jace, he's pretty vulnerable, right? He doesn't have an ulti to reposition, he doesn't have a Flash right now. If you can catch someone like that and get that first kill on them right off the bat, it can definitely be very problematic for that 100 Thieves side. Energy's going to want to try to be first to an objective so they can have that proper setup, they can have that proper vision, but it is 100 Thieves, who has that first setup towards this dragon. They're going to be looking to grab the second dragon here themselves, so someday we'll take a tower shot on the exit, but should be just fine. Energy preempting the dragon take on the bot side by swapping their bot lane up towards top. They have that Herald, so they want to try to do a trade of first turret for dragon. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it. As double-lift is rushing out towards top as well to answer. And Busio back to base, so he's going to be heading top as well. And they're just going to swap bot up towards top. I do think Viego should still be able to just solo out this dragon, though, as it spawns.
Yeah, the turret is not going to die. I don't think there's almost no way just because the Herald. Never mind, hold on. They just dove the Croc. Now there's nobody defending. It's still going to be some very tanky plates since the Herald was summoned up immediately before the first one even fell. So you're not getting as much value out of that true damage as you could. But hey, they still force down 3. They get the kill. Nice moves from Energy.
Yeah, it's nicely done by them. I do think it's a little bit weird that Closer elected to just go steal Raptors instead of doing the Dragon, though, because they had that full setup in bot side, and they know they're swapping top. So it should be a pretty free Dragon. He may now go down towards it as Quid looking to answer Dokla. Is going to be able to clear out this wave, but you want to see them continue to stack that Dragons when you get an early one.
Well, Dokla got knocked back underneath the turret, but now back up in the top side. Hold on, we got 2 different fights going down as Energy tries to make a 3v2 play on double-lift and Busio, who tried to disengage it as Dokla's going to be jumped on by Someday and Quid on the other side of the map. He won't be able to escape because Closer's down here too. Energy still with a 4-man play up in the top side. The plating has fallen. Fell 3 seconds ago. FBI contracts Ignar and Palafox want to just force this one down. Palafox coming around from the side means double-lift and Busio cannot do a thing about it. So yes, it's a kill for no kill for the side of 100 Thieves, but the turret means the gold is going to favor Energy in the trade, at least until Someday trades the tier 1 back.
Yeah, they do get that first tower, so they are going to be up in the gold even after that tower goes down, at least in that trade, but obviously the kill being factored in as well, as you're saying, will be an advantage for 100 Thieves, and they do get the dragon. So at the end of the day, 14 minutes in, 2 dragons taken. It is Chemtech Soul, not what they wanted, but still out to a good early start here. Energy, though, has clawed their way back. It was nearly a 2,000 gold lead, and it has equalized a fair bit here over these last couple minutes. FBI already has the Kraken Slayer working towards his second item, likely the Gale Force. And Palafox has completed his first item here, but it is the Crown, which is one of those items that does get criticized a tremendous amount. There is a fair bit of poke here, not a massive amount, but if it gets shock blasted off, if it gets hit by a Void Seeker or anything like that, it's going to feel really bad. If it doesn't, then it can be really, really powerful. We've seen it save Azirs in a lot of situations where, if you get hard engaged on and the first thing that hits you is that hard engage coming in from Busio, or a stun from Renekton or whatever, that can actually be game changing. It can really have a lot of value. He's just got to be sure to not get it poked off by a Shiv or some little garbage spell.
Yeah, I can see it being important, especially with the importance on Closer and not allowing him to get the first kill. Palafox, ooh, nicely done from Closer there, using the Heartbreaker to make sure he doesn't get knocked back by the Shuffle. They'll collapse on Palafox and blow him up immediately here. Someday taking the kill credit, and 100 Thieves picking up a freebie.
Yeah, that was a good kill there. Really nice buffer from Closer. Uses the ulti right as the Azir ult comes out to be able to immune it and get over top. Somebody's there to help secure it, and now it means they're going to get the Herald for sure. Down on bot side, Dokla bonking away on this one. Will be able to take a tower down himself. The one guy in the audience is really happy about that.
Yeah, so let me ask you, which one's better? Ornn bonking turret or Jax flapping the turret?
I think the bonk is actually a more fun sound.
Yeah, you like the bonk more?
I do
okay.
like the bonk.
All right.
Doesn't usually do a lot, but it's doing his best.
It's exactly. It does enough because for Energy, picking up that turret in the bottom lane, once again, shrank the gold lead back below 1,000. So they're still within striking distance of 100 Thieves lead. They just have to make sure they're not giving Closer these free picks.
Exactly. We'll see if they're going to be able to continue doing that. The gold is close. It is going to come down to team fights for sure in this one. It is just a dragon apiece here. So neither team, really too close to moving towards Soul or anything like that. And generally, these games are just going to be largely about playing around Baron.
Yeah.
Which team can create an advantage in that area? Which team can actually, execute on their engages best and get picks? Because both teams do have really good engage. It's more about Busio over on the 100 Thieves side, but there are many forms of engage here for Energy. There's angles for an Azir Shuffle. There's obviously the Ornn Horn. There's the Sejuani ult. There's flash engages from Ignar. We just haven't really seen much of it from Energy because it's been a pretty passive game after that early fight went bad, they've kind of just gone back into the turtle shell and, you know, just chill and farm for late.
Yeah, I feel like Energy definitely has an advantage in terms of engage mechanisms compared to 100 Thieves, who are mostly just kind of looking at that recon. But on the other hand, 100 Thieves has some very effective poke tools. If you can land some of those Void Seekers, some of those Shock Blasts onto either Palafox or FBI, probably Palafox more just because of the Shattered Queen like you were talking about, and the fact that Azir doesn't build any kind of lifesteal whatsoever. All of a sudden, the fight just becomes unplayable because if Azir gets hit by one Viego, he just dies.
Yes, it can be really tough. And the amount of poke that a Kai'Sa can put out once you have a few AP items under your belt can get really, really high. But of course, there are a lot of beefy boys in the front line there to block that up. So hopefully those guys will be blocking all the Shock Blasts, will be blocking all the Void Seekers, because you've got 3 people to do it, right? So there's not really a huge reason that FBI or Palafox should be getting tagged by very many of those. But we're just going to continue playing through sides. You can see 100 Thieves down towards bot and top, trying to get the waves pushed in the right direction. Once you get those waves pushed, you can move up towards the rest of your team. You know, Orin had actually pushed out bot, so then he used that timer to move towards mid, grouped up with the team. There was nothing there, so now he's heading back towards bot to catch that wave. And we're just going to kind of see that rinse and repeat. Every time you get a wave pushing in your direction, you have a time to actually group with your team and look for a play. But both teams, of course, are aware of this and are going to be playing around it. So, you know, now we see Someday again heading back towards bot as Duke will push one wave, but it's just going to be kind of this back and forth. And that's, you know, generally what you end up doing in these kind of more, I don't know what you want to call it, like stalemate, neutral map type situations.
Yeah.
But it's just a lot of push and pull. You're trying to find timers once you have that wave moving in your direction.
Also worth pointing out the extra importance. Hold on now. Dokla trying to get away there as 100 Thieves send 3 dudes after him. Herald summoned up mid lane. It's going to get the charge, but no additional damage. That mid lane tier 1 having taken almost no damage before this point means that it's still not low enough for 100 Thieves to try to make some sort of a force play. They do have control over the bot side river now with only 15 seconds until that next Drake spawns. I would expect them to be able to take this one. I think if you're Energy, you're probably looking at a game state where you're a little bit behind, and it's still probably enough to say, hey, the one Kimtech Drake isn't really worth potentially throwing the entire possibility of an even fight away with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said it. This is to try to secure upper bracket for themselves. So it is a really big win for Energy if they can get it. 100 Thieves likely will be gifted this dragon. And also just because it's Chemtech, people don't really care about giving away the individual Chemtech dragons. And generally, they're more likely to be willing to just give up a dragon or two to try to trade for gold elsewhere on the map. Of course, there's not much of a trade to happen here, but we're going to kind of move into the next stage of the game pretty shortly as Closer will claim this, and then Baron's going to be spawning, and it's going to be about battling for vision up around that top side. As you can see, neither team has really gotten much deep vision. It's mostly been about this defensive line. You know, you can see on this side, Energy kind of has some defensive wards. You know, and on the other side, it's very similar kind of across the map here, 400 Thieves. You know, there's the one lone ward really from either team that is cross mid-map. So it's going to be about, you know, just trying to get down this vision, playing around your support jungle duo, and looking to punish anyone who's encroaching too far into your territory.
FBI's health bar, you can see chunked about a third there. That was one accelerated shock blast from Quid, and that's what we're talking about. If they can hit the poke on the Azir or on the Aphelios, that's 100 Thieves' recipe for success. Especially, boom, there's another one. 2 accelerated shock blasts, the dude's almost dead.
And we'll see if they can actually, you know, push the pace here to get more done in these next little kind of windows. Because I do think, because it is both a Jace and a Kai'Sa, you just go Bloodthirster third, and then you kind of stop caring about it, right? So then it becomes, now you have to hit only Azir, right? And if everyone's grouped up and there's 3 guys in front of them, it becomes really, really difficult to land that poke. Sure, if there's nothing around to lifesteal for FBI, then you can still punish him, but I am expecting him to go BT third to deal with that poke, because that seems to be the meta these days. He's also playing Overheal and Legend Bloodline, so gonna get even more value from that Bloodthirster.
And I think as the game goes on, you're also going to see an increased weighting towards the value of Double Lift's poke specifically, just because of the fact that everybody else on his team is a strictly physical damage threat. So you can see 2 Sunfire Capes already up for the side of Energy. I know they're going to, or Sunfire Cape number 1 completed, the second one being built there by the Sejuani, but they're going to keep stacking towards this armor because it's so effective versus most of the threats on the side of 100 Thieves. So the Void Seeker accuracy for Double Lift is paramount here.
Absolutely. I mean, there's 3 pairs of tabbies, there's a Bramble Vest in there, so there's going to be a lot of armor, right? So if you are that solo AP threat, you have to have a good game. You have to make sure that you really are on point. You're not only just with poking with those Void Seekers, but in the 5v5s, it becomes so incredibly important. As Closer just looking to poke and prod away here, will obviously win out in these little trades against contracts, but Someday has pushed on bot side. We'll see if they can do anything with this. Both top laners do have TP. And Dokla giving about as good as he took there. So it's not going to be a massive advantage on either side, but he will have push on the side of 100 Thieves, and that's going to give him the ability to maybe move for a wave towards the team.
Ooh, nice potential catch coming out from Energy, but the disengage from 100 Thieves to get themselves away. Now Ignar has to pop the ulti to make sure he doesn't die from the 100 Thieves counterattack. Dokla's got the Orn Horn. No value comes from it, though. Someday showing up now with a TP of his own. Energy used a lot of ultis there. Everybody except for Palafox used ult. 100 Thieves still has all of them. Ignar gets jumped on. Closer flashes over the wall. There's the Pulverize into the headbutt to get himself away, but Ignar's still going to drop. It's Busio taking it as Closer steals the body, and Energy again lose a fight.
Nicely done. They're able to actually chase down and kill off this Alistar, and now it's a difficult approach here for Energy. They don't have no vision. They don't know which brushes are actually having those flankers in him. Busio's coming from top. Quid has been spotted, though. Palafox is looking for him.
Palafox shuffles back Quid. It looked like it missed originally, but then no, I don't know what's going on with that. 100 Thieves coming in for the counterattack now as Energy gets locked down. Closer going in for FBI, and he finds him now. He's ready to steal the body as Energy heads for the hills. Contracts his focus next. Closer chases after him. Arctic Assault back over the wall, but Closer is ready to chase the remaining players. He's looking for Dokla, and with the Void Seeker getting him so very low, Closer should be able to finish this one off. Dokla trying to get out. He's running as fast as he can. Contracts wants to get up here and help him, but now Palafox is stuck underneath the Sun Disc, and it will not save him today.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Closer gonna get spotted just walking by Contracts. They will not be going towards the Baron because they were pretty low. But yeah, Quid actually avoided the Azir ult and then just flashed in to die. That was, I think it had to be a misclick from Quid. He ended up giving his life pretty much for free, but then the rest of 100 Thieves swoop in. They're able to win that team fight regardless, as I guess we're gonna listen to the comms.
Aphelios. Anyone? No flash Aphelios. Anyone? Keep chase up. W2. How'd no play? Not letting Sedge get out. Oh, okay. Here. Keep chasing. No place.
Iron's out.
If I get one reset, it's... Keep going, mana here.
Closer through the mist right in front of him. It didn't hit the terrain. He didn't have the haste from the mist while walking around. I think he might have been able to pick up that extra kill if he had the mist speed bonus.
Yeah, it can be those small things that can make the difference in a fight like that. Obviously, we joined that replay slightly after Quid had died, but they are able to win out in that fight, and it's just back towards live, back towards fighting around this Baron area. You see that Palafox there took a Void Seeker, so he's now lost that Crown of the Shattered Queen. Okay. Which does mean he doesn't have that, and any potential engage on him becomes that much more frightening. He has to play with these frontliners in between him and the poke. He can't be getting that poked off.
Energy with all those ultis back up again. 100 Thieves wants to try to find this poke. Void Seeker and Accelerated Shock Blast both hit Dokla, but the Ornn is very, very tanky here. FBI with a red gun can also heal off a lot of the pokes that they might be able to land onto him. Energy definitely playing from a position of vulnerability here. They know that if they have any more fights go pretty sour like that last one did, all of a sudden their backs could be up against the wall, requiring a mistake from 100 Thieves.
And look at Ignar. He's lost half his health. Palafox was playing pretty far back, wanted his crown to be back and active. It is now active, but he has to go up towards top to actually catch that wave. There's waves pushing in on both sides. 400 Thieves is a big wave down on bot. This wave now is pushing out towards the 100 Thieves side, so Energy will be able to group back up as Palafox comes back down. Ignar was able to go into the enemy jungle and get actually some honey fruit, it looked like. 100 Thieves now are just going to actually start up the Baron here. It's spotted, though, and Busio is also spotted on the flank, so this is going to be a tough take.
All right, they see Busio. They zone him back away, but Energy's still got to be careful here. Oh, the Glacial Prison from Contracts doesn't connect onto anybody. Energy's going to want that one back. Baron still aggroed by Closer, down to about half HP. FBI looking for a little bit of damage over the wall here with the turret, plus the long-range power of the Calibrum means Closer's now down to 1/3, and with that fed Viego low, 100 Thieves has to back away.
Yeah, they are going to pull back off of it. It's starting to feel like 100 Thieves are really feeling a bit of pressure. They're staying around that Baron so long. They're trying to make something happen there. Aren't really sure, I think, how else to play out this game. So they're just trying to force Energy to come in and look for a fight, and Closer stepping forward, but Ignar's going in.
Ignar finds a knockup on him, but there's no follow-up here. FBI was so low that Energy was prioritizing making sure their carry doesn't get one shot. So now 100 Thieves have control over the mid lane, priority over the bot side river, and they should be able to pick up this Dragon Soul point.
Now we're going to be able to grab that Dragon. A bit of an aggressive play there from Ignar. Did you catch if that was his Hex Flash or his actual flash as he came out of that brush?
I did not see.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So maybe we can get a confirmation on that. If it was a Hex Flash, obviously it's not a big deal. Okay, so it was just Hex Flash. His real flash just came back up, okay, as we can see on the Spectator client. So at first I thought he actually used his real flash. I was like, wow, that was aggressive. But it is going to be Bloodthirster third here for FBI, so he's working towards that. You can see third item starting to come in from both sides. double going to be working towards a Rage Blade. There's a lot of frontliners to work through here, so I do think it makes sense. Obviously has both armor and a magic pen on it, which can be quite nice. And as long as he's able to actually get some auto attacks out, there is a lot of value from that. Obviously, it is a trade-off. Your poke's going to be a bit worse compared to that Luden's build, but I do think it's worthwhile if you're going to be free-firing on those frontliners.
Dokka level 14 starting to upgrade some items here too. Contracts needs to be careful because 100 Thieves is sending everything at the enemy jungler when they found him. Now Bucio's ready to collapse and FBI explodes. Energy are caught with their pants down in their own jungle, and it's 100 Thieves picking up 2 for free. I think the Baron's about to go with it.
I think so too. Dokka's not even going to bother coming. There's no way they can actually steal this. Ignore and Palafox were around, so I think it gave them a bit of a false sense of security as they moved in onto contracts. double-elimination commits the ult, is able to follow through. They get that first kill, and FBI was coming to try to defend his jungler. I think expected the rest of the squad to come as well, but he just goes down in the process also, and now Palafox commits the TP down towards bot side, so they trade a tier 2 down towards bot, but it does cost them the teleport. They're able to get a jungle camp out of this, but they've got to be somewhat careful. They are spotted, I think, likely by that Void Seeker. It gives a little bit of vision around it. Now it's a 5K lead here, 400 Thieves, and they're one dragon away from Soul, and getting very close to securing their playoff spot and eliminating FlyQuest in the process.
Yeah, 100 Thieves playing like a squad that wants that playoffs ticket, and yeah, they just know how much damage they have and immediately explode contracts. Then FBI, just way too close.
Yeah, I mean, he was walking up to try to peel. Quid just ran past the tier 1 mid, though. He just ran right past it. I don't think he was expecting him to be there. That Shock Blast really starting to do some damage. You can see it pokes off the crown, but it gets about 20-30% off Ignar as well. And now the waves pushing in mid, pushing in bot. Bucio clearing out vision, wanting to bounce between these two waves. It's going to be pretty difficult here for Energy. No one is answering mid. Someone's going to have to get back there, and as they do, they can start to threaten the dive on this bot side. So it's going to be tough.
Dokla's deciding to sound the Orn Horn, goes for the flash engage to follow up on double lift here, but they will not get him. Now Dokla's got to be careful about his own health bar as Quid disengages further. Closer on the side, just providing enough threat for Energy to be afraid to push forward. 100 Thieves stop the Energy play in its tracks. They don't even need Someday to do it. He's still back in mid lane, pushing up another wave.
They're able to get away. It does cost them the flash of double lift though, so we'll see if Energy can make them pay for that, because you look at some of the playmaking tools, there's flash for Ignar, there's flash for Palafox, so if you could catch that Kaisa, it could give you a window to turn the game around, and I think that is what Energy is going to be depending on after that fight did not go their way. They weren't able to get the kills they wanted. You've got to depend on those missing summoners. FBI getting tagged, though, taking so much damage. Still doesn't have the full BT completed. I think he's likely going to have gold here pretty shortly when he goes back to base. But if they can hang on, there is always a shot.
It feels like the walls are tumbling down around Energy, though. 6,500 gold lead with themselves already being on Soul Point. 45 more seconds of Baron, minute and 45 until that Drake would spawn. 100 Thieves are set up in a great position to win this game and lock that playoff spot. Dokla wants to try to jump in and keep these guys away from the tier 2 turret, but it's already about to fall. Now Someday jumps in with a stun on the contract, but they cannot quite full commit onto the Sejuani with everybody else from Energy still there. So that'll be all that 100 Thieves get for now. Only 25 seconds left in the Baron, so this reset will be the end of the Baron power play, plus 3,400 gold.
And so much gold was actually in pocket as they go back. There was about 2K for Someday. There was around 2K for double lift and Quid as well to spend up. So you're seeing a lot of item completions coming through. We saw Death Stand spot up. We have third item completed for Quid, third item completed for double lift, and Mikhail's came through for Bucio. So a lot of these win conditions are starting to go away. You're hoping for things like that great Sejuani ult onto a carry, but now there's the Mikhail's to answer. There's also already that cleanse to answer there, and you start hitting this point where the luxury items come through. Now all of a sudden, even if you kill closer, he's got a GA. There's a stopwatch on Someday. These are the things that really make it hard to find a comeback, even if you get that perfect fight.
And when you're looking at FBI and Palafox, again, back to the fact that this is a 2-threat composition. If these two are not present, there is no damage to get a kill. 0, 4, and 2 on the Azir, 1, 3, and 1 on the Aphelios. Honestly, neither one of the Energy carries having a very good game in this one, and it's hard to see ways for them back in that don't involve a massive 100 Thieves error.
I mean, I agree. You know, one of the small lights at the end of the tunnel, I guess, is all these Ornn upgrades that are coming through. You know, it is a nice bit of stats that are being kind of injected into the team. Obviously, Ornn upgrade is already through for himself. It's true for both of those carries that you pointed out. So they're going to have a nice little injection of stats. So the gold lead isn't quite as bad as you would think. but they definitely don't want to give up this soul, and we'll see if Energy can play through mid. They're trying to push out mid. They're trying to get pressure here, and they're going to try to use their tanks to actually march in through River. But look at double-elimination and Quid. It's just this firing line off to the side, tagging them constantly.
Oh, but they hit Closer with
Gales.
some CC from Sejuani. Mikhail's immediately ready to go. Bucio's got it covered, and Closer doesn't even lose half his HP. Ignar's the one who's worse for wear as the poke continues flying out from the Thieves, but Dokla's ready to sound the Ornhorn. Quid has to flash away. Contracts leads the charge, and Dokla's ready to follow up. Quid is low, but he ain't down yet. Palafox swoops in to grab the kill. Now FBI's firing onto Someday. Closer still off to the side. The Viego is the X factor, and Energy knows it. Contracts jumps in on him. They find the stun, but again, a beautiful buffer through the Heartbreaker to get himself out of the CC. Keeps Closer safe. Now, Energy's starting up the Drake themselves. They don't want to give away the soul at this point in time. They need to try to continue something from this advantage that they earned by killing the enemy mid. It's 30 seconds on Quid. Their objective bounty secured for Energy.
Yeah, I think it's the right call from this position. If you try to fight that with no ulti on Closer, with him already low, you're likely just going to end the fight and give away your position in this game. So I think the initial part of the play was really good from 100 Thieves. They had Quid and double-elimination in a good spot, finding a lot of these angles. Quid is able to flash out from that Ornhorn, but they just kind of pile in on top of him. You can see that Bucio was coming in with a good counter engage, but Someday is kind of separated so much from the team that he's never really involved, and I think that's part of the problem. As 100 Thieves are scattering in all directions, you can see Closer up here, Bucio and double-elimination down here, Someday down here. No one is together, and it's making it really, really difficult for them to actually have that proper pincer play that they were looking for. When teams are setting up for flanks, the best thing you can often do is preempt the play, attack one side with all of your members, and that's exactly what Energy did. They didn't allow 100 Thieves to buy that time, to have Someday coming in right as Bucio engages. They say, no, you don't get that time. We're just going to go.
Ooh, Contracts tried to swoop in there and find the Glacial Prison, but he misses Closer. So that means that Energy aren't going to have that tool here for another 60 seconds.
And that's why they were forcing right there, because they were tracking Mikhail's, and Mikhail's was up in about 10, 15 seconds. And that's one of those things where they have to go right on cooldown, because Mikhail's is that additional complexity now to this game. You can see the cooldown came right up, so you're probably saying, well, why did you force that? That looked kind of garbage. But it's because he knows if he waits 10 seconds, Mikhail's is there to answer, and now Energy, feeling the pressure, they're going to have to turn with the Ornhorn.
Energy starting up the Baron. They got it down to 3K. They're just going to commit for this. Stolen away by Closer. Another beautiful play. And now Energy's got to try to fight back, but they've already lost FBI. They've lost Palafox. They've lost the game. 100 Thieves took the objective and took the fight, and they're about to take themselves straight to the playoffs.
100 Thieves pull it off. They're going to take down Energy here. Someday's already TP'd down towards bot side. They are going to secure their spot here in playoffs and knock FlyQuest out in the process.
Closer with a redemption game. 10 out of 15 kill participation here on the Viego. He started the game off with his first blood of the split. He had all of the kills there at the start. He never died a single time, and he stole the Baron to win the games and clinch the playoff spot for 100 Thieves.
My man just spent the whole split powering up for this one game. It's like 15 straight episodes.
And then finally, we get the season finale.
The season finale here for 100 Thieves is the Spirit Bomb from Closer, and he let it rip on Energy. Just went off in this game, gets that early first blood, gets a double scuttle on his first clear. They have that one big skirmish where he picks up a triple. All of a sudden, he's got 4 straight kills for the team. It was a great performance from Closer. That Baron steal sealing the deal as Energy was really feeling the pressure, felt they had to force something, and 100 Thieves made them pay.
Multiple good decisions made by Closer. Also multiple good executions just in those micro moments. The different times that we saw him use the Heartbreaker to properly buffer through the CC. Yeah. Top side against the potential Azir catch. Bottom side when it looked like he was going to get collapsed on and lose the GA for free. He manages to get both the micro and the macro down in a way that we have not seen this guy do much so far in Summer Split, and he did it when he needed to.
Absolutely. It was a really good game here from 100 Thieves, and we're going to be joining Mark on stage alongside Closer for our Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much, Azale. I'm standing by with Closer, who just clinched playoffs for his team. How do you feel after that?
I feel relieved. There was a lot of pressure on myself and our team, and we had to win this game. And Energy was looking very good till now, but I knew we can beat them, so I feel very happy now.
Yeah, you had a huge performance individually as well this game, picking up a ton of kills in the early game. The Baron steal, were you at all nervous because they took so much scaling into your comp? You had that slight stumble around your 4th dragon. How are you feeling in those last couple moments?
I was just thinking all the time how we're gonna win the next thing and what we should do next. I wasn't really nervous, but yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Was this a belated birthday gift to Double-Lift? He turned 30 yesterday, but unfortunately you guys weren't able to find the win. Was this like your makeup?
Yeah, let's say this was our birthday gift. Yeah, let's make it that way.
Okay, one question I have is, I don't know if you follow the community conversation at all, but you're someone who people have been expecting more out of a bit recently, given that you've had these insane highs, and this was, I don't know if you heard, but I think your first blood this split. How have you felt personally with this season? Do you feel like you're ramping up for playoffs?
Listen to me. I don't care about stats. I don't care about fans or haters. I know what I'm capable of and what my team is capable of. So I'm just gonna focus on improving every day, and we will see at playoffs.
Sweet. Thank you so much for the interview closer. Congrats on the win again. Congrats on the player of the game, by the way. You did end up picking that one up. Thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
I wore red for
Ignar's got to be careful now as he flashes away with 300 HP remaining. Palafox with a nice shuffle back on Busio. FBI takes him down, but it's going to be traded as Palafox falls. Now FBI has to be protected by the rest of his troops, but the Heartbreaker, the playmaker, it's Closer with a double kill on Viego as FBI tries to escape. Closer's got the Spectral Maw and a triple kill for the 100 Thieves junglers. Doko level 14 starting to upgrade some items here too. Contracts needs to be careful because 100 Thieves is sending everything at the enemy jungler when they found him. Now Bucio's ready to collapse and FBI explodes. Energy are caught with their pants down in their own jungle, and it's 100 Thieves picking up 2 for free. I think the Baron's about to go with it.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Hmm?
Typical beginner's mistake. Yes, they all start from the outside. So, will we help him? What else? Here, try it with Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings.
Which champion duo do you think would be OP in Arena?
In Arena? Maybe like Riven, Lee Sin or something. I think that they just have like so much mobility and burst, and yeah, I just feel like you can't really like escape them or outskill them, so.
I think I played the arena mode actually a bit, and I think Syndra is very strong, so maybe Syndra and Pantheon, something like that. They can just like set up CC for Syndra.
I saw Annie and Ivern because you have like pretty much 4 champions, so I think that's a potential.
I guess like Nautilus and Vel'Koz would be a good combo. Kill one target and then keep kiting around the map, run around, take the potions, and then...
It would definitely be Cyber Khan because it's the most broken thing in League of Legends if played well, so if it translates over, you know, it sounds like a good combo to me.
Welcome back. Let's see what Team Liquid has for us today.
You're picking one.
Oh my God!
Barbie! Team Greta! Greta Gerwig!
Yeah.
One's twice as long as the other.
I'm judging TL for
One's
if
twice
they
as
don't.
good.
Oh, it's the trifecta.
Oh, they're choosing that one instead.
Middle one.
Okay.
That is more entertaining.
I like the real life tie-in.
I'm seeing both for sure, double feature.
Same. Me too.
I love Nolan as well. I won't.
Good call. Emily?
Rip.
All right.
Get her
Let's
done.
see if I can do it. this
Get her
time
done.
and not ruin it.
You're going to ruin it.
It's a rippy sheet currently.
It's a...
Okay. We didn't ruin it. That was actually pretty sassy.
That was a good rip.
This is where we're at.
It started
Grip it and rip it.
at the end of
It started like 2 Mies.
These are,
like
these are
10
the
feet tall.
discarded corpses of where it started.
Maybe we can sign them and give it to somebody. I know we did that in the past. Just throwing that idea out
I think
there.
we gave it to
We signed it for Leo.
and now he works for us and designed the tool that you are about to use.
We will build the next Leo. We could build them. All right, let's start with the possibilities. Now, we'll just start with what already happened as a reminder for you people back home. Sadly, for FlyQuest, they are eliminated. Oh, sorry about that. They are eliminated, so they're gone. A salute to them. And 100 Thieves, with that win over NRG, are now secured in top 8 of playoffs. But we're now looking onto the game ahead. So let's just start with top 6, because this is what matters here, which is, for me, it's nice that we start with Team Liquid. If they were to win, they lock top 6, which is good to see. EG has already locked top 6, so that's already something that we've already discussed at the top of day. But
So Raz, is this lock or lock at least a tiebreaker?
Lock at least a tiebreaker here.
Got it.
But that's something to be noteworthy of, especially since this is a bit of a soup that really heavily depends on the head-to-head. So I'm interested in this matchup. And what's your synopsis on this one, Mr. Soup Creator?
Well, I think they actually locked top 6, not just...
Yeah.
now
I'm
yeah, I'm going to go back to the button.
never wrong.
If you go to lock-in %, yeah, they are completely locked for top 6 if Team Liquid wins this.
What if EG wins?
If EG wins, they were already locked. But if you go to top 2... Oops. I want top 2.
Your feathers are going at it.
Oh, my feathers,
feathers
dude.
are fighting.
Oh, my God, I'm getting trolled.
Change the record. Hit the record button
Yeah,
again.
we'll go back to this way.
Rakan, stop it.
Apologies.
This is top 2.
This is top 2. So if EG want to get top 2, it's really important that they win this game, because if they don't, you can see how much that dramatically changes their impact. So while they are top 6, if they want to have a potential bye, it's pretty critical if they win these next couple games.
There it is. That works for me. That being said, with all that out of the way, All-Pro and MVP discussions are something that we need to talk about. We've already discussed MVP quite heavily. Now it's about All-Pro. Now, we did our early All-Pros, but it's not that early. We still have a few days left. So let's discuss them. They're out here on the wall.
Interesting.
These are who we would place in terms of All-Pros at this very moment. First team All-Pro.
Okay, so immediate disagreements are top lane.
Top lane.
Immediate things that we all agree on are jungle, bot, and support right now.
Except Blabber is looking in different ways. Just throwing that out.
The classic use different pictures of Blabber. They
Yeah.
always use. Anytime we have Blabber, they always use different pictures of him. Where do you guys want to start? Disagreements or agreements?
We'll start with the agreement, because I'm really shocked. I think the community and people are pretty high on Huhi at the moment. But I would expect people who are saying, hey, Core JJ singing his praises, his laning phase has been really good. Sven right now, top team in the LCS, and also actually playing really well on engaged support, specifically Rel. So like, even though I put out the Huhi, I thought I was like one of the only ones putting out the Huhi, and we came into an agreement.
Who do you think was going to beat?
Sven. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, Huhi, because sometimes you can look at his stats and they might not be as good as like a Core or Sven. But I think what Huhi does for his team. And I'm not even talking about intangibles like shot calling, which we know he plays a really heavy part in, but I'm talking about just being the engage for his team. The fact that he was kind of already on getting down these roam timers to help affect mid, to help set up for Drakes from bot lane, even when we were seeing more bot 2v2s. And then also in some of those 2v2s, he's contesting the wave like before level 1, especially like I remember specifically a few of his Nautilus games where he's just making the opposing 2v2's life miserable to try to get those early levels. So I think who he brings to this team is just absolutely massive as a support.
Now, we've talked about in terms of the agreements. I don't want to waste time on the fact that let's just go straight into the disagreements, because that would take quite a bit of our time.
Gory Jojo is an interesting one.
I feel like that one, so I'm sticking with Jojo now. I feel like this one is going to heavily depend on, like, for example, the game we have coming up with EG and EG's performance in this final week.
Yeah, and Golden Guardians' performance in this final week. Like, if Golden Guardians, I see a world where they are the #1 seed in the LCS.
Yes.
That's very possible. And I keep going back to the number of mid laners who have had by far their worst game against Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a River Gory combo, which is, again, maybe a little bit surprising that no one decided to put River over Blabber. But when Jojo wins, he wins in a different way. And I think Jojo still has more stinkers than Gory has had. And Gory River really put mid laners in the dirt, so that's why I have him up there.
Yeah, when Golden Guardians are playing well, Huhi and River both go mid. They have this, Korean-speaking triumvirate that just destroys mid laners and then takes over the whole. The whole welcome to an A angle that they do is pretty devastating. And I think JoJo's dropped off a little bit just as people have targeted him more. And if they keep targeting him and he remains ineffective and they drop in the standings or something, then I think very possibly Gory could end up over him.
I think that could happen, and I think that's a conversation that needs to continue. Because even the one tough one was the game that Gory had versus Jojo Pyun, where he kind of blew him up there.
Yeah, I mean, tough for people to beat Jojo.
That was a level 1.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Okay.
You do not go like 14-0 because you got to kill level 1.
It was a bit of a snowball with the Long versus Kaisa matchup. I'm just putting it out there.
That's the start of it.
Yes.
But that's like...
And they pummeled him with multiple
members. That's like saying I got 20% in math because I missed the first day.
I couldn't recover. I got snowballed on.
It's literally a snowball-based game.
They went over 1+1 on day 1, and I just couldn't recover.
It's a snowball-based game. That's literally how the game is played. Before we move on, I want you to talk to me about Fudge, because we didn't get a chance
we gotta get
touch on the
here.
top lane meta.
Yeah, I mean, top lane is a really hard one, and I think it's extremely close.
Yeah.
Fudge, for me, is someone who has been deprioritized this split.
Yeah.
But in the grand scheme of the game, I still think is consistently doing the right things. He's still team fighting very well. He's still managing his lanes well. When he needs to carry, he has, but Blabber has really taken way more resources and had Fudge play on his timers more than in Spring. So I didn't use that against Fudge. I still think he's playing at a very high level.
For Licorice, for me, it's just the counter picks, the amount of resources that he does get. You talk about Fudge not getting a lot. Licorice actually gets a lot and does things with it. They give him counter picks. He'll usually do very well with those counter picks. He's good in mid to late game team fighting. When they want to put him on split pushing duties as well, he can do that. He's kind of done it all this split, and he hasn't struggled individually into anyone that I can really remember. He's had everyone's had games where they're not perfect, but I think he's been the most consistent top laner this entire split. I think Summit, who hopefully you guys voted for, incredible laner. As Dokla said, oh my God, is he dead in the side lane again? It's just too many problems.
I don't know if I can give first team to someone who just is a clear leader in ISO deaths.
And that's the challenge, because he's also just a clear leader in lane.
Yes.
He is their clear win condition. You talk to any top laner. I felt like every top laner I've talked about, it's like, who's the best top laner? Okay, Summit, and then who's number 2? It's like, well, we can all have a good day, bad day. But the respect is always there for Summit in lane. He does not get that much help from the jungle. It's actually, at least last split and this split, seems like it's across the other lanes mostly. So it's just him performing excellently within his own lane. Yes, as the laning phase ends, the problems start, but that's something I wanted to mention.
I was like, it's not as bad, and obviously we still remember some of these Summit plays, some of his mistakes in terms of joining the rest of TL for team fights, but I will say he has improved in that aspect, and the absolute dominance of his laning, which is, I think, does count a little bit more for top laners because they typically are left on an island a lot more, is something I considered.
That's fair. And as we send this to the casters, just a shout out to Golden Guardians, who's doing a cool For Your Consideration campaign for All Pro. So it's something to look out for. It's a post that they've made right now. It's really nice graphics.
Actually, yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's nice to see organizations, and I know we'll see more orgs that are like putting their players out there now that All Pro is going to be up for grabs. So it's a good shout out. We're going to be sending it to the casters. Thank you guys.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm still Captain Flowers. That's still Azrael featuring Ooh Ears. And it's time for game number 4 of the day. Golden Guardians going up against TL. This one should be exciting.
Yeah, it's EG versus.
Oh, EG TL. My bad. We were talking about
also
Golden
exciting.
Guardians.
It was EG and it was GG, and they were saying GG.
Yeah. We were talking.
And then they tossed to us on a GG tweet. So really, I'm blameless here, and it's Raz's fault.
Yes, it's Raz's fault as per
Thanks
usual.
for ruining cast,
That's
Raz.
my bad. Sorry.
How could you?
Yeah, I apologize on behalf of Raz.
Yeah.
All right, so we got TL versus EG. This one's also going to be a banger because JoJo in the mid lane is somebody who has been popping off earlier on in the split. He regained his mojo after having a spring split that was also, yes, he was playing League of Legends. But once teams start focusing him, EG gets a little bit rougher.
Absolutely. I mean, that has been the recipe that a lot of people have been talking about. They're saying, you know what, early on in the split, even when EG was dominating, a lot of pros were saying, yeah, they're doing well, but it's just JoJo. And then we saw, this losing streak, this 4-game losing streak, where people were nonstop going mid. Oh, that is some impressive stuff there. That's like a 6-piece
coordination.
sign.
Yeah. Wow.
JoJo, don't int.
Okay. Yeah, fans are ready to go. And JoJo's up against APA in the mid lane, who's had, honestly, an explosive entrance in the
talent,
LCS.
baby.
NA talent is popping off in the mid lane. All these years, Isaac.
Can't read that one.
Yeah.
Unleash the Crow Storm, something else.
There's a lot. I believe the man wants fiddlesticks. That's...
He's clapping. Someone's
okay,
clapping.
all right, cool. Well,
that.
I feel like I'm sorry to disappoint you. You're probably not going to get fiddlesticks. But no, all of these years we spent importing mid lane talent. It was right here in the backyard the whole time. APA and JoJo just really putting on an awesome show for us.
When I was back, looked in the shed, APA was there,
just
JoJo
like,
was there. Oh,
what is this guy doing back
Yeah.
here? We just never noticed him up until this point because of old Aurelian Soul and those goofy stars distracting us. But now, he's in there. He's ready to go. We got Tristana locked in. He may very well be playing that one. We got Pioshik on the Maokai. I'm not expecting this to be a support Maokai. We've got Kaisa and Rel locked in on the side of EG.
However, in the Nasus, I will refuse to be baited. We'll see what they are going to go with here. Kaisa is up and available. If they wanted to take that as an answer, if they want to do Triss mid, you could do Kaisa bot. You can do those double marks and comps, which have been pretty popular.
Well, Kaisa's on the enemy side.
Zaya meant.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
My apologies.
All good.
Spoke there, but it is going to be Summit with the Renekton. So EG have the option here to try to match roles a little bit. Do they want to grab their top laner here? And it is going to be the Jax coming out from Revenge. So Jax, generally seen as kind of a skill matchup into the Renekton with the ability to outscale as well. So it is a matchup that I think if people are comfortable on, they generally do prefer.
Yeah.
On the other side, of course, we do have two champions which could theoretically be support or jungle. There is the Maokai, there is the Rel, but we are seeing the vast majority of Rels go to support, and we're seeing the vast majority of Maokais go to jungle.
Right, exactly. And for that Jax versus Renekton matchup, I think a lot of it, can you use your helicopter on the stun, right? It's an enchanted auto attack, so if that ends up popping off...
Can't be wasting your helicopter.
Yeah, do not waste your helicopter on Jax. It's the easiest way to end up throwing the lane.
There's another word that you add onto the end of helicopter where you're talking about Jax on your stream, but I can't quite remember what it is.
Helicopter blades, helicopter ability.
Spinny staff?
Yeah, helicopter spin, helicopter trick. There's a lot of options there with
There's
the
tons of
helicopter.
options, yeah.
There's just all sorts of ways you can phrase
What
it.
does it
But
mean?
hey, you were talking about Zaya maybe as an option for TL. And
I was actually talking about Kaisa, even though I met Zaya.
Right.
And then now it's Zaya.
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, we got the Zaya. You just ooh ears all over the place. In game, out of game, it's everywhere. And Ari's got them too, and they're gonna ban her. Too many ears.
What is with this ooh ear hate?
Yeah,
you know?
You're I can't remember what the species of what you are is called. It's
I was gonna say human, but
no, like as a Zaya Ari
League of Legendos character.
Yeah, I don't remember what it is, but it's something special. It starts with a V, like
The only lore I know is the lore I've learned accidentally, so...
I know the Skarner ones. That's about it, but Skarner is not...
I know that Rammus rolls around in the desert and says okay.
Yeah, I love that old school lore, man.
Lore.
Yeah, that's the deep lore
that's
right
that good
there.
shit. That's that shit I do
like.
yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. We got the Thresh banned out. They want to keep Core JJ off of that one. Sejuani banned away by TL. We're going to see Shaden on Lee Sin. I know that's like a fan favorite, but... Come on, lock it in. Give me some flair.
Yeah, we'll see what he is going to lock in. All-time, most played is Viego. Has One Lee Sin game.
Okay, so probably not Lee Sin.
And it was a loss.
Okay, definitely not Lee Sin.
But
we'll get
he could improve his win rate significantly
by 50%.
With one win. Yeah. That's a pretty big jump
in one game.
But instead, we are going to get his most played all time in competitive 25 games of Viego.
What's that win rate look like?
52.
Okay.
Yeah. He does have a below 50% win rate though overall. You know, so the teams he's been on haven't been the most dominant. So it's not one of these guys that's on like a Cloud9 or whatever that has 60-70% win rates on everything.
Yeah. Well, that's just life, isn't it? Samira has a brand new thematic skin come out, and she would be able to use her W to block Kai'Sa's W, but instead we get the champion that does the most damage in the entire game, 80 carry ad.
Wait, we got Heimer.
But I do like the Heimer.
It's like the Sven
I do like
special.
The Heimer. Yeah. Somebody other than Sven being willing to pick this. CoreJJ throwing it down with the wrench.
Can we confirm it's CoreJJ on stage?
Yeah. How tall is the man sitting in that chair, and how blonde?
Not very blonde.
Okay. All right. Well, it's probably CoreJJ then.
2 out of 10 at most. Yeah.
Right.
That's the most I'll give you.
Well, CoreJJ is on the Heimerdinger here, and the last pick of the draft for
Silas.
EG and JoJo is Silas.
Let's go. That's actually a pretty cool pick here. There is the Buster Shot, obviously, to steal, which can be pretty powerful. It does have, obviously that high AP ratio on it when you are stealing it away. This is a matchup that you do see people enjoying.
And hey, reminder to everybody out there with the regular season coming to a close. It's nearly time for the LCS playoffs starting next Thursday. We'll be back for 3 weeks of double elim action as teams battle for a spot at the LCS Championship in Newark. Check out lolesports.com for more information. And remember, Wednesdays are the wrong days after this week. We will not be on Wednesdays no more. It's going to be Thursday and Friday of next week. And then for the 2 weeks following, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Wednesday is not there. If you show up on Wednesday, we won't be here, except Raz said he might be hanging out in the parking lot. So that's about it.
Wednesday is like Yumi the split. Deleted.
Yep. And you know what? I don't miss Yumi at all. I'm sorry. I know that might be a little bit too close to home with you having the cat ears right now. I apologize.
I thought we
for
were
that.
cool, bro.
No, we are. Me and Yumi are not.
No? Okay, fair.
That book is closed.
On the cat.
Preferably with the cat inside. If Yumi spends the rest of her life as a bookmark, she will not be flat enough.
All right, well, it's going to be a fun one here. TL versus EG. Got to start talking about that pick from JoJo a little bit here with the Silas, but there's a lot of good ults to steal. Obviously, there's the Buster Shot, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is pretty powerful. The Maokai ult is one that people talk about a lot. Having that AP ratio on the Maokai ult can be really powerful. And I do think with Heimer, the way that it works, in my understanding, is that you can actually use any of the different ults. So you can use, I think you can do the different variations. Like you can do ult grenade, turret, and missiles, if I'm not incorrect. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I believe I've seen that interaction.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on how Silas interacts with it either.
Yeah, I know the, thank you, observers. I know the ulties for Heimer. I'm not 100% certain on the
how Silas interacts with them. Yeah,
because there are some weird ones.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's a bit more of an obscure situation that kind of only happens when these two champions out of a roster of 160 interact.
Exactly, and it's like with Alawi, right? Where it's like you can steal the ulti, but then you have no way to make the tentacles do anything and stuff, right? Like
so it's just like, all right, boys, welcome to the tentacle zone.
I jumped real high.
They don't do anything, but I'm afraid of them.
How can she slap? Well, she can't. Unfortunately.
All right, do we get to have anything fun at level 1 this game? I don't think so.
We can have something fun.
Heimerdinger has brush control bottom, so I don't think anybody's going to try to step up bottom. Jax and Renekton looked at each other menacingly, and then
we just got to make our own fun then, you know?
Okay, how do we make our own fun at level 1?
I don't know. You can read some Skarner lore.
We can attack some chickens.
Okay,
we can ward some chickens.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
Watch the chickens die.
That's not bad.
All right.
Tower died.
Yep. Tower.
Yeah, it's a tower. 2 towers.
A little baby tower.
Yeah, it's a little small critter, you know?
The ward isn't traded back. EG's pretty happy about that one. Down to that last little sliver of HP, but not quite enough. Jan and CoreJJ, I expect Ashe and Heimerdinger to really just totally control this lane in terms of the pressure and the priority. I expect Ayla and Unforgiven to just be hard stuck underneath that turret for most of this.
I will say that Beamerdinger skin, I really like it, but the Chromas for it are kind of cursed. Like, what? That does not look like a bee anymore.
What does it look? Kind of looks like an alien.
I don't know, man. It looks like a little Yordle cut off something's head and then is wearing its head on top of its own head. Like, what is happening there?
That's pretty grimdark, man.
It is, right? It really changes the whole thematic.
Chaos Warrior Heimerdinger with a bee.
It's like some Mad Max stuff.
Yeah, all right.
What's up with that?
I can actually get behind it. I like the skin more now.
Only the chromas. The base one is just a nice little friendly beat.
You know, my favorite Jax skin is the Gundam Jax, the robot one.
Yeah,
I think
that one's
really
cool.
Yeah,
especially when he pops his ult.
Yeah. That one's sick.
Oh, see, we're getting the picture-in-picture of the Heimer.
Yeah,
get him. Show his face.
Look at him, dude.
What is going on? What is that
crazy,
thing, man?
Pioshik and Shaden are fighting over the blue buff here, and you can see that Shaden did end up winning it, but Pioshik forces him back.
I will say he has some swagger on the walk, though.
He does. I like how you can toggle which walk.
That's a confident yordle right there.
Yeah. Core JJ, so confident that he's stopping EG from coming in to reinforce their own jungler. He wants Pioshik to at least get something out of this steal, but Pioshik just gets jumped on. Now Shaden's coming around from the side. Nice flash from Pioshik into the twisted advance. It's first blood for Unforgiven, but Team Liquid's going to trade one back immediately. Plus 200 bonus gold over to EG as they punish the TL invade.
Yeah, they are going to be able to punch that invade. They get one back. That looks like a predictive grenade almost from Core JJ. I would love to see that replay one more time to see if it was in fact, because he has turrets, he has his E. It looked like as Shaden went forward, he just gets stunned on the engage. So I want to see the grenade here from Core. So he was trying to go forward. Yeah, he throws the grenade where he's going to W to. So nicely placed by Core. The grenade, he ignites him immediately, drops the turret. Maokai goes forward. They are able to get that kill. And they do maintain push through bot. But unfortunately, Unforgiven got a kill. He gets the red buff, and that advantage that you kind of had pushing through bot is taken away somewhat. Obviously, Yon got double buff himself, so he's going to be feeling pretty good. And it's always so annoying when you're stuck in a lane and a champion like this now just essentially becomes manaless, right? Like you're just pressing volley on cooldown.
Constant spam. And I love the fact that Team Liquid went for this because they have the Ash Heimerdinger. They're not just content with saying, okay, we have bot lane control. They're trying to get something else out of it. But Evil Geniuses is saying, all right, if all you guys want to do is stay pushed up like this, then here we come. Nice flash out from Core JJ to make sure he avoids both the crash down and the Spectral Maw. And now Yon and Core putting a lot of damage back into Ayla. Jojo's coming around from behind, though, as Evil Geniuses end up way worse for wear in terms of the health bars of the bottom lane. Jojo jumps in. Yon's only got about 200 HP. He's trying to get away with 100 left. Core JJ blocking the Void Seeker to stop Yon from having to use either summoner spell.
Man, I cannot believe that Yon actually held on to all his summoners there. That was really bold. Had a good read on it. Jojo makes this full roam down towards bot. It is now no TP, so he's going to lose at least one plate mid and probably like 2 full waves. So Jojo's sacrificing his mid wave a lot.
And you talked about how obnoxious it is for Yon to have the blue buff for the infinite mana spam with the arrows. How obnoxious is it for him to have the red buff for the extra regeneration so that once you get him low, it's not even going to be as impactful as you would like. Of course, he does end up taking the opportunity for the reset anyway, goes back, purchases the full Berserker's Greaves. And with him going Berserker's Greaves and Unforgiven going for the Noon Quiver, considering Ashe has the automatic slows on auto attack anyway, if EG ever steps out too far and they're not already underneath the turret, Yon will be able to run Unforgiven down so easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jojo now is down 10 CS. I mean, he has moved from lane multiple times. He moved to actually help out on that TL invade. He moved again down towards bot side to try to make a play on Yon. APA has just been pushing relentlessly here, as most Tristanas will do.
Yeah.
And that has given him, a 10 CS lead and a plate. And it's going to hurt Jojo quite a lot because he got nothing off either of those realms, not even an assist to his name for it. So that is the risk versus reward of these plays. When you play this roam heavy style, you can get massive amounts. Sometimes you roam down, you get multiple kills, you really get your team ahead. That can be game defining. But when you get nothing, you can really start to fall behind.
Especially against Trist, man. With the E on the turrets, on top of having Demolish in your secondary runes, this champion ruins those turrets, and it can be very costly very quickly. So Jojo's going to have a little bit of catching up to do back there in the mid lane. Still just the 0-1-1 scoreline for both of our junglers. They were the victims of that 3v3 scrap in the bottom side jungle of EG super early. Team Liquid with about a plus 600 gold advantage over their opponents right now. A good chunk of that is the mid lane, as APA not afraid to rocket jump right in on top of Jojo. Pioshik coming around, but he cannot twisted advance in time. Jojo stole away the Buster Shot, knocked APA back.
That was actually really well played from Jojo, because what I thought was going to happen with Pioshik there was I thought that APA was going to jump in and basically get a 4-charge explosive shot on him with all the autos, right? That Jojo wouldn't be able to turn to trade back. But Jojo just turns, gets a quick trade, and then Buster shots him away. So ends up winning out on that trade without actually allowing Pioshik to close the gap. So I think that was really well played by Jojo in what could have been a pretty disadvantageous position. But TL used the pressure through bot, used the pressure through mid. They go over, they secure this dragon very easily here for themselves. Jojo's trying to get the push, and Shaden and Jojo will try to ward TL away, but TL knows this is going to happen, so they brought the extra member.
Exactly. They want to make sure that APA can get back underneath this tier 1 turret, not miss out on any of the gold from the minions. You can see him waiting there to make sure that he doesn't actually ruin his own pickup of the cannon minion there with the explosion from the E. And now Evil Geniuses still down a little bit of gold, but nothing too concerning. I mean, plus 300, not that big of a deal ever. And Shaden's got control over this bottom side river to grab the crab too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's basically just the difference in mid lane, right?
Yeah.
You know, the plate that he grabbed as well as that CS advantage that he has accrued for himself. And it was well played, I think, by TL to make sure they brought that extra man to be able to escort APA back to that wave. Otherwise, the CS would have equalized there, right? So it's these little things that these teams are doing to try to enable their mid laner and try to keep him in an advantageous position. APA has been a bit of a kind of breath of fresh air for TL. You know, he came in, things just started kind of working right off the bat. You know, they had that great initial weekend, which I think built a lot of confidence in him from his teammates, you know, built a lot of confidence for himself as well. But it just means so much when your team has faith in you, when your team knows that you can carry a game, when your team knows that you can really get it done. It's going to make them want to put resources into you and want to play for you. Which is, I think, such a big part of being successful.
And especially surprising and impressive when we consider the environment that they're in because of the fact that he's the one who doesn't speak Korean. I know a lot of people were really concerned about breaking up the full Korean comms to swap APA in, but it's worked out great with the communication they've got so far. Team Liquid has started up the Herald for themselves. APA is going to make the rotation over, as is Summit. And EG, I don't think there's any contest happening here. JoJo's really late to the party, though. Everybody's already caught the Uber home, so TL can just walk this one out, I would believe. However, JoJo's ready to go in with the Stolen Nature's grab. The real one fired off, back by Pioshik as he grabs the kill on JoJo. But Team Liquid is about to stop him from even getting anything back at all. Revenge trying to put some damage into APA as Pioshik gets away, and Shaden's going to chase him down, but it's a 2-for-1, plus the objective for Team Liquid.
That's a big win there for TL. JoJo's so squishy at this point of the game. They try to force the fight, but man, Renekton in these early fights with that ulti is such a beast. It's going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. And it looked like, I want to see this one more time, because it looked to me like Shaden tried to go for a flash ulti and kind of shorted his ulti to actually finish off Pioshik. If he got that first reset a lot faster, it could have been a different fight. Because very clearly the call is everyone go in onto the Maokai, burst him down, get the reset. Let's see right here. So out of this, he flashes. Yeah, he flashed and he ulted in place, right? And I think he thought I flashed in on top of him. If he plays that a little bit differently, it's hard to know, but like maybe you could keep your extra member alive. Like maybe the Jax doesn't die, maybe you can peel for him or something. You get that additional alt reset. You know, you have the Maokai to like knock him away. Hard to know, but definitely a bit of a misplay there from Shaden.
Yeah.
I do think the bigger misplay though was actually going for it at all, because they were too late to the play. And
it's already over.
Exactly, and it's like maybe if you insta-kill the Maokai before he gets any spells off, you win, but that seemed like a tough one to do because JoJo died so fast.
Shaden wanted to look for a potential opportunity in bot lane with Yon and Core JJ still being pushed up all the way to that turret, but stepped over a ward, and that means the plan is foiled before it even really gets to begin. Honestly, good job from Evil Genius's bottom lane so far. Underneath that tier 1, they've been stuck there the entirety of the lane, but their CS is not suffering at all for it.
Yep, doing a good job actually prepping those minions. You have to work really well together as that AD support duo to make sure that you're not messing those up, and they're going to go for an engage now.
Ayla over the wall with Magnet Storm finds APA, but Pioshik dropping his ulti, trying to disengage as EG switches aggro back over to the enemy jungler, and Ayla's going to be blown up by the rocket jump. JoJo escapes off to the side, but now Shaden's got to be careful. APA continuing to pour those auto attacks into the enemy jungler. Summit's ready to catch him. Heartbreaker back over the wall, but Shaden is in the wrong jungle. Summit's on the chase. Shaden should be able to escape here with a harrowed path.
Yeah, Summit knows that if he continues chasing, he's just going to waste time. And at best, you make the Viego execute, but you would lose a plate and that wave top, so he can't continue the chase here. But again, TL going for a play, you know, actually turning around a play very, very well. It's EG trying to go for this engage, trying to burst down Pioshik. I guess they just feel like they couldn't close the gap on the APA, but I feel like APA would have been the better target. Ayla has him locked down for quite a long time, and they're ignoring him so heavily that he just rocket jumps in on top of them, kills off the support, gets the reset here. Thankfully for EG, Shaden and JoJo both do escape, and the roam is not successful from Summit, but it is just that 1-for-1. I think TL did a good job to actually turn that around.
Nicely done from a team that's now 1,500 gold ahead of their opponents 12 minutes in. Nice early game lead on top of the Infernal Drake. They already secured 2. Second Drake of the game spawning here in about 10 seconds. As APA, I feel like every time the camera pans to him, man, he's jumping in.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has the confidence to do that because Pioshik is just walking up behind him, right? So the only way that JoJo can actually take those trades is if he goes aggressive in onto him. But with Pioshik coming right in after, if you go in aggressive, if you jump in for that abscond of duck, you're going to get rooted up and you're going to get burst down. So TL really enabling APA well, and he is a player that plays with a lot of confidence. We saw this when he first came out for TL, was playing Trist in some of those games, and looked really good on it. From a position of power, this guy is not afraid to jump in. This guy's not afraid to look for the aggressive play. It's just one of those players that's going to sit back and only hit frontline. He'll look for those angles to try to go deep and make something happen.
Well, we've got the second Drake of the game live now. Neither one of our top laners have their teleports ready to go to join up with this, so they'll probably both just be hanging out here as everybody else is jockeying for position for this objective. It's Team Liquid with control over the river right now, but EG are looking for a way they might be able to approach. Jojo with the Everfrost route onto Pioshik, Shaden right next to him. Jojo stealing away that Maokai ulti, and now they're ready to chase after these guys with the Nature's Grasp, only finding the enemy Maokai, but Pioshik is not tanky. He'll die to Shaden, and that's Team Liquid losing their jungler. EG should be able to secure the Drake off of this.
Yeah, this time EG had the extra member. That's why they can go for that play. Unforgiven makes the roam up. He goes in with the killer instinct, and that is really the difference maker, because in those previous fights, they didn't have their AD there to help burst down Pioshik. So not only do they kill off him and should potentially get this dragon, they also got the flash off Core, but we'll see if they can in fact secure it. Yan and Core are around and are harassing a little bit. APA looks like he's going to move up top, so they are potentially going for a red, or maybe even trying to push Revenge off and look for some sort of a dive, because APA is still playing in that topside jungle.
Exactly. He's trying to get something back. They know they can't fight for the Drake at this point, so APA walks into the jungle there, sees the red is up. He'll go ahead and take that one pretty swiftly here with a Tristana. They do not have a minion wave ready to try to make a dive onto the Jax, and with two physical damage auto attack based champions that would have to dive a champion who becomes immune to that for a couple of seconds with no wave, you're not really wanting to force that.
Yeah, it becomes very, very dangerous. You have to be able to get that immediate deletion, the 100-0, where you're like flashing in on Renekton, stunning him up before you can get Counter-Strike, and then bursting him down. But obviously, risky play. So just goes up, takes that red. A lot of plates were farm mid. So APA very rich, has been the beneficiary of a couple of these kills in these skirmishes. Out at 6,000 gold already. So he is the richest member in the game right now. Yeah. He's a good 700 gold ahead of second place.
Uh-oh, Jojo. This is a real bad spot to be. That Maokai ulti catches him here at the very end, and the Team Liquid guns are blazing as Jojo drops for the second time.
Yeah, 4 members bot there for Jojo. Was not expecting it. This is one of those tendencies in spring a lot. He got punished as he was going out towards those side lanes, would often get picked off. Teams started to really try to prey on that. Has not been something that has been happening nearly as much in summer, but not only did they get that pick, it means they're going to get first power down on bot side, and again, it is solo gold there for APA, so he gets all of that donated into him. EG trying to take Herald back on the other side, but TL is moving over here, and they're kind of first to the play. Ayla is looking for this deep flank, though, and the TP's coming in from Jojo.
Ayla with a 3-man Magnet Storm. EG needs to follow up, but they're going to find Yawn immediately. Also, Core JJ, also Pioshik. It's 1, 2, 3. Line them up, knock them down. Evil geniuses with a cutthroat execution and immediate payoff.
What a flank there coming through from Ayla. Finds the angle. Oh, the cross-map arrow. Wait, he's not going to die, right? No, okay, he gets out. If one more shot actually would have killed him there, I think. So that was actually kind of close. But really nice play there from EG. Ayla finds the angle, gets in on multiple members right as Jojo is TPing in off of that death. They get the kills, they get mid lane tower, they get the Herald. So that is really well done. EG are going to take the gold lead here, I think, momentarily. Or at the very least, close it back to pretty much 0. And when they drop that Herald, it could mean they do go into the lead. So Ayla was just not spotted. The TP's coming through. They start to realize the play is coming out, but just beautiful engage there. And the flash follow-up as well from Shaden. Gets the Heartbreaker across multiple members. Jojo arrives. He's in on top of everyone and holding that Ash Arrow. So even if you try to flash away, the Ash Arrow would have been there to actually get that follow-up and get that kill. And now EG back down towards bot side, trying to get some coverage here for Jojo, because it has been a lot of attention towards Jojo from TL. This has been a real pattern that we've been seeing against EG, that everyone kind of just is trying to prey on Jojo, hold down that member that people see as this strongest guy on EG. So EG are trying to match that. If you believe your mid laner is going to win 1v1 and they keep sending guys to take him down, well, guess what? You need to send your guys to be behind him and take those 2v2s, take those 3v3s, believe in your ability to out-execute.
I mean, I also just got a comment. Rel engages are the best engages in League of Legends in patch 13.13, I feel like. The ability to just constantly use this champion, and we've seen multiple players do it, to find these multi-man engages that just feel like they're doomed as soon as she hits the angle. Nicely done from EG and Ayla.
TL again, back down towards bot, but EG are here on the coverage. They know that TL is just hunting for him. It's just 4 members bot for JoJo again. They went for this play last time. They killed him off with 4 members bot. That got them the first hour. And EG are saying, you're nowhere on the map. We know you have to be going for JoJo. We'll see if they can keep him safe, because I don't know that he's going to expect that they stayed around this whole time. Ayla is kind of in the area, and JoJo is hanging back pretty far. I think he's nervous because no one is shown in the other waves still besides Yon.
Exactly.
So his spider senses are tingling a little bit, is going to play it safe, is going to be sitting back.
Topside Summit versus Revenge. Both ultis get popped as Summit tries to kite away, letting the Dominus build up the Fury, but Unforgiven jumps in with a killer instinct and lets Revenge take the kill.
That's exactly how EG should be playing it. TL left 4 members on bot for a long time trying to find JoJo. JoJo plays it safe. As soon as his coverage is not there, they back off. And what do? They attack the other side of the map where you know TL can't have those additional members. They get a kill on Summit. They drop the Herald. That's going to be the cash-in for another turret, and that is going to be EG taking a gold lead now for what feels like pretty much the first time this game. But again, they're back towards bot side looking for JoJo.
JoJo flashes to get extra distance. He still gets caught in the Maokai ulti, but he's so far past his own tier 2 turret that Team Liquid can't get any backup damage onto him. Nice stun. Magnet Storm there from Ayla as JoJo can't burst down APA in time, and it's Pioshik swooping in to clean up the kill. Now Team Liquid's got to get all the way out. Revenge is coming around from the side, trying to collapse on these guys in time. Pioshik will die for what I believe is the 6th time this game. Arrow flies through. Not going to get much out of that one. Pioshik's still running and running and running and running. Nope, Shaden's not going to catch him. It's time for Maokai's wild journey. Somebody play the yak.
Unforgiven's coming, so I think he's probably going to die now, but we'll see. Can he get the execute? That's the question. Oh,
nope. Void Seeker right in the face. Pioshik's still trying to get away. Oh my god, he's still getting away. He's still getting away. Maokai just walks through the turrets like it was an old Trick 2G video from 10 years ago and just walked away.
Oh my god, man. Made the unthinkable happen. Click to the left side of the map.
Away from the other champions.
The most devastating of outplays.
Nicely done from Pioshik. I mean, hey, it provided a distraction that let Team Liquid find 2 tier 1 turrets, and they're back in a 1,000 gold lead. But now Summit has overstayed his welcome here on the top side. JoJo stealing away the Dominus, pops it in response to Summit using the real one as he tries to drain tank through these guys. Absconda ducked. Goodbye, Mr. Croc. Shaden goes on a rampage. The Drake goes over to Team Liquid in the meantime.
Yep, good to be able to get that back. So at least EG fighting back, getting something on the top side. Now, as much as JoJo was kind of criticized in spring for being that guy that got picked up in side lanes, that has been the reputation around Summit for almost his entire career. So EG trying to pick on him as well. And now with that pick, they're straight here onto the Baron. Look at Ayla's spot. He is looking for the deep flank. He avoided that blue trinket. So TL may just walk in and get roasted by this flank. Yon and AP are stacked, and this could be the perfect angle.
The Baron's already down to about 1,500. They're going to secure it, and now Pioshik's here on the front line. Shaden may be bursted. They got to be careful about that. Ayla coming around from the side as Unforgiven goes in with a killer instinct, and APA will be killed. They've already found 2. Core JJ's the focus for Revenge. He's trying to get him with the helicopter. Yon gets locked down, but Revenge has to get back out. Summit's made his teleport into the mix, and EG needs to disengage.
Summit has his flash, but I don't think there's going to be an angle for anything. Massive play for EG. TL got so much momentum on the map from that escape from Pioshik early, where they're able to get multiple towers. They're getting the dragon, but EG get a pick on top side, and they just pull the trigger on this Baron. They're bursting it down so incredibly quick. They just finish it before Pioshik can get into the pick, because Pioshik had no flash.
Yep.
And then Ayla here on that flank that I was talking about was not spotted earlier. They knew he was there at the end of the fight, of course, but he still is able to get in on top of APA, lock him down, burst him down. And TL forced the retreat here from Revenge. Helicopter very nearly grounded as Revenge is going to slink away.
And you can see
he was
arrow,
hovering.
the stolen arrow from JoJo there, just barely missing Core as well.
3 points.
Yeah, if that one hit Core JJ, you're going to get another kill there. So at least Team Liquid are thankful that JoJo's not really dialed in on those arrows here.
It was 1 point.
Yeah.
3 flowers.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, we got a 1,500 gold lead for EG, and it's really going to come down to how much can they get out of this Baron. You know there's a lot of standing gold here on the map. Still one of the tier 1 turrets left available for them to take down there in the bottom lane. You can see Revenge already set up to split and take that. All 3 tier 2s ready for the taking.
Look at all of TL, though. They're kind of just playing this game. It's like the TL Goon Squad, man. They're just walking around, you know, roaming it up, and they're just looking to find these, like, 4v2s, 3v1s, these type of plays where they're trying to catch out EG in transition. They're hoping that EG, who's trying to play through sides, is going to get lazy on these plays. And they don't have the Baron buff, but they're the ones who are going to knock down this tier 2 mid because there's not enough members here from EG. EG was trying to play through sides, was looking for 1-3-1, and TL say, great, you're going to play through sides. We're going to group 5. We're going to go mid. Maybe we get a kill, maybe we don't, but we will take the tier 2.
Yeah, that's a little goofy, man. Normally you don't see the team without Baron having the priority over the map, but that's the state of the game here as Evil Geniuses get caught unaware. The Baron buff, the Red Bull Baron power play up to plus 3,000. So remember the baseline is 1,500 just for getting the objectives. So they've doubled up on that. They've only got it for another 30 seconds. I would have expected Revenge to be able to at least get this tier 1 in the bottom lane, but it did not happen. So
well, and there were so many TL members on that bottom side that I think if they were expecting he was going to push for that. And I think TL's play was Jax will go for the tier 1 and we're going to kill him. And I think that's what they were looking for. So I think EG had that read and that's why he didn't push up. And that's why on the other side of the map, it was JoJo pushing for the tier 2. He took the tier 2 top, right? Yeah. Because they knew that TL had so many members down there and now trouble here potentially.
JoJo jumps in on Summit, who escapes without needing to use the Dominus or the Flash, but now Evil Geniuses have forced their way into the bottom lane to take the tier 1 turret with the very last remnants of that Baron.
But look at this Tristana doing work up on the top side. You know, everyone pushed down here for EG. Revenge bases early enough, so he will be able to stop this pressure. But I think TL played out that Baron pretty intelligently, right? They lost the Baron, they lost the fight. That sucks. But it could have been so much more, you know, if they're trying to fight, if they're trying to, you know, contest EG in a situation where they could actually get a potentially game-ending fight. So instead, they cross map, they try to force with 5 members through mid. You know, they're able to actually get down that tier 2 mid. They're able to go up top and push out that wave. So they're trying to get what they can with the hand that they were dealt. It is going to be this dragon, though, spawning in 45, and we'll see who is going to be playing heavily towards it. Would be the 3rd dragon for TL, 2nd for EG. Cloud Soul, pretty nice, honestly, as JoJo's ulti was going to expire, so he's just going to let it rip.
Yeah, fires it off at Yawn, catches him at the very end, forces the cleanse as Shaden would have been able to follow up with Spectral Maw, and that could have very easily been a kill.
That cleanse is actually such a big deal, because now, if TL wants to contest at this dragon, there's a good chance that you just get flashed on and stunned up. Great sidestep.
Yeah, Unforgiven doing a good job there, avoiding the enchanted crystal arrow. So yeah, trading out the summoner spells, both AD carries vulnerable there.
Absolutely, because these are not guys with a dash. I mean, Unforgiven can reposition with his ulti, but if you get flash stunned by the Renekton, if you get flash, you know, helicoptered up by the Jax as Yawn, it can be really problematic. TL trying to hold this space in the river as JoJo was trying to force his way in, and now the Jax is going to TP. It's a very deep flank here from Revenge, and I think TL are going to have to take this fight.
There's the arrow coming out, stolen from JoJo Pune. Ayla ready to follow up with a 2-man Magnet Storm, and Core JJ's already down. APA having to flash away back onto the ramp, but now they got to be careful because Unforgiven's into the back with a Killer Instinct, and they found Yawn too. Team Liquid is collapsing under the might of Evil Geniuses. JoJo chases Pioshik away as Summit was too late to the party to change the outcome. Revenge is ready to jump over the wall and follow him all the way. One more leap strike should do it. There's the helicopter. Ace for Evil Geniuses.
Nicely played by EG. It's the exact play that I was talking about. As soon as you force that cleanse, you know the play you're looking for here, and it's all about this deep TP coming in from Revenge. I think TL did a good job. TL sees where the Jax is coming from, so all they can really do is try to kite back up into this area and try to defend right here. But look at Revenge going over the wall, flashing forward, stuns up Yawn, who is that target, that priority target with no cleanse. Unforgiven is Killer Instincted into the back line, and EG execute exactly how they wanted to. And it's really all off of that earlier play where they're able to force the cleanse off of Yawn. That is what prompted EG to look for this fight. They had that deep port, they had the preparation. Someone arrived, but it was too little too late for him. And Revenge is that X factor there, and EG has been able to preempt the play a number of times. You know, earlier in this game, TL were the ones that felt like they were in the driver's seat, but now, 26 minutes in, it's a 5K lead here for EG. It is 2 dragons to 2, Baron spawning, and I think EG are just gonna start it up right on spawn. They want to try to force a TP out of APA, who I believe they know his bot side. I'm not 100% sure they was spotted, but they're forcing.
And EG can do this Baron fast. They've already got it down to about below 5,000. Summit's going to get caught out here. Ayla stuns him up with a Shattering Strike into the crash down. Summit's dead before the fight can ever even start. Team Liquid have already lost a man. Ayla still has Magnet Storm ready to go. APA's been found. Tristana's dead. There's no hope left for Team Liquid. They got to try to get everybody out and lose as few men as possible, but most of them's already dead. There's the Void Seeker. Ayla finally drops the ulti. Pioshik's running into the enemy jungle, but that tree's about to get chopped. I don't know if he's going on a magical trip around the world this time, Azael. He's just going to get beat to death with that stick while Evil Geniuses go back into the Baron pit. They're going to get a clean ace for nothing. Revenge is just spamming some animations on him. Delaying the death actually ends up being a benefit as well because it's less time that Team Liquid has all 5 back on the map. Evil Geniuses, massive play.
Clean ace there for EG at the end of the day, and they take the Baron. Another great engage. They just collapse on the flanker. Summit is trying to come in here, trying to look for that potential flanking play as the rest of TL was over on the other side. But EG just collapse on him, kill him off immediately. They burst him down so quickly there that there was no recourse for TL. It was just a full-on retreat after that. They find APA on the side.
Yeah.
They even had the stolen Maokai ult coming through, didn't even need it as he just got burst down as well. It's just a great collapse. He cleared out that ward, so he spotted. Look at Ayla. Ayla just circumvented the vision, wrapped around here on this backside, and surprise, he is behind you. He avoids the slice as well, so there was no ability to dice. Gets burst down, and then APA is spotted here by Ayla. Jojo throws the ult over the wall, and Shaden in the Renekton body flashes over the wall, stuns him up. The follow-up is there. Shaden is having a really good game here, playing very aggressively on the Viego, and EG are playing that classic EG style that they were known for, where they are willing to take these skirmishes, where they're willing to take all fights, and they just believe in their ability to outplay in these situations.
In a lot of games, support play can get overshadowed, but I'll tell you right now, Ayla's my front runner for MVP of this one. Yeah. Unless something else completely crazy happens, the angles that he's found, the engages that he's found, multiple different points in the game, whether they were already ahead or if it was even ground or if they were behind, it's been a great rel performance from him. As Jojo versus Summit in the mid lane is not much of a close contest. The Sylas is very strong now.
I mean, Sylas has a full death cap. It's 4 completed items to 2 on the Renekton, so Jojo is ridiculously fed. He roamed often, he roamed early. The early ones did not really work out, but he just said, well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. They just kept looking for these fights, and now they caught APA.
APA had to try to buffer out of that one as Ayla goes in with a Magnet Storm, but he's a little bit too far ahead of the rest of the team now. Yawn gets the kill. Enemy support down. Team Liquid is a 5v4. Evil Genius is going to go ahead and recall Jojo. He can rejoin the rest of the team here with an Unleashed Teleport. They can drop it in the bottom lane to guarantee they take the turret if they want. Revenge sticking around to try to put the rest of the damage into this one, but they don't want to recommit just yet. Instead, they'll back away.
Yeah, they don't want to risk anything too much here, and there's a lot of gold to spend up usually after these kind of pushes. They want to reset and get ready for Dragon, I believe, here. They have that Baron recall. They can get back to base, spend up all their gold, try to buy luxury items, get your potions, get everything ready, and look to try to take this fight here around the Dragon. The TL is trying to move out on the map, trying to reclaim vision here slowly through their jungle. Shaden's still around, will be spotted, but it is the push topside from Jojo. You can see EG getting all the waves moving in their direction. Bot side is already moving in their direction. Top side being pushed in. They have multiple members moving up here through mid. And Unforgiven and Shaden are cheating over to cover Jojo on this push because they know there's a possibility that TL would look for that play. So I think EG playing it out very intelligently. They're going to have full push through mid with those supers. And then if there's an angle for engage, great, you go for it. If there's not, you just retreat back to the Dragon, take a freebie.
Easy peasy. Evil Genius is up 10,000 gold at this point in the game. Everything's falling apart for Team Liquid. They're going to need a massive punish or just the perfect fight if they want to have any chance at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them. And they don't have the best playmaking tools, I will say. You know, when you look over at their side, the engage is like an Ash Arrow. The engage is, you know, maybe a flash in from Pioshik, but there's not really kind of those X-Factor plays you think about where you can find that really explosive play. So I think for them, it's just about trying to maintain as much defensive vision as you can. See if you can find someone from EG who's, you know, playing in fog, who doesn't see you, that you can get a pick on with an Ash Arrow, with a quick engage, because it has to be an odd number fight. Like, they're just so far behind in the individual roles right now. So it is going to be very difficult. Pretty much everyone is down a full item where it counts.
Jojo is farming chickens, but he has the Unleashed Teleport to join up with the team if he needs to, just in case Team Liquid tried to pull the trigger on one of those 5v4 desperate situations. Pioshik hit by a Void Seeker there. It's going to force him back into the base. Honestly, Team Liquid's going to have a tough time leaving these walls for the rest of the game, I would have to bet.
I mean, it is really hard, right? You know, they have one deep ward for a potential TP, and you look down in their jungle, like that's about it. They got this ward here to potentially look for some sort of a play, but I don't think it's really going to happen. And EG, Stolen Maokai ult's going to push you back. That should guarantee the inhib and maybe much more.
Yeah, the Everfrost locks down Pioshik. They're going to burst him before he can even do anything about it. JoJo is dominating as Evil Geniuses continue their push. Shaden's into the back line, and then they pop Summit next. APA rocket jumps away to barely survive as Yon and Core JJ try to fire back, but Shaden escapes. The abduct from JoJo won't find a target. Team Liquid's got to be careful. The Silas cooldowns are insane. Shaden finds the kill on Core, and Yon and APA are back into the fountain. JoJo goes too hard, too far. He drops to APA. Evil Geniuses have a 3v2.
JoJo diving deep there on that play, does end up going down, but damn, the start of it was great. The Stolen Maokai ult gets the first kill. The Stolen Ashe ult gets another. And Shaden, again, as he picks up these bodies, he's just going so aggressive on the plays, being able to follow through, utilize the full kits of these champions he's picking up, and EG are poised to get another win here, which would put Shaden 2-0 on his debut weekend. APA, when he came in, he had that flawless intro weekend, and Shaden is trying to look to do the same. EG were on that 4-game losing streak, and Shaden has really, I think, made an impact in these first 2 games.
And not only is it good news for Shaden, it's good news for an Evil Geniuses squad that can still fight for first place in the split overall for the regular season. Getting just one of those top 2 spots, getting that free pass through the first round feels really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now they are 11-5, Cloud9, or excuse me, 10-6. I guess these rankings are wrong. Yeah, 10-6. And so they're 2 games back of where Cloud9 is, but obviously could potentially still catch up. JoJo looking for that deep flank. He's coming through blue.
JoJo's got the stolen ulti. Buster shot it at APA. He offers through it. Alo coming around from the side, trying to lock these guys down, and Summit's already killed. Unforgiven with the burst damage as Alo pops the Magnet Storm, and Pioshik's going to be going next. Revenge lands the chopper right on top of Team Liquid, and he won't stop now. Yon can't get him back. It's only Core JJ against the world, and you can't swag walk away from this one. JoJo and Unforgiven pop him. EG's gonna drop him, and TL can't stop him. It's another dub for the Geniuses as they'll take out Team Liquid in 34 minutes.
What a fight there from EG. The ace coming through for EG. They're gonna clean this one up. Such a scrappy game and a really impressive performance after falling back pretty early in this game.
Awesome team fighting, awesome engages, awesome performance from the Evil Geniuses.
Second win here this weekend for EG. So now moving to 11-6. That does put them at 11 wins alongside Golden Guardians, who are obviously 11-5. They have 1 less loss.
Yep.
And Cloud9 sitting at 12-5 right now. So Cloud9 still leading the pack, but EG with a chance to try to finish out in first place. It would require some assistance from the teams above them, but you know, back on that right track.
Yeah, and even if you're not first, like I say, top 2 gets you the bye out of that first round. That can go a long way. Give you extra time to observe what your potential opponents are going to be doing, extra time to scrim, practice, do whatever you need to do. Honestly, EG, man, even though they were behind early, Team Liquid had a up to 2,000, 3,000 gold lead at one point, and EG fought back well. You were talking about how, hey, if you know that JoJo's gonna get focused, have guys follow him, have guys shadow him, and later on in the game, you can pop off like this.
Absolutely. I do think EG made some really good adjustments to the kind of plays that we have been seeing over these last few weeks. Haley came in on the flank. Yes, he does end up getting burst down, but Shaden into the back line with that stolen Renekton body. JoJo going forward, the whole team piling in. Revenge was really strong as well in this one. 8-1-6 for him. A great performance on the Jax. It was honestly a really good team effort. You know, when I'm thinking through player of the game, it's a tough one for me to vote because Ayla had great engages, but JoJo was really good in a lot of these skirmishes. His stolen ults were huge. Unforgiven didn't really step a foot wrong here in this one. The Jax was big in a lot of the fights, so it was a pretty spicy game. But EG were kind of able to team fight their way out of it, and it really does remind me of EG, you know, back last year when we're thinking about this team, you know, with Danny and JoJo, and it was kind of like, yeah, it doesn't matter how far down you get EG, they could just beat you in a team fight and win the game,
Yeah.
right? And it kind of felt like they were recapturing a little bit of that magic here today.
It's a hands diff with EG. They're willing to bet on their own mechanics. Awesome showing from them. And before we go, congratulations to all of you who are at home, who are headed for a first place finish in Fantasy LCS on Sleeper. For those of you who didn't make it to the winner's circle, come back next split for a shot at redemption. And now we're going to head to a break. But afterwards, fans in attendance, meet Mark Z in the parking lot. Jat and Raz have a score to settle. Plus, Golden Guardians versus Dignitas. Don't go anywhere. There's the arrow coming out, stolen from Jojo Pune. Halo ready to follow up with a two-man Magnet Storm, and Core JJ's already down. APA having a flash away back over the ramp, but now they gotta be careful because Unforgiven's into the back with a killer instinct, and they found Yawn too. Team Liquid is collapsing under the might of evil geniuses. Jojo chases Pioshik away as Summit was too late to the party to change the outcome. Revenge is ready to jump over the wall and follow him all the way. One more leap strike should do it. There's the helicopter. Ace for evil geniuses.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. With the in-house controller, the per watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Okay, come on, guys.
Target spotted.
Oh, what the f?
Guys, broken.
아니 이거 뭐야?
Gobi. Come here, Gobi.
No!
Hello everyone, welcome back to the LCS. We're standing outside for some boxing for the Soul Fighter event. We have a dispute to settle. Raz has the opinion that Golden Guardians is the best team in the LCS right now.
That's right now.
Right now, Jat, you don't agree.
Cloud9 is currently in first place. EG also has 11 wins.
Oh!
I just don't understand the concept of saying it's clear.
So we're going to settle this both with our words and with our fists. You two are going to box for 2 minutes while also providing your arguments for why you think each team is the best team in the league. Are you guys ready?
All right, I'm ready.
All right, I'm going to count you in. 3, 2, 1, box!
Has Golden Guardians ever been the best team in the league?
Yes,
like
this
statistically?
split, literally this
then
split.
why aren't they in first place? It doesn't make sense. They finished
Why?
second. Cloud9 has won 2 splits in that should count.
I'm
Two
sorry,
splits
who's your
in a row.
all-pro first mid laner?
I mean, it's Gory, but you didn't even vote for Gory, Raz. I think he's the best, but the team is not the best. I'm hitting you repeatedly in the chin.
Wait a
and
minute,
it's not counting.
Mark, who's your all-pro top laner?
Ligorish.
Oh, good call.
It's Fudge, actually.
It just seems like Cloud9 is going through a lot of problems right now. Yes! Raz! Raz! Oh, 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 oh!
I am winning, so I'm just going to stay back here. I know he can't.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, I don't think he can get
He's
me.
a chicken!
So, like,
He's
I
a
mean,
chicken!
this is like when Fudge is
Disqualify
taller.
him! Disqualify him!
I'm just saying, like,
Disqualify him!
Cloud9. So, just listen, this is what Cloud9 is at right now.
No, get back in the ring. This is like a real boxing match. The ref is going to put you back. You can't.
Ah! He's a chicken! Oh! Oh! Stop it! Look, the reality is...
So Cloud9 is good because they have the back-to-back finals title. They have the best jungler in LCS history in Blabber. They have great synergy with M&S. Berserker's probably the most mechanically skilled
Hey, get
AD
over here,
carry
chicken, look at this.
in LCS history. And Golden Guardians doesn't have those things, so I think it's a pretty silly argument.
Oh yeah, how about the best team fighter right now in Stixxay that completely dominates?
If he's trying to say Stixxay is better in team fighting than Berserker, he's very wrong.
Okay, who did you have as your all-pro support? I'm sorry.
How do I only have 1 point? I've landed like 4 headshots, Mark.
How do I have 0?
Raz hasn't hit me at all, much like Golden Guardians has yet to land a good blow on C9. So, I don't even know why this is still a fight. I mean, it's just every time.
It seems like
You
every
get 'em
team
right
in the
where you
league
want
right now
'em.
is having their way with
And
C9.
someone's got to give you credit eventually. It's still 1 point. What is this?
NRG's taking down C9. I feel like they just
Another
lost
one.
a game yesterday.
Another one.
Are you even confident you can
I
beat
guess that's
FlyQuest?
time. We've run out. Jat is the only one who scored a blow worth
That's
noting.
crazy. That's crazy. Get this off me.
Raz might have lost the battle, but he
Who won here?
won the crowd.
Did Jat win this? Sounds
Well-
like I'm the man of the people here.
Maybe worse hands, but better with your mouth. You won that one, at least. So thank you guys for watching this. Phrasing wasn't great there. We're going to go to a catching up with now. Casters, you'll see on the other side. Welcome back to Catching Up with literally anyone else possible other than Double Lift. Today we're joined by River. Who's your least favorite teammate?
Yeah, who do you hate?
Hooey. Yeah. Welcome back to Catching Up with literally anyone other than Double Lift. We're joined by Hooey. Woo! Why is Europe awful at League of Legends these days? River, do you think Europe is awful?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Before we started, you can vouch. Before we started recording, didn't River say that Europe is very bad at League of Legends?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, you said that.
I say?
Yeah, just outside.
Really?
Yeah. Now we're going to play a game called Guess That Pro Player. So River,
Yeah.
go ahead and stick your hand in that bowl and guess which pro player that is.
Huh? What is this?
Your turn, Hooey. Stick your hand in the bowl and guess which pro.
What is this?
Yeah.
Dude, this is like food, no?
Yeah, but which pro is it?
Which pro?
Pro player.
Which pro player is it?
I'll give you a hint. He's very famous.
What is this? Is this blueberry?
It's not blueberry.
Close. No, not close.
Is it a fruit?
No.
It's a candy.
No, it's a pro player.
When you know
Just give me a name. and
Licorice?
It's not licorice. We start with Faker. It's Faker.
Faker?
Yeah. The most famous player. We had to give you an easy one to start.
It's only gonna get harder.
All right, we'll go again. Here's a bowl right in front of you both. I'll help right in there. Go ahead, stick your hand in and guess which pro player it is. What are you doing, dude?
What is that?
I promise, it's clean.
What is that? Boba.
Yeah, just get your hand all the way in there. All the way.
Pro?
Yeah, which pro player?
Boba.
No.
Someday.
Huh?
Someday. That's a really close guess.
Bolulu.
Bolulu. Color one. It was a bit of a mix-up.
Oh, I get it now.
Let me mix it up, make sure it's not too congealed.
Oh, I don't like the sound.
River's going first.
Oh, What is this? What the?
Get in there, Huey. Give it a shot. Give it a shot.
Oh, what is that?
What do you mean?
Which pro player is
Fudge.
it?
It's not fudge.
Licorice.
Oh, you're on the right team now.
Huh? Right team.
Yep, it's a Golden Guardians player.
Oh, it's
your
River.
team.
It's River.
No, it's not River. River's sitting
right
next to you. How could this be River if he's sitting next to you?
Gory. Gory.
No.
It's Stixay.
It's Stixay. It's your lane mate. This
What?
is Stixay.
Yeah.
Take your come on. Take your eyes. Take them off. It's.
Oh.
Yeah.
Stixay. Huh? Okay. Oh. Take it off. Okay. Oh. So that's Stixay.
Yeah.
This is Tyler one.
That's Tyler one.
Faker one.
That's Faker.
No, makes sense.
Make sure to like, comment, subscribe.
Welcome back to the desk for the last game of day 2 here in week number 6 of the Super Week Extravaganza. It's Soul Fighter Day. I'm still 90s beat 'em up side-scroller character, joined by Mr. Uwu Cat.
And another
now,
side-scroller beat 'em up character.
yeah.
Baseball Delinquent has joined for her second ever LCS cast.
She literally said she was going to beat me up if I didn't let her cast.
You know, yeah, I'm a very violent
Yeah,
person.
About to make them
Everyone
ears
can tell.
flat.
Yeah, exactly.
Throw that on the
She's like,
ground.
I'm about to
over
make
there.
you go extinct, boy.
Well, we got Golden Guardians going up against Dignitas back behind us here. You just saw Golden Guardians experience some pro player.
Some content. I enjoyed that who he said it made sense to him because I think he was the only one that made sense.
I think he was lying.
I think he might have just been trying to go along with it. I enjoyed River's honesty.
Yeah, River's just like, what the actual F are you talking about?
All right, so let's hop into this one. Golden Guardians have something pretty important to play for here. If they win, they guarantee at least a tiebreaker for top 2 at the end of the regular split. So really nice reward there, but they got to go through Dignitas, who, despite the fact that they're
Golden
middle of the pack
Gamers.
team, they're honestly doing a lot better than I think most of us expected them to.
Yeah, I mean, I think prior to the season, especially based on their spring performance, I forget where I put them in power rankings, but it was not high.
It was close to the bottom for me.
It might have been 9th.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much everyone had them down there because they were, what, 3-15 in spring? It looked
Yeah.
really, really rough. I think I underestimated personally how much of an impact Rich was going to have, and
Yes.
I think a lot of people in the community did as well. He has really been a difference maker for the team. I do think Santorin and Jensen are having a bit of a better performance as well, so other people are stepping up around him. Dignitas also did bring in Poom just recently, got his first win with the squad, was 0-3 with them last week. So they were 500 when he swapped in, and they would love to end at that 9-9 point. So we'll see if they can actually pick up a couple more wins here.
What a surprise! Kaisa getting locked in
Oh my
first.
gosh,
And then
blue side, Kaisa.
Likely the Rel response on the red side. I did want to point out, obviously, Rumble ban. Licorice was one of the first players to kind of bring it out in LCS, but obviously incredible red side ban to have, especially with how Golden Guardians like to play. And then the LeBlanc, not only a great pick, but also against Gory.
Are you a Xayah enthusiast, Emily? Because we've been seeing a lot of Xayah as a response to Kaisa, because showing Kaisa generally is like, hey, we're going to dive.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's typically the best response, in my opinion, just because of what Kaisa wants to do. And also, like, for example, earlier today, we saw that NRG draft where they were kind of counting on 100 Thieves not doing anything and 5v5ing them.
They've defeated us by doing something.
And that did not work against the Kai'Sa, actually, so.
Well, unfortunately, when you bet on your opponents to do nothing and lose, sometimes they might just do something and win.
That
Lots of
sucks.
surprise.
Can I just point out, so first of all, Kindred locked for River.
I love that sign.
That is a 6 sign. River has the weirdest Kindred I've ever seen, just because, well, he likes to interact with his lane so much, right? So I remember, I feel like the last time I saw him play this, he was still at 2 stacks, like 20 minutes into the game. It wasn't that bad, but like he was still just really focused on interacting with his lanes as opposed to the power farming that we see from someone like Blabber.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think you can take different approaches, right? You can kind of play that carnivore style. I think people sometimes underestimate how powerful this champion can be even in the early stages, especially in skirmishes. Yes, your gank setup is not great, right? You walk in, you hop forward, and you slow them. But like, if you can create 2v2s, if you can create a lot of action, Kindred can be really strong in those scenarios.
Plus, technically, you can get marks from the champions, too. It doesn't just have to be from chickens and crabs and stuff. But Yone and Silas banned out by Dignitas. They're trying to protect that Azir in the mid lane a little bit. The Xayah banned out by Golden Guardians, recognizing exactly what you guys were talking about. If we want to play Kai'Sa, we don't want to deal with Xayah.
Could they?
Yeah, and it is kind of surprising. Obviously, they did want to prioritize the Sedge for Santorin and the Azir for Jensen over here. But it is kind of surprising to see that Kai'Sa, or that Xayah rather, didn't fall through or have them get picked up as a third pick from Dig.
Yeah, we've seen a couple teams. We've had this happen a couple times today. We had it earlier today. You know, the Xayah got banned out in second round, and they went towards an Aphelios. You know, that was an answer. So now Xayah and Aphelios both getting banned out here. It's going to be Varus as the answer for Tomo. But that does mean you are relatively low mobility. If they draft some pretty heavy engage alongside, you know, up on the top and mid lane, it could be pretty powerful. There's also potential, obviously, to move that Kai'Sa towards mid for Gory, but I don't believe he's played it yet. Yeah, no games on it for him, so I am expecting you to go to Styx A.
I love the fact that Dignitas is giving Rich 5th pick, counter pick on red side, because I want to see him play something specifically that's Rich-like. We've got the Jax locked in for Licorice on Golden Guardians. What's the last pick going to be here? What will we take into the mid lane to fight against the Azir? Or does Kai'Sa go into the mid lane and we bring something else to the bot side?
This would actually be really cool if they go for it. The ability to just try to push and move, you know, with the Kindred. One of the things that's actually so valuable when you are playing Kindred is having a mid laner that can push and can assist you as you're invading for marks, right? Because largely, yeah, you can get them from champions, but largely you're trying to attack these camps. So if they can play through mid, get Gory unlocked, be able to utilize that to invade enemy jungle, you know, assist Licorice in side lanes, I think it's a pick that really does kind of fit the theme of the comp.
And on the other side, we have the Cassante for Rich, of course.
Yep.
You know, at the beginning of the split, I've talked about Rich a lot as a player, how he ended up becoming a super creative player, but when he first started playing League of Legends was very stuck on 1 or 2 picks, one of them being Aatrox. I think people didn't really believe that he could play anything but the Cassante, and we have seen him show up on other things, but it's the old standby for him.
And a reminder to everybody out there, with Draft all wrapped up, from now until August 6th, you can use your MasterCard to make a purchase in the in-client store. Save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to LOL Worlds 2023 or a set of 8 Player of the Week statues. So hit that up if you're interested in them fabulous prizes. But what I'm interested in is seeing if we get another pop-off Cassante game from Rich. We've seen him have some highlight plays on it before. Obviously, everybody knows Cassante may or may not be specifically balanced. However, Rich plays him in a way that makes him look cool regardless.
Yeah, and I mean, him separating these team fights up is going to be really key and crucial for Dignitas. I also am really curious about River's early pathing, right? Because we talk about him as this jungler, again, who just likes to get involved in his lane so early. I remember him having like the most early action I'd seen from a Kindred in a really long time. And he typically will punt some of his camps to go visit his lanes.
Rich has been on a mission to get Cassante nerfed this split. Both playing as it and playing against it. When he picked Alawi into it, he got solo killed like 3 times under tower.
3 times under tower, and then it wasn't just final score in that game like 0 and 8 or something.
It's all part of his master plan. Cassante sure to get nerfed.
It was a rough time.
It was not the greatest, but now that he's back on it, we know he has the skills to pilot this one into a highlight reel. So I'm hoping we get to see some of that.
It's going to be interesting. Tomo going Hail of Blades, which generally signifies that you are going to be going that AP variant. Yes, they have a little bit of physical damage from Rich, but it's going to kind of mean you're like almost fully AP You know, very magic damage heavy here. Murktread's going to be really, I think, high in demand on the Golden Guardian side. And if you can itemize a little bit towards MR, it's going to be helpful.
Right, but the big thing is no main meatball on the side of Golden Guardians. Yes, you have Jax, who likes to get bruiser tanky, which is usually just a lot of health. But then, you know, Kindred in the jungle, Rakan in the support position. None of these guys are going to be that brick wall that you have to punch through at least.
It's not an Ornn or anything like that, but I can definitely see, you know, River grabbing something like a Hex Drinker later on. You could see Licorice going towards, you know, Wit's End or a Spirit Visage or whatever later on. So there are options to get kind of that additional efficiency. But River going to be starting bot side. He does have his initial mark there over on the Jensen, and we'll see where it goes from this clear. Poom's going in.
Wow, Poom immediately wanting to jump on Stixxay. The Ignite drop there too. Poom popping both summoner spells. He gets the cleanse back out of Stixxay for it.
What did Stixxay cleanse? I think he tried to cleanse the flip. Because he's a W start, right? There's nothing really else for him to cleanse, and he did not cleanse the Ignite because I saw that ticking on him. So I think, you know, a bit of a misplay there from Stixxay. I think he early cleansed, then had to eat that full Ignite, which is going to result in him sitting very low. So we're going to see this one more time. I think he just kind of panic cleansed as he got engaged on here. Poom flashes in, and he probably just mashed his cleanse. So yeah, cleanses that little stun there on the flip, but the problem with that is you're going to have to eat the full Ignite right after.
River's down here in bottom side, wants to try to punish Dig if they go far forward. There it is, the crash down from Poom. He's done for. They're just going to leave that one over to Stixxay as River wants to get a double here on Tomo, who flashes away underneath the turret to barely survive.
Yeah, and I mean, Golden Guardians has the highest first blood at 4 minutes and 35 seconds. I knew that River, like, I know Dig tried to ward to track him, right? So they knew where he was starting. But as soon as that play happened, obviously, River was going to go down to try to reset bot.
Yeah, they had that ward over by Raptors, right? So they could have known that maybe something was a little bit up because obviously it was a leashless start though, and they didn't see him on Raptors. So maybe they thought he was clearing top to bot. Maybe they thought he was doing some bit of an atypical path as Huhi. Could potentially be in some trouble. Does not have his flash, but they're not going to continue going for it. But yeah, it's just 2 camps to bot. He saw that bot lane was going to be really spicy, went down there. Unfortunately, didn't even get an assist on the Poom kill, but did force the flash on Tomo by going for him. So at the end of the day, yeah, you lose out on a little assist gold, but you get more of a reward here overall. And I just think it's a really smart, proactive play from River. You're a range champion with red buff early on. You can make the aggressive plays. You don't have to just be a full 6 camp clear power farmer. And as they try to go aggressive here, as soon as Poom goes forward, you know he's dead when Kindred pops out of the brush.
Emily called it, man. You don't need to farm the camps if you can just farm the champs. Easy money for River and the side of the Golden Guardians. Unfortunately for River, he doesn't even get an assist for it because, like we said, they just left Poom for dead. He wanted to try to add on and get the extra onto Tomo there, but doesn't end up happening. So that wave is about to crash into the turret here. Huhi and Stixxay will pick that one up for themselves. One thing that I do also want to mention, there's a lot of value for Gory this game in the Unraveled Earth. The way that it interacts with the dashes, stopping them and inflicting the stun, there's plenty of enemy champions that you're going to get value there from.
Yeah, absolutely. Basically everyone except Varus, you know, there is going to be a lot of value there. And that was a fat wave, but they have multiple stacks of Targon, so they actually killed all the melees and then held the range. So they had a ward on Tomo basing as well, so they knew Tomo was going back to base. And this means the entire wave, including the cannon, will be denied. So that's actually a pretty big cost. Stixxay was down in farm. This will more than equalize it. This whole wave, including that cannon, is now dead. And they have the cannon +4 range, so the next wave is going to be dead as well, unless Tomo can actually push up and push that in. But he's going to be a little bit nervous because of that pink over in Tries. You're not necessarily sure where the Kindred is. They just dematerialize the cannon now. I think Golden Guardian's playing this really well, just thinning the wave just enough to hold it right outside of their tower and make Tomo scared to walk up and fully push it in.
Feels bad if you're Dignitas there, man. Whenever you're in laning phase, you just have to watch the wave sit there for what feels like an eternity as you can't get what you want from it.
Like, he went from, I want to say, well, let me see how much it was. It was +8 CS to now he is -4 in the course of about a minute.
2 wave swing.
Yeah, like that is a really big deal, right? That is a lot of gold going the way of Stixxay, who also, by the way, got the first blood. So now, when Stixxay goes back to base, he's going to be significantly ahead of his lane opponent.
Well, Gory just roaming around here a little bit, has Huhi right next to him. They'll clear out that ward that was placed down. Getting closer and closer to level 6s here for our solo laners. Remember that whenever that happens for Taliyah, we want to see big roams coming out as Jensen taken close to dead, but not quite there just yet. Taliyah not having that same level of instant burst as some other champions in the game might. But now that the Weaver's Wall is ready, I expect to see them commit some extra attention to the bottom side of the map.
It's a little bit dicey there. Rich at 6, so he wanted to go aggressive on Licorice. Just push him back. Licorice respects it. He's just going to walk back to the tower, wait till he can collect the wave. And now the wave is bouncing back, so now you have to be scared about a potential move from Gory. Like if Gory went down towards bot, if they can do anything to slam that home, that's where Dig is getting scared, and that's why Santorin now moves bot to cover this push.
Yeah, and Santorin actually absolutely has to come down here. Look at you already called the CS lead out as to what the wave state was going to do here, but 56 to now 37. Tomo should be able to collect this wave now that it's going back in his favor, but yeah, just like if you want to see the small things that happen early game in order to, like, you look at and you're like, oh, how did this CS lead happen? How did this stuff happen? That early river gank is like a prime example of it.
Absolutely. And then the wave manipulation is what slammed it home, right? You know, thinning the wave just enough so it couldn't crash is such a big deal. And Dig wants to do the same thing to their opponents that was done to them, but they can't because River is down here. He has this coverage, and they're able to actually crash the wave.
Oh, but River getting a little bit ahead of himself here. Piercing arrow finds him, and Tomo's getting the kill. Nicely done from Dignitas. River, too confident, jumping back in there, and Santorin immediately answers.
I mean, I thought he was playing it really, really well, but then he goes one more step forward there with that dancing arrows, jumps forward, and Poom says, all right, that's illegal. You're going to die for this one. You know, flashes in on him, and they do end up bursting him down. So a little bit of disrespect from River. I think it was a great play up until that point. You know, made sure to cover them on bot side. And now goes for a freebie.
Yeah, and not just a freebie to the 80 carry that we were just lamenting how far behind he was set because of the early plays. That one just unravels a lot of what they've been working towards here for the first 7.5 minutes.
Fair play to River. You know, he put his own ADC ahead. Now he's going to put the other one ahead.
The River giveth,
like that.
And the River
That's that good competitive spirit, you know?
My team's Kindred versus your team's Kindred. They're the same Kindred.
Oh, no.
It happens sometimes.
Happens to the best of us.
All right, River, I'm going to keep an eye on how well he continues to do throughout the game because I do think he's got the potential to really run the show here.
I thought you were going to keep going with it.
No, I'm not going to keep going with it because he honestly is one of my favorite junglers in the league. I think a lot of time he finds a lot of really good angles, a lot of really smart plays, and especially together with Gory, who we've already talked about being on a roaming champion like Talia. I want to see these two pretty much have a buddy cop movie roaming around the map getting into trouble.
Yeah, and especially if Huhi can join in on that as well. But now we see Dig going for this Herald. It looks like GG are going to contest.
All right, River has the enemy jungler marked. Boom, jumping in for the crash down on the Kindred. River at about half HP is Jensen. Rich and Santorin are ready to follow up. Nice catch there with the Glacial Prison, but they can't burst him in time to stop the Lamb's Respite. Rich wanted to knock him out here with the all-out, but it won't work just yet. Rich grabs the kill. Jensen's incredibly low, but he won't be killed until Stixay jumps in with a killer instinct. Rich is about to fall, and Licorice beats him over the head with the stick. Golden Guardian's looking for a little bit more now. Seismic Shove won't find Santorin, but he's still looking. He does not have a flash, so they won't find anything more, but it's Golden Guardians finishing the fight better as Poom, get on that horse and run away! Run away! Oh no, I don't think you're running anywhere, buddy.
He's going back behind the barn.
Poom, yeah, Poom's metal horse is sent to the glue factory. Oh no.
Rainbow Road there for Poom.
Wait, that's Mario, man.
You never heard that expression?
I thought it was a Rainbow Bridge, man.
Oh, okay, whatever. Close enough. We're going to count it.
All right, 2 points for Azale.
Executive decision, and we're going to count it. As this one was a bit of a wild one. River tries to... Sorry, man, you've killed me, Flowers. Yeah. I just see Flowers laughing over there.
I was like, what do you mean he's racing in Mario?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They're Bowser, you know?
I did want to point out how crucial the Lamb's Respite was there, right?
Yeah.
In order to be able to save them so they could come out ahead. And then Stixay being able to come in and clean up is really, really important. He's now 2-0-1 and significantly ahead of Tomo, even with that return kill that River kind of donated.
See if Dignitas can pick up a blue shell.
Yeah.
Come back.
We're just going to go full Mario reference.
Yeah, I guess that's where
do that if you want.
I guess that's where we're going on this one. Santorin pathing up through middle here, but unfortunately, any sort of anything to be found is in another castle.
Oh, God.
I think we're only entertaining ourselves in this one.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. We just had all the
accept
action.
that.
Teams are
Yeah.
just waiting for there to be something else to fight over. We do have a pretty nice prize here with a Hextech Drake, bottom part of the river. Sometimes that one gets prioritized more early, but not so much this game. 10.5 minutes in, still hasn't been taken. Huhi with that quickness on Rakan, I believe just now came off a cooldown. Big playmaking tool for the Golden Guardians, especially with Weaver's Wall ready. I want to see these guys start up the Drake. If nothing else, just use it as a bait to force a fight.
Yeah, I think they're going to get it pretty easily because I do think it'd be difficult for Dignitas to come down. If Dignitas try to approach, you could just wall off one side and attack the other with Gory. And they are going to be able to grab that easy peasy. You can see Licorice in the picture-in-picture is just dirty farming between the towers at this point.
Yeah, something we didn't really talk about is the Jax, because usually I turn to you, right, as the top lane.
You don't have to talk about top lane. No, that's the secret.
It's just been kind of there.
You could talk about it in the post game because like maybe they did some stuff later on, but you know.
Hey, Licorice was in that fight. He's also 2-0-1.
Oh, good for him.
Well, that's how you know Isaac is the true top laner, because he's like, yeah, you don't need to talk about top. Every top laner tells you that top lane doesn't matter. I feel like that's the most common sentence we get out of Fudge when we have him as a guest at the caster desk. Yeah, my lane doesn't matter.
Fudge, how are you doing today? I hate
top lane doesn't matter. I hate Renekton.
My team doesn't gank. Top lane doesn't.
All right, Jensen has to try to escape back past that unraveled Earth there. Again, pointing out just the importance of this spell later on in the fights. I think Gory's use of placement could be really impactful. Seismic shove throws Jensen back. He lives long enough to use the ulti, but he will not survive the burn. He gets the kill, and Golden Guardians make the play.
Yeah, and I was wondering if Dig were going to try to set up maybe a Herald drop mid right there, right? Because I believe Santorin is still hanging on to that. But yeah, that was really, really, again, like, if we're talking about what he brings to this team, it is that, right? And sometimes he dies, and so people bring in his statistics as like, well, I don't know if he's that good, but like, his engages are so key, and the way this team works around them is amazing.
And I'd also say, I feel like just mechanically, he's played way better this split than he has in a lot of splits, right? You know, usually when people talk about Hui, they talk about all of these intangibles that he's bringing, right? You know, he's a great shot caller, he's a really good leader on the team, he's kind of an in-game coach.
Well, right now, he's about to be some gold for his opponents if he's not careful. Santorin's the one picking it up, but now they've got the Void Seeker. Stixxay jumping in on Santorin to find that as Boom has to flash over the wall. River survives there with, again, a nice use of the Lamb's Respite. Tomo's burst will not hit true, and River survives for 2 kills to go back over to the Golden Guardians. 5-head Hui strikes again.
Yeah, nicely played there. They end up TPing in. They're able to find that counterplay. Mark finally grabbed there as well by River off that topside scuttle. And it is actually going to be AD Varus. So it's AD poke. I was not really expecting this. You know, generally when you do see full lethality, people are going Comet and stuff like that. So it's a little bit of an atypical build. Obviously, Golden Guardians wanted to try to hold the Herald here. They wanted to try to deny that charge, but Hui gets this passive stacked up on him, and then they commit the ulti. They go in, they lock him down. The stopwatch buys a lot of time, though, for Kindred to move over and for the Jax to arrive at the TP.
Yeah, and I think just once again here you see, even though I was not meaning to cast a curse Hui, and I also did not.
But you did. It's not about the intent, Emily. It's about the actions.
I do think this team works really well together.
Atone for your sins.
This is another good. I'm sorry, Hui. 죄송합니다. Actually, it'd be Mian here.
I mean, honestly, it's not really that big of a deal for Golden Guardians. I'm pretty sure they're happy about it. Plus, nearly 3,000 gold and the only Drake of the game 14 minutes in here. So these guys are loving the state of the game right now against Dig. 7-3 in terms of kills. Wow. Total gold on the left side of your screen. Stixxay is a rich man.
Scrooge McDuck.
Just swimming in the gold
Yeah, he's just swimming in the coins. Boom's just trying to get a scrap of gruel down there.
A scrap of gruel.
Yeah.
I think the big thing is look at where Tomo's at, right? Because he's not even at 5K yet.
Oh, yeah.
Stixxay is at 6.7, so.
It's a lot more.
The discrepancy is pretty big.
Well, Dignitas is going to need to find some way back into the game before this balloons any further. Otherwise, they're just going to be at the mercy of Golden Guardians making some kind of mistake as the Guardians coming back down bottom here. We do have a potential 3v3 square off. You can see River and Licorice still on the other side of the map. As nice catch from Dignitas. Finds Gory trying to ride the Weaver's wall, and it's a free kill going over to Dig. They might even be able to pick up the tier 1 on top.
Nicely done. They are pushing up on top side, so they get a kill down on bot side. River invades, grabs another mark, so it's his 3rd of the game. They are going to TP up towards top to answer that, but Herald gets dropped mid, so tier 1 mid will be going down, so Golden Guardians trading back on the other side of the map.
And this should give them a pretty good, even with that bot side turret going down, the mid advantage should give them a pretty good setup on Drake if they want to go for it as well, since that's almost up.
Tomo at least gets to clear out that Herald before it gets a second charge down mid lane. It's always an extra pain when that thing manages to knock off 2/3 of the HP on the mid lane tier 2, just because it can be such a massive influx of gold if they have a small tempo advantage here in the next few minutes to rotate over and take it.
I'm honestly just so concerned about how Dignitas's comp is even supposed to function in 5v5s. Okay. If they're not hitting a ton of poke before with Tomo, I don't really see how they win a fight where Jax is pressuring Varus. Like, you're just not going to put out any damage as this lethality Varus. I think it's going to be really difficult, but Licorice will have to respect this engage.
Uh-oh, Jensen, nice shuffle there as Rich goes all out through the soldiers, but Licorice disengages with a leap strike back underneath the turret. He comes in, beautifully reinforcing his top laner, saving Licorice's life and outplaying in the favor of the Golden Guardians. Poom has to use the Magnet Storm, but he's burning. Golden Guardians are turning everything right back around. A double kill for the Rakan. 3, 1, and 4. The Quills are gleaming today.
Yeah. I was hoping that
Hooey to the theme of
just
Batman.
me. Yeah. Also, just another thing to point on the bot side, again, if we're looking at like cross map, how Golden Guardians builds these leads that we see them build. Gory, even after being chased out bot side, caught out, is able to get that turret.
Yeah, absolutely are able to get something back here. You know, it's a good play, I think, from them up on the top side. They need to be proactive. They know that they're kind of bleeding out in this game, so they move Jensen top. They have him shadowing Rich, and Licorice did a good job to try to survive this. You know, they shuffle him back. Rich uses the all-out to push him even back further. This was such a close call to Licorice just going down immediately. It looked like it was probably a Triumph heal. He got a Grasp heal in there, Gleaming Quills as well, I believe, from Hooyi. They had to commit so much to actually be able to finish him off. They are able to do it, but at the end of the day, it's at the cost of 2 kills, a lot of summoners, like a lot of resources, and you lost the tower on the other side. You're now losing a dragon there, and we're going to watch Poom die too.
Yeah, Poom about to fall there to Talia as Gory lets those rocks go. And that's another kill, another Drake too, as River secures Drake number 2 of the game across the map at the same time. Uh-oh, trash bag dragon. Golden Guardians are a little bit sad about that one. Dignitas, though, counting their blessings. Gory rides the wall in. He's looking for Jensen. Needs a little bit more damage. Seismic shove, flash for flash, as the mid laners try to outplay one another. But it's the man with more friends who comes out on top. Gory taking that one.
Hooyi is just everywhere in this game.
Yeah,
he's smurfing.
Like every time you think a Golden Guardians member might lose out in a trade, Hooyi's somehow there.
Yeah.
I don't know how he got there. He's just there.
Hooyi's everywhere and Poom's in the spawn platform. It's a tale of 2 supports this game, as Hooyi has just had an incredible performance.
He's the pocket sand of League of Legends.
Yeah, he's he's ready to go, man.
Right when you think you got him. Ha! Hooyi!
There's a reason that when you guys were talking earlier about your all-pro leaders, it was just a bunch of Hooyi across the support position. Like, this guy is good, man.
True.
Indubitably.
Yes.
Yeah.
For certain.
Barely.
Barely. That's a good one. You don't hear that one enough.
Yeah.
I used to be a
Stop
writer.
using these fancy words. You're making us
yeah,
look
that's
bad.
right. Yeah, Emily was a writer and a journalist and all this other stuff. I shoveled dirt, so I didn't have to
That's actually what I went to school for, yeah.
Nice.
How's that working out?
I mean, I have a great life. I can't complain.
Perfect. There you go.
So,
Hell yeah.
My parents just ask me what I'm doing.
10
They're
out of
very
10.
confused.
Like, that's nice, dear.
Yeah, exactly. They're just like, so you're making money, right?
They pay you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I explain it to my family as John Madden, but with video games.
There you go.
Wait, that's actually a great explanation.
You see, the team that throws the ball down the field often scores the most points.
Yeah, now what you gotta understand here, Zale, is the Golden Guardians have 2 dragons and Dignitas have none. And that means Golden Guardians have more dragons than Dignitas currently can work with.
Team that kills the Nexus often wins the game, Flowers, so I think that's what they should get in here today.
When are we going to bring back the they were winning until they were losing, they were winning, or whatever the Scara quote is?
They were winning until they lost the game.
Yeah.
The Scara
still applies all these years later.
I love Scara. He also used to be a journalist for a very short time.
Some of the greatest insight into League of Legends right there. And hey, you're talking about Soul Fighter Fight Night runner-up extraordinaire, William Scara.
American
right
Gladiator.
Yeah. A single round of Soul Fighter away from winning the whole competition.
It did not start off hot.
No, but that's exactly.
But it ended. They were scaling.
Yeah. Up until they lost the game, they were winning, though, because they were first place leading up to it. I'm sorry, Scara. But we've got Dignitas trying to fight back into this game. It's starting to slip away to the point, though, where I'm really worried about how it's going to happen. Isaac, you already brought up, how do you even win a 5v5 fight if Jax is able to pressure the Varus, especially when you're already down 4,500 gold?
I mean, I think it's really, really difficult. You have a two-threat team here with a poke lethality Varus. It just doesn't feel like it's going to be consistent. I think the way that they have to do it is to be first to the objective and poke their opponents as they're coming in. And if you can't do that, I think it's going to be incredibly hard to show up late to a fight, show up late to an objective, and try to walk in there and take a 100-0 fight as lethality Varus. Just doesn't usually work out. We'll see if they're going to be able to problem solve. You know, maybe Rich can isolate someone off and get like a solo kill, you know, on a side of a fight or something like that. But without those kind of X-Factor plays, I think it's going to be really, really hard.
And then by contrast, we see GG are trying to set up for some sort of Baron take. Obviously, they're setting their side lanes. They went in and cleared vision. I think with Golden Guardians, what I am looking for from them, because sometimes they're so good, and then other games they just get too hyphy, and their setups are
Sometimes they're so good, and other times they're not so good.
Yeah, but I thus far, the setup, again, they push out their side waves. They're getting down vision.
Yeah.
We'll see. I've talked to them about their mid game a lot, and they're like, we're working on it.
Okay, hey, that's progress. Forward momentum. I like that. One thing worth pointing out here, current state of the game, there are item completion advantages favoring Golden Guardians. You can see 2 completed items up there in the top lane and in mid lane, while the same can't be said for the solo laners of Dignitas. Golden Guardians trying to use these advantages and this pressure to take over the enemy jungle, get rid of some of the vision, make this map small and scary for Dignitas.
And I like how confidently they're actually playing, as Licorice and Rich might end up in a 1v1 here.
Yes, they are. Licorice seeming to be doing better here at the start, and Tofo strikes number 3, knocks Licorice back. Rich trying to kite this one out. He's so very low. Time to go all out and see if he can fight it. But no, Licorice, not only does he win it on his own, he had backup just in case it got dicey. Another kill over to the Golden Guardians. 4-1-4 here on the Jax.
Yeah, without that Cassante in, or
Gory riding the Weaver's Wall in, but he's immediately ready for the backup. He's always there every time. Lamb's respite from River to keep his mid laner alive as Santorin tried to get one back. Jensen and Santorin just do not have the firepower to get it done as River continues chasing down the enemy jungler, again forcing out another summoner spell, and the Golden Guardians with 3 dead on the enemy team now head over to the Baron.
Dignitas are lacking in threats, but Golden Guardians are not. They have so many tools here. They get into the backline, and now Licorice trying to push Santorin out. They look like they want to just rush down this Baron.
Yeah, Licorice's job is interference. He's trying to keep everybody else away. Santorin has no way into the pit, so the Baron goes over to Golden Guardians.
They did it.
They did it.
They did it. And I mean, eliminating that side lane threat, obviously, Rich cannot go up against Licorice in this game right now, but just still taking out that possibility. Dig are going to come in and get this Drake as kind of a consolation prize, but nice setup coming out of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, at the very least, they'll buy themselves a little bit of time to hold off, from Soul coming through, but Golden Guardians, I think, have all the tools they need to probably close out this game. They're nearly 7,000 gold ahead. They're already pushing up on top side. You have a Baron empowered Jax here who cannot really be answered in the side lanes, as you said. And dealing with split push when you don't have a lot of different threats on the squad is so tough, right? Yeah. Azir's the only one who can really go to answer him, but Azir's also your only wave clear. A lethality Varus is not going to be able to clear out these empowered minions. So if Golden Guardians actually time the waves here to crash at the same time, there's not really a lot of an answer besides just trying to hard engage as Dignitas, and I don't think you can really hard engage and win a fight from this spot, so it's going to be very, very tough for them.
Draft diff, should have drafted 2 Azirs. Then you could have had a split pusher and a mid lane wave clearer, but unfortunately there's only 1 Jensen for Dignitas, and they're having a hard time figuring out where to allocate these guys to survive the Golden Guardians pressure. Look at the ward state on the map right now. You can see these 2 random wards from Dignitas on the backside of the Drake pit, but everything else is Golden Guardians, Golden Guardians, Golden Guardians, and more Golden Guardians as they've taken over the map. You can see Dignitas using the 5-man buddy system, holding hands in a line to step out of the base and make sure somebody doesn't get picked off by a Weaver's Wall.
I mean, it's dangerous out there, man. You got to be careful at this point. Huhi, as you said, has been everywhere. Has been finding these engages. Licorice can take you down in the 1v1. Nice little buffer there from Rich to actually immune the grand entrance, so we'll be able to keep safe there. But Gory moving down, he can just throw the Weaver's Wall behind the tower and guarantee this one, but they're going to look for an engage.
Yeah, Huhi goes in with a quickness. They follow it up with Licorice, and they kill the enemy tank before he can do anything about it. The Weaver's Wall stops any sort of reinforcement from the remainder of the team. Golden Guardians with a 5-man push in the bottom lane. They still got 60 more seconds of the Baron buff, and they look primed to use it.
And I'm glad you called out the Weaver's Wall just as an isolation tool, Zale, because if you don't see Talia for a while, you do kind of forget how easy she can make either making these picks off even under turret or just sieging turrets at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it works very similarly to how we see Maokai ult used in a lot of these situations, where you can just commit the ulti, push them back. It's very difficult for your opponents to actually fight through, because if they try to step up and defend the tower, they're going to get pincered against that wall. So you really have no choice but to just back it up, give up that ground, and that makes it really, really difficult when Golden Guardians is already this far ahead, because you're just ceding so much ground and you really don't have a lot to give.
We're at the point of the game now where Dignitas are just praying for a mistake. They're praying for a Kindred ulti that accidentally saves all of them in a team fight instead of the Golden Guardians, or for Licorice or Stixay or Gory to be caught isolated, or for maybe Huhi to not just be there one of the times they try to make a play, because he's always responding. He's just been the X factor this game so much. Kindred stack chart 5.
He's at 5.
Okay, that's good enough as long as it's 4 or more.
This is, again, I just want to point this out about River's Kindred. He is just all about the team, and I'm glad we got to see that, because it is, like, again, a very different, maybe some people would say suboptimal way to play this champion, but I just love seeing how River's, it's like the way he plays the game shines through regardless of what champ he's on.
Well, I think it really made sense the way he was playing in a situation like this, right? Where you are this far ahead, you can just play in your enemy jungle, harass them as they're trying to farm camps, you take that income away from them, and it makes it really difficult for them to find any way to come back, because it felt so early on in this game that River is pushing in and they're taking 3 quadrants of the map. And when you lose your half of the map, you just can't really stall out the game whatsoever.
And it speaks to, again, also just how well Golden Guardians are able to communicate this between each other, right? We've talked about how Huhi is everywhere. Gory himself is having quietly a very good game outside of that one pickoff in bot lane, right? So I think I can't understate how well this team seems to work together.
Yeah, and you can look at the levels of the champions. Only Jensen is on equal ground with his lane opponent in terms of level. Both mid laners at level 15. Licorice is +2. River is +3 in the current state of the game. +1 for Stixay. Even in the support role, Huhi's up a level, and it's just because of all of the extra objectives, camps, waves, everything they've had control over for the entire game.
And I just think Golden Guardians is such a cool story, right? This is a team that had never even gotten past 9 wins before. They're already at 11. They're likely going to grab 12 here. This team really has improved by leaps and bounds, you know, not from just last year, but actually literally from last split, right? It wasn't until the end of spring and going into playoffs that they really hit their stride. They went towards Licorice on carries. They started giving him counter pick. They really found a style that works for them. They improved, I think, a lot throughout playoffs and in MSI, and have continued that improvement right into summer and are fighting for a position at the top of the table.
Yeah.
It's all that one video, man. As soon as they made that FU video, they just became an entirely different monster.
They were imbued with the power of FU.
Yeah, it's attitude dip. As soon as you're at that point.
I will say this team is such good vibes. Also, it didn't work right away.
They did kind of run it down for a while after.
Don't worry about reality and details, Isaac.
Never let the facts get in the way of a good story. That's what I always say. Just make up stats on the spot. Most people aren't going to check. You can say whatever you want.
Remember what Licorice solo killed did?
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was one of the highlights of the tournament for me.
Remember when Golden Guardians were doing bad in the split and Emily subbed in and then they won in playoffs? That was crazy.
Incredible.
Wow. One of my favorite moments.
I didn't know I had the hands.
Yeah,
you know?
I didn't either. Neither did they.
Well, Dignitas don't know what's going on right now. They are just trying to hold on, man. Everything is a struggle at this point. Baron is up again. I would expect Golden Guardians to set up around this, look to make this play, and then just go for the end after that. They're so far ahead, it would take a miracle for Dignitas to come back now. So you can see Golden Guardians trying to set up some of that vision, move around towards the pit. Scryer's Bloom fired off. It is the Chem Plant Rift, which can make it a little bit harder because of the range of the blast cones and the extra power of the Scryer's plants. But Rich is now down to 1/4 HP. Yes, he has Unleashed Teleport to come back, but if nothing else, Golden Guardians can probably force that teleport by starting off the Baron.
It's going to be really, really hard for them to be able to do much from this point. You know, again, we've talked about it a lot, you know, the struggles I think that they are going to have with their comp, and when you're this far down and you are second to an objective, you're just left with so few options. You're kind of praying that somehow Golden Guardians all stack up, you find that miracle engage, and you delete someone to start the fight. That's the only way that they could even have any sort of an entrance, I think, into a winning 5v5.
Yeah, and you talked about kind of poke coming out of Dig and how they would want a fight to go optimally, but also the poke coming out of, as we just saw, Gory with the Talia, and then also Stixay on this Kaisa with her build is, you know,
Wow, that
it
died
didn't
fast.
even matter.
Yeah.
I was gonna say they can play with Fog if they want and just poke out, but
Oh, Dig went after Licorice, but he has the Zonias fully completed, so he just immediately wasted their time. Now Gory's ready to ride the Weaver's wall. He jumps in for the lockdown on Rich. Magnet Storm on multiple targets, though. Dignitas may have found an angle, but it's not enough. If you're this far behind, even a good engage won't give you what you need. Golden Guardians keeps everybody alive and keeps the push going.
Nicely done. They are able to find another pick here. They get Poom. They narrowly avoid losing Santorin and Rich, but they're going to go back to base, heal back up. Stixay likely will have to go back to base as well, so it will be the one inhibitor take. Has to be careful that he doesn't give up a freebie. Right. The Golden Guardians have just continually extended the gold lead here. Yes, you know, it's not a super fast close, but this gold has just been going up and to the right the whole time. It's a 12,000 gold lead now, and they can play for soul if they need to.
You can see the inventory of Licorice looking like Spear of Shojin coming up next. This is the point of the game where Jax is in Counter-Strike more than he's not in Counter-Strike. So it becomes almost impossible to feel like you can do anything against this guy. Honestly, Golden Guardians set up for just an easy walk-it-in moment, I feel like. You've got either one of the side lanes you can try to pressure now. Still Baron available for another minute and 45 seconds, so I expect him, honestly, to just try to go for the win off the back of this.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any sort of an angle for Dig, but Gory is here to cover Licorice, so even if they look for a play, Gory is here to answer with that ulti. Could come in with Weaver's Wall, but I think Golden Guardians just walk in, clear out the vision, escort this wave up to that tier 2, and are going to be able to take that no problem. Supers are already coming through mid. You can see Tomo trying to clear that out, but like, look at how much the Varus struggles to actually kill that wave. It takes so long that there's just not really a lot of recourse. Like I said, your only real wave clear is the Azir, so it's just almost impossible to play with this comp from behind.
And there's
oh my goodness, did you see that Void Seeker?
Yeah. They're still, oof.
Man!
They're also just getting zoned out by not only these Void Seekers coming out to soften up, as we were talking about poke, but also, again, the Unraveled Earth from Talia. Just, you don't want to step in that because now you're just dead.
Yeah.
Right. Arctic Assault from Sejuani, footwork from Cassante, anything from Azir trying to get in there. Boom's crash down. None of it works. You just get stopped on the rocks, and it's so difficult for Dignitas to ever get a chance. Now Golden Guardians, they're going to put the pressure on the tier 3 turret here in the top lane. Santorin goes for an engage. He finds River, but there's no follow-up there for the rest of Dignitas. Weaver's Wall looking to put itself between everybody as Poom is exploded here in the front line. Jensen tries to disengage, but Licorice with a good use of the Zonias here yet again. Rich has to run away here with the all-out. They may have lost Huhi, but Golden Guardians just won the game. Jensen, Rich, and Tomo all trying to survive, but the Void Seekers are doing almost half your health. Stixay's on the line. The killer instinct kills indeed. A double back over to the AD carry as Rich has to pop Starblade, but it don't even matter. Golden Guardians go to 12 wins.
Stixay was feeling himself at the end there. That was great. Also, did you note the gold bounty on Huhi? That was a shutdown.
How much was it?
I didn't check, but I just
Isaac, you have to think.
Well, the replay actually goes boom once you get to the end. It was 150 gold.
150 gold bounty on Rakan.
A great game, though, from Golden Guardians. Stixay popping off in the end there. The Void Seeker did half their health, but it turns out the Acacian Rain does all of their health. So able to finish them off in that one. But this was a great game, start to finish. Really composed play. The early level 2 gank down towards bot from River, I think, was very intelligent. They got Stixay ahead. They manipulated the wave in that bot lane 2v2 so heavily that it took Stixay from down 8 CS to plus 20 within 2 or 3 minutes. And they really utilized their lead around the map incredibly well. Gory was moving around with River, playing in the enemy jungle. Licorice was winning out in the 1v1. And Huhi was everywhere this game.
And I think the other big thing that I do want to point out as we go into this final fight, again, is their mid-game setups. We're used to seeing Golden Guardians maybe struggle a little bit in the mid-game, but this was, after that Baron take, such a strong close from them and just great to see.
Absolutely. And this is that final fight. You know, they're able to just kind of bully it down at this point. You know, Santorin was looking for the Tokyo Drift engage, but no one really there to follow up. And they're able to just push forward, look for this fight. Licorice in the back line buys a lot of time with his Zonias. Yes, Huhi does get shut down there as he's all out of across the wall. But then it is Stixay going off in these final moments here, finding the angle for the Void Seeker, kills off the minion, hits Tomo, about half of his health gone. Hits another one, I believe the next one was onto Jensen, and he's just straight into the backline with the Killer Instinct. The Acadian Rain does so much damage late in the game when you have that death cap.
And you saw they even tried to use the heal from Tomo to keep him alive, but it did not work. And then they even get the kill on Cassante there at the very end. Golden Guardians locked themselves at least a guarantee of a tiebreaker for one of the top 2 spots, and they are looking like one of the fiercest competitors in the league heading into playoffs.
Never been above 9-9, already have 12 wins.
There you
It's
go.
pretty incredible.
Their tweets didn't, you know how they were like, oh, 10-8, that's all we're gonna do.
The reverse curse.
Yeah, they're reverse cursing themselves.
Well, the Golden Guardians are shining bright, and that brings us to the end of day number 2. So let's go ahead and hand it over to the LCS Lounge to close out the day.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, that was a baby. That was a real live baby. It's getting held out.
Eat your heart out, Mike.
Training for Soul Fighter.
Eat your heart out, Michael
strong.
Jackson.
So
You
that
know,
was a
you
day.
know. If you know, you know.
That was a game.
That was a day. So we got Cloud9 and Golden Guardians still getting wins.
Yep.
We got FlyQuest being out of playoffs just by winning.
Also, I just want to say, Stixay, that game was crazy. Like his Kaisa ultis, I think in multiple team fights, always surprised. I shouldn't be, but I am anyways.
As you were saying, 2 teams knocked out of playoffs now. We know it as a daily recap. Immortals and FlyQuest officially donezoed. Ripping pepperonis.
Yeah, Stixay was good. Was it good enough for the player of the game? Let's check out the player of the game update for today.
Bring it on up.
It was Huhi.
What the hell?
Sorry, bot lane diff. It's Huhi. That's the narrative. Anyway, Impact had a really good game. Unfortunately, got eliminated from playoffs. Sven had a very solid Rel game. Closer actually popped off. He had
Insano game.
a very good vintage closer Viego game. Couple Rel diffs in these pogs.
I will say, you don't like these normally, but this is probably the first time in forever that supports are getting their love.
Support is easy, man.
That's 3 supports, and Ayla and Sven are doing the same damn pose.
Everyone's looking over there. What's over there?
What's over there?
What's over there?
It's Impact.
Impact's over there. Okay.
Falcon is over there, I just heard. Anyways, we're going to check out the POG leaderboard for the summer split with only 5 remaining to be handed out. Blabber has 6 of them. Woo! Jojo has 5 of them, and Asani has 4. Weirdly enough, that's kind of like a little bit of an MVP preview.
A little bit of a snapshot. I think the third one is everyone's trying to figure out who their third is, because in some capacities, probably Blabber. Even JoJo's dropping off a little bit, but the 2-0 with Shaden is helping a lot.
Yeah, they're still a game out of first. If things fall their way tomorrow, they can still get top 2. So that'll be really interesting. Let's check out the schedule, or actually the standings at the moment after today.
Oh, I'm interested.
2 teams at 12-5. Evil Geniuses at 11-6. You can see a bit of a fight still for 6. That's still possible if TSM can take care of business.
Yeah, both TSM and Team Liquid dropping does leave some potential wiggle room there for the 7 and 10 teams. Maybe somehow. Actually, I think only 1 spot's up for grabs because Team Liquid is 2 games ahead with 1 day left. I stand corrected. So there's 1 spot left between those 3 teams in the top half of the winners bracket.
You know who pissing me off?
Who's pissing you off?
Energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Non-rational gaming.
Non-rational gamers should have won today, probably.
Best record in the league against the top 5, and I don't know, but probably the worst against the bottom 5. Let's check out the schedule for tomorrow, where tiebreakers are a distinct possibility. So follow along here. A 5-way tie is in the cards in a couple of ways. This way for sure. Immortals wins, based on the history, really likely, because Energy loses to bad teams. EG win. They're 2-0. 100 Thieves win. Less likely, but still possible because Closer did pop off today.
True.
Dig win and FlyQuest win would give us a 5-way tie. I must say, actually, that's pretty unlikely since FlyQuest is eliminated. We don't know what their roster chances are going to be.
Thank God.
I like this setup. You have a couple ties at the bottom, a couple at the top.
Yeah, that
Nice
would give us a
spread of
3-way
tiebreaker.
tie with C9 GG, a 2-way tie for 4th with Energy TL, and a 3-way tie for 6th with 100 Thieves, Dig, TSM if those things happen.
Cool. Well, schedule it in. 10-game day, guys. Don't plan anything in the evening. You're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere.
5 to 10.
Hopefully 5.
If we do, are we?
Do you not like games, Raz?
I don't like too many games. You should do what I was
I like
doing.
the inception that goes on here.
No.
Where, there we go. That's for the next time.
That's it for us.
I
We'll be
just
back
like how there's
tomorrow,
always a
5 p.m.
monitor
Eastern,
inside of a
2
monitor inside of a
Pacific.
monitor. We're only 2 monitors deep. We can go
Boogie, what up?
4 monitors. 4.
And Solo might get collapsed on here, top side. throws down the equalizer, but he's got Vikla. He has to deal with a 1v2. I don't think you're winning this one, buddy. Arena 2v2, but Solo forgot to bring his partner. Solo is getting caught off by Vikla, but Tactical's looking for Prince. Prince flashing over the wall. Tactical wants to take out the royalty of FlyQuest. He goes to the air, he soars, and he slays Prince, but now he's isolated. Vikla, will he go down? No, he doesn't. He aces Tactical and the rest of Immortals. Blabber secures it. No soul point for TSM. The engage from, oh my goodness, the damage from Cloud9 is just eviscerating TSM. What can they do but just marvel at the power of Cloud9? Wild Turtle trying to fight off that, but Berserker is able to take him down with ease. Cloud9 just destroyed them.
Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. I'm a 90s arcade beat-em-up character, and this is my buddy, the Uwu Kitty Cat. And we're going to be bringing you the next 3 games here today for Soul Fighter Day of the LCS. Ignar's got to be careful now as he flashes away with 300 HP remaining. Palafox a nice shuffle back into Busio. FBI takes him down, but it's going to be traded as Palafox falls. Now FBI has to be protected by the rest of his troops, but the Heartbreaker, the Playmaker, it's Closer with a double kill on Viego as FBI tries to escape. Closer's got the Spectral Maw and a triple kill for the 100 Thieves jungler. Toss Weaver's wall looking to put itself between everybody as Poom is exploded here in the front line. Jensen tries to disengage, but Licorice with a good use of the zone is here yet again. Rich has to run away here with the all-out. They may have lost Huhi, but Golden Guardians just won the game.
I am winning, so I'm just gonna stay back here. I know he can't.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, I don't think he can get
He's
me.
a chicken.
So like,
He's
I
a
mean, this is
chicken.
like when Fudge is taller.
Disqualify him. Now APA having to flash away back over the ramp, but now they gotta be careful because Unforgiven's into the back with a killer instinct, and they found Yawn too. Team Liquid is collapsing under the might of evil geniuses. Jojo chases Pioshik away as Summit was too late to the party to change the outcome. Revenge is ready to jump over the wall and follow him all the way. One more leap strike should do it. There's the helicopter. Ace for evil geniuses.